Good morning, colleagues, and roll call is currently open. However, we're waiting for 2 more members for 2 committee rule to make quorum. So at this time, I am going to call for an informal report from the first report that was on our agenda. So then once we get a quorum, then we can proceed to calling to order. So at this time, if we can get Broadband office up to the presenters table, then we can start on an informal report. Okay, thank you, staff, for getting Navajo Nation Broadband Office situated here at the presenters table. So colleagues, this will be an informal report for, if you can see on the agenda, it is listed as 5A. So Ms. Sonia Nez, and they did send out a presentation which have been emailed by the staff. So at this time, Ms. Sonia Nez, if you can do introductions of your other agents, and then we can proceed with a report.
Oyate, Shaya Sonia Nez in Shido, Tenjikin in the Schlinga Toki at Lini Bashish Chinaro, Totnazani the Shichedo Kiani the Shanala Aroch and Lina Enasha. I'm the Navajo Nation Department Manager for the Navajo Nation Broadband Office. And I have with me Bernardo Portilla with America's Communication with under the Connect the Net team. He's the CEO and providing technical expertise, subject matter expert on telecommunications. And I also have Elrena Mitchell with with America's Communication under the Connect the Net initiative. And she's the right-of-way specialist. Sure.
Yate, Shinat Ani. She Elrena Mitchell and she Kia Ani Slot Ogabashichin, a she da Shichedo, touching a dashanella, Koyate.
Yate, good morning, everybody. My name is Bernardo Portilla. Thanks so much for giving us the opportunity, honorable delegates and public in general. I'm part of the Connecting effort in order to work on broadband initiatives for the Navajo Nation by Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. If I go in a coffee spell, I'm going to turn it over to Bernardo or Elrena to continue the report. So just I'll let you know ahead of time. So we are working on Navajo Nation Broadband Plan 2.0. We had 1.0, and now we're working on 2.0. And I did send out this report, and I don't want to read it verbatim, but we are working on the plan for the Navajo Nation to connect the nation. So represent transformative vision to close the digital divide and empower the net people. And that's something that's really important to me, is empowering the people. Let's give them the tools. Let's give them the what they need to give the people what they need to attend school remotely, finish their college degrees remotely, telehealth, telemedicine, that kind of activities remotely, because we're driving everywhere, and then you're driving 2 hours to a hospital, and you're going 4 hours away, 6 hours away, whatever, to college, and so let's give the people the tools, and then also an entrepreneurship, the people. Um, so those are the opportunities that we really want to push, and then also economic development, right? All this broadband, getting everybody connected out there, getting 5G out there will really help the people get connected, and there'll be no more dead zones and dead spots, and so we are working on that, and then this plan supports the construction of critical tower and fiber infrastructure needed to attract private investments in 5G mobile networks and home fixed internet service. And we are working, we did apply for BEAD, Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, which is through the states, funding through the states that the federal government gave the states funding. And so we work to apply for that. Without public investment, the nomination risks being overlooked by national carriers and missing out on equitable access to digital economy, modern education tools, telehealth services, public safety innovations. And so, administered by the Nomination Broadband Office, the plan will collaborate with national and regional carriers. This is the first time that we're engaging with tier one carriers like the T-Mobiles, the AT&Ts, the Verizon, and we're bringing them here to the nation, and that's the plan, and that's part of the plan that we're working on. So the Broadband Office will oversee competitive bidding and development of 45 new towers and associated fiber infrastructure. And the goal is to manage these Navajo-owned open access network assets to foster competitive service offerings from both national, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and regional carriers, leading to a more modern telecommunications market. And so we want to bring competition to the nation. We want to give our people options, right, for phone, for the connectivity, for phone cell service. And so the most significant project under the Nomination Broadband Plan led by T-Mobile includes the deployment of 92 new 5G covered sites. So that's including new towers and co-locations. And so we want to utilize the towers that are out there, the existing towers that are out there. We want to co-locate on them, meaning we want to put electronics on those towers that are already existing, and then turn those on and shoot out 5G. And and then the second phase of that is to build new towers, 45 new towers, and that's going to be owned by the Navajo Nation. So that's the 5G project in a nutshell. So Connect the Net aligns with the leadership commitment to bridging the 10-year digital divide. We are so far behind in our connectivity on the nation, and we want to get caught up. And so this plan is what does that. So again, Connect the Net is more than technology, is a pathway to empowerment, enabling remote education, telehealth, job opportunities, and preservations of Navajo language and tradition in a connected world. So we're going to jump to key accomplishments. I think what I'll do is switch. You want to talk about the key accomplishments, Bernardo?
Sure. Thank you, Mrs. Ness. Okay, in terms of the key accomplishment, as I said, this effort for the Connecting A and the Navajo people, because this is kind of an effort for the whole community and the leadership, with the whole goal of eliminating the digital divide, right? As most of you are aware, in the Navajo Nation, the lack of broadband is affecting and has affected quite significantly. Even when we went through the COVID time, it was very difficult times. So these are like real things, very specific, real focus based on real data. The first accomplishment that we have is the 5G and broadband infrastructure expansion. We completed an RFP process for construction of infrastructure in the Navajo Nation. The great success of that is we don't only got a response of building infrastructure, we got a response for building a network. So that is the most relevant thing. The awardee was selected, and we are in the process of working through the contract. This one was awarded to a Tier 1 carrier, which is probably the largest carrier right now, not only in United States, but in the world. The second accomplishment we can mention is the the connectivity through satellite, through LEO, and through point-to-multipoint for the chapters. So, as you know, right now, the Navajo Nation is going through a process of connecting all the 110 chapters through a funding called E-Rate, which is a program sponsored by USAC. So far, 52 chapters have been connected in a matter of about 3 or 4 years via fiber. However, we're still waiting for the other 52 chapters due to several things, delays on processes and construction delays. So the Navajo Nation Broadband Office last year started engaging with SpaceX in order to start a pilot program. The pilot program was successfully implemented back in December, and it was complete. It still carry on right now, but official was supposed to be ending in February, but we have been able to keep it up. We did an RSQ and selected SpaceX, and so we're also working on the process to the contract to have in a matter of 30 to 60 days all the chapters, all the 110 chapters connected, which is going to be literally one of the huge accomplishments for this year. The third accomplishment is the BEAD program accomplishment. BEAD is an effort from the federal government, from NTIA, that was passed on to every state's broadband office. In this case, we had to work with Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. The program, the main objective of the program is to connect every single household and community anchored institution that is unconnected, what is called unserved, or is marginally connected, which is called underserved. In the Navajo Nation, initially the states identify about 8,000 locations that were made eligible through the FCC and NTIA and the local offices. However, due to a tremendous technical effort of working with the states, we were able to reclaim a total of 30,000 locations. They are called BSL, broadband service locations. The Navajo Nation Broadband Office took the huge challenge to apply for the funding with the 3 states. It was a very, very time-consuming. It probably took us about 8 months to apply for funding. At the end of the document, there's a summary of the applications that you can see. There's a table that summarizes the number of BSLs for every state, the amount of funding that we apply for, and what technologies we use to apply, okay? So right now we are in the process of waiting for notification from the state's broadband offices whether or not the award will be made. But we're looking really good. The fourth accomplishment is on this late months has been the E-Rate program oversight and rebid. In February, we had to rebid 29 projects that, for whatever reason, they were not completed on the past years. And due to the technical evaluation and the financial expertise of the team, we were able to reduce the cost from the initial 49 million bid to 27 million bid. So saving significant amount of funding that the Navajo Nation would need it to be too much. This is a major accomplishment, and again, it's all based on data and through technical and financial expertise. Something that we have ongoing right now, as I say, is kind of related, but it's advancing the 5G development to strategic partnership. 5G is a technology that is available pretty much everywhere, but in some rural areas in the United States and mostly in the Navajo Nation. And one of the main reasons is because of the business part of the 5G deployment. So we've been working with the Tier 1s. The Tier 1s are the only ones that can provide 5G. And very, very important, as I said, this is not an effort on a silo. It's an effort.
Bernard, I'm going to interrupt really quickly. We do have quorum by two-committee rule. So we're going to call this special Naabik'iyati committee meeting into order here at 10:28 a.m. Presenters, you can stay there until we adopt the agenda first to see where the report lands. But thank you for your patience. And then, colleagues, we did do a roll call. We did go into order, and also invocation. Kwado shiyaj ni ka adil with Delegate Mitchell to provide invocation this morning.
Madam Speaker, I don't care now. Hagi, hagi, asahi ni hagi. I don't hagi so. Kudos ni atsi so. So to zani be hasti to lish na okhagi. Kudos on the lish manastan stra yadishkis. Kudo ein kahunsen. Kudos you didn't got hon asana neatly. Naabik'iyati committee bidit no. Do kon Neatly, or contains no a mananate idolis, ada a hidden ada a yenas, not a Catholic, yeah, could legislation guinea that one as although he had learned the English in God no a Zunon Heha, I don't Zunon Hena or Ash, I don't could a Zuno a what and did that shit in God, I know Anils go in Holiadolis only Washington that not Annie, I don't hear quite a bismas, and I'll try Nazel, I don't leave this, I don't the con a and Halson and Hidalt on the Plina ill, and I don't Hesinik and Hidalt, I'll go on Lodolis in God, could I need to count all this and signature out either. Amen.
Yeah, Delegate Mitchell for providing this morning's invocation. And colleagues, going down to number 2, are there any recognition of guests this morning? But we do want to welcome all of our guests that are here, some of the staff. In TUA, Mr. Martin Ashley is back here as well. And good morning to all of our listeners online. And colleagues, we'll go to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. And staff, if you could help read our proposed agenda into the record, then I will recognize a motion in a second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, this is the proposed agenda for this Naabik'iyati Committee of the 25th Nomination Council Special Meeting, August 21, 2025 at 10 a.m. Presiding Chair, Honorable Crystalline Curley, Speaker of the 25th Nomination Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting official. 2-minute limit per delegate. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There's one journal dated July 17 through 18, 2025. 5, receive reports. A, report and update from the Nomination Broadband Office regarding the Broadband Plan 2.0. 6, old business none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0043-25. B, legislation 0177-25. C, legislation 0178-25. D, legislation 0186-25. E, legislation 0187-25. F, legislation 0188-25. 8, close of meeting. Announcements, adjournment. Madam Chair.
And thank you, staff, for reading our proposed agenda into the record. And colleagues, is there a motion? Motion by Delegate Toth. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Simpson. We go first to Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate the prayer, Siaj. Colleagues here at our committee meeting, I wanted to ask Speaker if your staff, I'm not sure in terms of what entity could provide the report on the Navajo Nation employees are now being deducted money from each check to a union, and that union, I could pull up the press release from the office president, vice president, but that union are not returning phone calls or emails to the employees who are concerned that they're being deducted dues but the union itself is not, providing any type of education or outreach on the type of activity the union is doing on behalf of the employees. So Speaker, the only information I have right now is the Office of the President and Vice President's press release. I think that union also is Navajo Nation Head Start employees are under the same union, I guess under another agreement. And so if we could identify who from the union can provide a report to the committee. So first, that there's transparency. Second, so that they introduce themselves to the council and how they're going to provide support to the employees, especially right now as we're at the tail end of the comprehensive budget, and there's conversations about salary adjustments, there's conversations about salary study, there's conversations about how, the work environment of employees, and these are all areas that a union historically has been able to advocate, and at this time there's been no advocation for our employees by the union. And so I would just want to know how much funding they're getting in dues from the Navajo Nation employees. I'm not sure if the employees themselves chose this union, or maybe there's another union that could be more responsive to the needs of the Navajo Nation employees, because I believe they should be fairly compensated. I believe that Navajo Nation law does clearly identify that the government should provide a safe work environment, according to federal and Navajo Nation OSHA laws, and also, the disparity in pay and the lack of management really, completing their job, doing their jobs and evaluations so that our employees get a salary adjustment. We're finding employees that haven't had a salary adjustment in 20 years, and somebody should be held accountable. So if your staff can reach out, I wanted to add that as a report, but colleagues, I just do not know right now who would be the entity. So if you could help me, and I'll get back into the lineup if staff has been able to reach out and have any information on the union, or if I could request that we receive a report on our next committee. And if I need to add that to the agenda, Chair, if you could give me guidance, or I could just have this verbal request that a union report be planned for this meeting or for the upcoming meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Crotty. And just an update from the request from this morning from our communication since 8 a.m. this morning. The staff did reach out to Office of the President, Vice President, and also Department of Personnel Management on the request on who represents the union. And we did receive a response that just identifying who the representative is, and that is Mr. Justin Sosi with International Representative. And staff did do a phone call, however, we didn't get an answer. And we also sent an email indicating that there is a meeting possibly added to the agenda today, and then notification for next week's meeting as well. So we didn't get a response as well, but we did reach out. So we can take that as a verbal request, and then we can add that on next week's agenda as well. Thank you, Chair Crotty. And next, we do have Delegate Arvin Mitchell.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to amend the agenda. Delete legislation 004325 off the agenda, though the individual is not present. Thank you.
Thank you. And Delegate Mitchell, I did a request for him to delete this item off of the agenda. We did get word from the appointee that he could not take leave from work today, so he would like to be rescheduled to a next Naabik'iyati committee meeting. So thank you, Delegate Mitchell, for that motion for amendment number 1. And is there a second? Second by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And colleagues, is there any questions or comments? Going twice and going 3 times. We will have 2 minutes on the board to vote on amendment number 1. And thank you, colleagues. That does have a vote here from the floor of 11 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. So amendment number 1 carries. And going back to the main motion of our agenda, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Just 2 things. Just a reminder, Speaker, that on May 5th, I did email yourself, Speaker, to request that we get a report from Diné Development Corporation, a Navajo Nation enterprise. We still have not, I requested for that report to be added onto the May 22nd, 2025 Naabik'iyati Committee meeting. I don't believe that they have come to report anything to council yet. So I'd like to make that request to this body. So that's number 1. Number 2, Speaker, we do have some legislations that are currently on the agenda with the sponsors not being present. We have legislation number 0177-25. This is sponsored by Chair Brenda Jesus, and legislation number 0178-25, sponsored by Chair Brenda Jesus. Legislation number 0187-25, sponsored by Delegate Otto. So the sponsors are not present at this time. Speaker, are they going to be here for today's meeting, or should we find another sponsor for their legislations, or should we move to remove them from the agenda, Speaker? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, for pointing 2 things out, and then we will schedule and reach out again to DDC and then confirm a report date, and then also for the sponsors for new business B, C, and E do have co-sponsors, which does need to be updated. So we did retrieve co-sponsors as of this morning. And going back to Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate it. Uh, Another request that I would like to make at an upcoming meeting is requesting a report from the Dene Uranium Remediation, sorry, Advisory Commission. That was a commission created under Naabik'iyati, and if staff can let the committee know the last time we received a report, there's been some pretty high-level meetings with US EPA these last 2 weeks, and I would want to make sure that communities are fully informed on what decisions are being made, in particular, any type of transportation or transporting of uranium that would be made throughout our communities. Another area that Delegate Yanito brought up at the last commission meeting was some of these repositories and how they impact the community. So next month, there's going to be a Southwest gathering of impacted uranium indigenous communities, and I could provide that information, but if we could get briefed before that gathering, Speaker, that would be helpful for Navajo Nation, and as we look to what is going to be the position of the nation when it comes to uranium transport. We already have the issue in Western. They're relying on Navajo Nation CERCLA law 2008. So that was, 18 years ago that according to these meetings, the Navajo Nation EPA director at their discretion has the authority to make decisions on cleanup, and that includes, the transport. And I strongly believe that we need to reconsider what that authority entails and how we're going to protect the communities that are going to be impacted. And once they start transporting, these other uraniums, wherever it's going to go, we have to be fully informed. And then the council, if they're going to support it, has to fully invest in making sure those communities have the resources they need if there's ever, an emergency or a disaster. So if we could get that onto the report, and if staff can pull up that CERCLA law from 2008, I'd like to make sure that that reading or the intent of the council at that time was to give that full authority to the Navajo Nation EPA, who's a political appointee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty, for that request as well. Just due to the urgency, we will try and get them on for next week's report with those specific questions of mine. So thank you, Chair Crotty. And colleagues, are there any other amendments to our agenda? Going twice and going 3 times, 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the main motion of our agenda today. And we do have a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with the chair not voting. Thank you, colleagues, and we will move on to number 4, review and adopt a journal. We do have one journal from July 17th to the 18th, 2025. There is a motion by Chair Nez. Is there a second? Second by Delegate Mitchell. And the journal was sent out on August 8, 2025 at 1:40 p.m., colleagues. I don't see any questions, colleagues, and we will allow 2 minutes on the board to adopt our journal. Delegate Slater. And Chair James votes green. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 12 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. Thank you, colleagues, and we will move on to reports. We do have one report today, this morning, report and update from the Navajo Nation Broadband Office regarding the Broadband Plan 2.0. We do have presenters, Ms. Sonia Nez, Department Manager with the Navajo Nation Broadband Office. And this morning, colleagues, before reaching quorum, we did already have a 10-minute informal report, but they may continue. Ms. Nez, we will allow your department to do your report of 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, yeah, Speaker and members of the Nation Council. We'll continue. We're talking about key accomplishments. We're on the advancing 5G deployment through strategic partnerships. We resolved permitting challenges for 8 stalled Verizon 5G upgrade sites, issued a notice to proceed for microwave and C-band modifications, ongoing discussions with AT&T and T-Mobile to accelerate 5G networks. Ensuring rural communities are included. An additional community engagement, we included over 35 outreach events talking to the chapters, talking to the folks out there about the broadband plan. Regular stakeholder updates, usually these are held at NDOT. The next one coming up is September 30th. Strong relationships with regional and national industry leaders like SBI, NTUA, Sacred Wind, Verizon Wireless, SpaceX, Starlink, and T-Mobile for long-term economic and workforce benefits. These accomplishments demonstrate NNBO's commitment to tribal sovereignty and progress in positioning ConnectNet as a leader in tribal broadband innovation. So next we're going to talk about strategic goals and objectives. And this is, we set some ambitious goals here, and but really it's about connecting our people again. And, it's always about connecting the folks out there. So promoting self-determination and empowerment for elders, youths, veterans, persons with disabilities, remote households. So goal number 1 is chapter house connectivity, and that is we are striving to connect all 110 chapters with immediate, fast, and reliable internet access by the end of 2025. And right now, we have an interim connectivity solution while fiber is being built out to these sites. And so 52 of the 110 chapters are connected right now to fiber through the E-rate program. And the remaining 58, we are working on LEO, low Earth orbit technology, which is satellite. We have we did an RSQ that's out there, and so we want to connect those via LEO as soon as possible. 3 to 6 months, I think we're working on the contract right now. Goal 2 is broadband infrastructure expansion. Accelerate and bring successful completion to all outstanding wireless and fiber broadband projects. The goal will assist any carriers resolving permitting challenges, installing critical projects that serve the public. We want to collaborate with the Office of the President, RDC, Land Department, Department of Justice, and NNTRC, Naval Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, to identify and unblock all stalled broadband projects. There's a lot of projects that are out there that we want to get moving, and so we're working with all these entities to get those moving. We want to promote full and efficient expenditure of all allocated ARPA, E-rate, and clawback funds by the respective grant deadlines. So we're pushing our ARPA dollar recipients to get their projects completed. And you'll see in the back there's a table where SBI completed their projects, and OSO is very close. They're at 93%. They've completed 560 of 600 homes. They connected the fiber to the home, and then college also finished their project. So we're pushing the other two right now. So support the Naval Land Department to develop telecommunications regulations and policies. Excuse me, to streamline leasing, row, and permitting procedures. Go ahead, Bernardo. On 3.
Okay, as mentioned, these goals aligned with the key accomplishments, so it sometimes sounds redundant, but these are the key goals. Goal number 3 is develop sovereign telecommunication infrastructure for 5G. As mentioned before, the lack of infrastructure in the nation and the difficulty to do co-location has led to lack of coverage for 5G. So we're working on that one. We're establishing communication agreements with the NR and RDC for open access development, trying to complete the contract with the 5G providers in order to bring 5G as soon as possible to the nation, with coverage as early as 2025, at the end of 2025, if the project is a success, with a full implementation by 2028. There's also a map that at the end of the document that shows the status for that specific Tier 1 provider as of today and what we're expecting by 2028. Okay. Working with the entities I mentioned before, the NR, the RDC, to make this a success and to simplify the development of the infrastructure. Once again, the construction of towers and fiber is expected by the end of 2027. but right now we're focusing on the immediate solution will be co-location for 5G and fixed wireless home internet deployment. The goal number 4 that we established about a year and a half ago was to secure and maximize BEAD the program funding. The BEAD program was kind of focused mostly on service provider, right? This is the first time the Navajo Nation took into this, getting the access to the grant directly. So right now, the Navajo Nation Broadband Office is not a service provider, but we're going to be working on partnership and competitive RFP to establish it so most of the people get connected of the 30,000 households that we apply for. This is very important because there was not the Navajo Nation being so large, spread in three states, it was very difficult for service providers to get in an agreement to apply for bid. So this is something that we enable. Once again, we applied for over $300 million. The table that summarizes the number of BSLs or number of households and community anchors institutions that we apply for are in a table below at the end of the document. At this moment, the broadband offices from the states are working with NTIA, showing the results of the applications in order to proceed with a 1 month of public comments, and after that, there will be an official announcement of the awards. You want me to go?
Thank you, Bernardo. The funding and budget is the next section, and I just want to say that we had a $195 million price tag on the 5G infrastructure build out, and we had met with controller, DOJ, and we looked at all chairpersons of how to fund this 195 million. And the UUFB chair parish, said there's no more UUFB requests because I guess there's a 2-year budget. They're trying to save up for a 2-year budget, I think, and so that door is there. And then also, as far as the ARPA clawback, there's not very much money there for the ARPA clawback. So the only real option is the 77.8 million that is in the triple R for allocated for broadband office. And then on top of that is the 113 million shortfall, but that we can maybe possibly use the triple R as to borrow against. I think those are the options that were shared with us, and so that's where funding the 5G infrastructure project is as of today. So this funding and budget section talks about the 77.8 million that we do have, and I think to really think about what we're investing, because this money, once it's gone, and but what are we going to show for it as a nation, as a people, for our people? And I think we really need to invest this money into broadband infrastructure. And I've heard about, well, just give Starlinks to everybody, but then you're not going to have mobility. You're still going to have your dead zones with your cell phones. There's going to still be areas that are not covered, and so we need to build the fiber. We need to build the towers out there, and so that we can have mobility, so that we can have signals on our cell phones. If we give Starlinks to everybody, then we're going to have, yes, around the homes, we're going to have Starlink, signal, but with about 100 feet circumference, and then radius, and that's it. And you're going to drive it off again, and you're not going to have mobility. So I think it's very important that that's what we're striving for across this whole Navajo Nation broadband plan. Is not just the whole thing, what's going to be best for the people, and that's what we're really striving for with this Navajo Nation broadband plan. And so the key sources of the funding that we're looking at right now is the BEAD program, which is going to bring about 300 million plus for last mile, excuse me, last mile construction. And then the ARPA reallocation, if there's any money that we can claw back, we'll do that. And then the E-rate program, USAC kicks in 90% of the cost for that. And so, as mentioned earlier by Bernardo, there's $27 million that we saved when we rebid the E-rate projects. So the nomination funding that leadership can make available for the completion of all projects. And as you know, we're still waiting for the trust fund to be set up so we can have access to that 77.8 million. So there's no pages on here. Oh, page 9, the budget summary, and then there's a table here, and it just page 9 talks about, there's a table here, and this just lists everything that we're looking at. Part A, infrastructure, 5G, T-Mobile, transport, that's 195 million that I was talking about. And then Part B is 5.4 million that we have pending requests of 5.4 million to do some projects here locally, and then a lot for the E-rate. Because when you get E-rate out to the chapter libraries, you need computers for the chapter libraries, and so we have some of that in there, and then software that goes with it. So that's part of the the 5.4 million. Part C is other broadband projects of 6.9 million, and then there's a Part D with this BEAD that we applied for. There's a BEAD cash match of about 25%, which is in the neighborhood of 37.7 million that we will be looking at. So this is just kind of overall cost of what we're looking at. But we're really striving for that 195 million to build that 5G infrastructure out. So do you want to talk about I'll have Bernardo talk about the implementation plan.
Thank you, Ms. Sonia. Yeah, as part of the implementation plan, as we understand, Navajo Nation everything takes a while, so we have a phase approach with phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. On phase 1, hopefully that we can finish it up by Q3 of 2025 is what entails about the RFPs, complete and finalized, so we can start the construction, and as well as the interim LEO connectivity for all the chapters that will enable the connection for the 110 chapters in about 3 to 5 months, the latest. So hopefully to be completed by the end of the calendar year. Phase 2 is when we hopefully have secured the funding for the remaining of the project, and the BEAD funding program really starts when we start negotiating the final contracts with the federal government, start establishing the partnership with the service providers, and start connecting the people, the 30,000 households. Of course, it will take some time. Hopefully, initially, our BEAD deployment is a hybrid approach that uses fiber, fixed wireless license access, as well as LEO. So we're hoping that the LEO subscribers will be connected ASAP. And the phase 3 is when the full tower construction and fiber construction is completed. That will signify in having a 5G rollout complete, as well as the fiber to every chapter. In terms of timelines and the scope, we're hoping BEAD program really start in 2026, and by 2028, the 5G and the 5 towers and fiber completed. The good thing about this program, as I mentioned before, emphasize on tribal ownership, local hiring, which will bring economic development, partnering with not only the local and regional entities, but as well as the Tier 1 providers, with a full oversight of the Navajo Nation Broadband Office and the Navajo Nation leadership that ensures accountability, right? That's kind of very, very important, because it's kind of the first time that projects of this magnitude is going to be oversight by Navajo. You want to talk about?
Okay, I'll do the challenges and mitigation, number 6. We're still facing challenges with permitting, logistics, funding access, and others along with the prospect of new issues in the future. So, Connect NA employs proactive mitigation to resolve such challenges to ensure success. If you look at the table on page 11, It talks about the challenges, like permitting delays, row right-of-way and 164 approvals, slow tower and fiber builds. Mitigation is streamlined via policy reforms, CADX exemptions, and close collaboration with the DNR Land Department. Interim policy for rapid deployment. Funding, timing, talking about the BEAD ARPA disbursements, delayed competition for resources. Mitigation proactive coordination with funders and NNC, diversify sources. Service provider coordination, RFP-led selection, oversight, and financial models build on partners' discussion. Local pushback, misinformation or political resistance in communities. We're working as mitigation, increased outreach, 30-plus meetings in the 2025 that we conducted, and local partnerships and culturally aligned communication emphasizing sovereignty. Digital equity gaps, vulnerable populations, elderly, disabled, and others left behind. And the mitigation is tailored literacy programs and affordability standouts and BEAD contracts. So the conclusion and call to action, I think the Navajo Nation Broadband Plan through Connect Diné charts the path, a path to connected sovereign future for the Diné people. What can we accomplish for our people? And like I said earlier, I feel like this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to get this done for our people. I don't know of a time when a tier one service provider came to the nation, responded to the nation and say, let us help you get connected. Let us help you get your people connected. And there's areas that it's so expensive to get towers out there, to get fiber out there, that doesn't make no business sense for these service providers, right? And so, but for them to come as a whole and say and help us look at the whole nation and say we will work here in these different places to get these folks connected. This is and we'll work with you. So that's the just a once in a lifetime opportunity that we need to take advantage of. So we're not just building infrastructure, we're creating foundations for economic growth, educational empowerment, and cultural resilience. So excuse me, this is not technology out there, right? It's going to really help our people, really move our people forward in education and economic growth. If we have high powered, high speed internet here, we could imagine we could have an Amazon warehouse or something like that here on the nation. We could have data centers here on the nation, but we need this broadband infrastructure. We need this high speed broadband to be here on this nation, And so this is a really once in a lifetime opportunity that we're asking the Navajo Nation Council, the leadership of the Navajo Nation, the people that are listening to really catch this vision and help us accomplish this vision for the people, and continue to invest in this with policy approvals, collaboration, and together, we can do this. It's not ani da nothini do shidene out there in all the leadership across the nation. We can do this as a people. We can, and I'm really very happy with Bernardo and team that they bring this expertise, this technical expertise, 20 plus years, 30 plus years of technical expertise to help us put this plan together. And so I'm very excited about this, and we can do this. We just got to do it together. So I appreciate this opportunity to present this report to you, and hopefully we'll have more presentations coming up in the future. So, but always reach out. A lot of this, we have to sit down with maps and really show you detail of your area, of what's going.
And that will be time. Thank you, Ms. Nez, and also Bernard, and also Elrina Mitchell. So it's nice to meet you, and thank you for being here. And colleagues, we do have handouts, paper handouts, and also electronic copy of Navajo Nation Broadband Development Plan 2.0. It does say executive summary. So colleagues, at this time, going to call for a motion and a second before we go into discussion and questions. Motion by Vice Chair Slater, second by Delegate Dr. Andinez. And colleagues, I'm going to open up the request to speak for questions or comments. First, we do have Chair Crotty.
Yeah, thank you for the report, appreciate it. In looking at your plan, I just want to say there should be a prehistory of the challenges of broadband deployment on Navajo Nation. At this point, we should be absolutely clear on what happened with ONSAT and how that impacted future availability of federal funds so that Navajo Nation could deploy broadband and fiber to the nation. What happened in those decision makings with ONSAT had created about 20 years of Navajo Nation not having full ability to get federal funding. And so I wanted to ask, what is the status of the ONSAT and the remaining fees that the federal government was requesting? Has that been settled? I know that the Law and Order Committee, maybe 2 years ago, had a report and did not receive all of the information, but we need to know as a council if that, what was it, $25 million fee has been settled, and how are we gonna prevent then a future onset from happening again? Because companies that are in business, they're not doing this out of charity. They're not doing it because they feel sorry for us and want to help. They're doing it to make a dollar. And so as a program, what I would need from you as a lawmaker and as subject matter expertise is to say, these are the areas that we're concerned with. These are the areas where we will need to negotiate and we will need the help of leadership to help move us past this point. It cannot be a relationship where you're relying on these service providers to guide the way. Navajo Nation has to guide the way. Navajo Nation has to make tough decisions and make sure that it's for the benefit of our people. Have some cost-benefit analysis. If we're now, you mentioned Starlink, if we now need fiber, like, why is fiber so important? Will fiber be obsolete in a few years if we make this huge investment? Will we own the fiber? Will we see another company come in and try to take sole ownership over fiber corridors? And so I think these are things that should be addressed. I know that this is a very short, high-level summary, but I'm going to say that's going to be my pushback all the time. So you could put that onto your list. And those are based off of facts. And so I would need to know then if you're asking for this amount, how would this help on the ground the 5G spread out for Navajo Nation to create that opportunity? Or is it the providers that are going to create this opportunity, but Navajo Nation will own it? The second area that I wanted to talk about in terms of like data centers, we do have a data center. It's up there at Shiprock. Navajo Nation doesn't have a solid plan on how we use data centers. Every program, you could look at their budget and their information is all over the place. The whole Department of Natural Resources, all of their data is in the Chicago database. So what is the plan then? There has to be policies, there has to be this vision for the future on how we can create that. Through the Diné Action Plan Committee, we have a data committee. We meet every week, I think. I haven't heard from the broadband team or the data in terms of how you're gonna collect that and create a Navajo Nation data center. How are you going to make sure that every program is mandated then? Because that's our intellectual property. That's our property that's secured through tribal sovereignty. And if you see now in some of the federal grants, they're mandating that federal agents will be allowed to go through any information that's federally funded. And so it's a whole new world, and we need to know then how this will help access to our data in the future, how Navajo Nation will have a play in that. We didn't even talk about AI technology and what that looks like, and the use and how that's going to increase the need for the future. And just looking at, what do you call that? All of these breaches that are happening. I think just through email, I'm not sure, I think RDC was hacked recently, so now they're not able to get online. So then if we're building out all of this if we're building out all of this infrastructure, then what are the policies to make sure people are gonna be safe? We're putting so much, where's my phone? In my purse. So much information is in this phone that I think we have to have a clear idea of what we're doing. There's a lot of benefits, but we also have to look at the challenges and how we're going to protect our community. What's if Navajo Nation invests in this infrastructure, then what is going to be our rate of return moving forward? Because I see that I don't think you should identify where the funding is going to come from. Because like if speaker's going to sponsor a UUFB request, questions are going to be, okay, what district is this going to support? Is it a Navajo Nation-wide? Is this 5.4 million going to assist Navajo Nation-wide? And if not, if it's a specific area, a district or a region or an agency, we have mapping now that we're going to share with the council on funding that has gone to each region. Because when we go to our chapters or to our agencies, they always feel like another community is getting the support. And so there also has to be an equitable way how to move forward. And if the community has identified broadband as their top priority, in the central agency, because it looks like your maps are very hard to read too. I thought I was going to get a state-of-the-art presentation, but your map on B, so I see that, just the lower rim of the nation and maybe up northern has 5G now. So then if these other communities, are they prioritizing broadband? We have a 5-year capital outlay plan. I don't think I've seen a community identify broadband as their #1 priority. And so what type of support have you received from the chapters? If it's by resolution, then are they committing to change their CIP to the #1 is broadband? Because if not, guess what? They're going to be asking the nation to be funding something different. So this is where I'm asking, what is this collective conversation? And because there might be some bonding in the future, it might be where communities can then see and envision how this will be helpful. You have tribal universities in some of these areas, but I know from working a little bit with NTU and Dr. Arvizo and his team is I always see to make sure, is Navajo Nation, are you the right office to deploy this? You have to internally think about it. Or are you going to have partners? Is it going to be at NTU? I don't know the capability of the net call. I'm just saying NTU because I chair the New Mexico caucus, so I know more of how they've been able to get some federal and state funding. And if you're looking for Navajo Nation New Mexico funding, then you have to talk to the delegates on the New Mexico side. Because are we then prioritizing broadband instead of asking the state to connect people to power and to water and to other areas that the chapters are asking for? And in the TIF, if this is TIF eligible, Tribal Infrastructure Fund, Delegate Nota here is our representative. Did you ask for money this year? Do you plan to ask for money next year? And what conversation are you having with the chapters? Because then you're taking opportunity from them. And that's the way I'm going to look at that. That's why I want to prioritize and see from the chapter's point of view, if you got their commitment, Biga, let's move forward. But if they're still going to expect to get all of this other infrastructure, somebody has to have a high-level discussion and say, we're going to fully invest in broadband, chapters who are going to benefit, or these other projects that you're asking through chapter resolutions, asking the delegate, you know, asking the president to help with. So that's the challenge of getting Navajo Nation dollars in the future. But I appreciate your presentation. I think we're right. You know, we're on the right path. It takes a lot of coordination with the limited experience, because I do prioritize having that emergency communication. So I would want to see this deployment. I know I worked on former councils with Delegate Kiel and Begay on the broadband. We try to give some money, and you know, internally there's a lot of politicking. But if you could get this and move it forward and we have a solid plan, there's a lot of benefits. We just have to get through these challenges. And for me, it would be that onset. Are we free of what happened? I've seen I think it was special prosecutor's report or someone's report, and it wasn't conclusive, but has the Navajo Nation learned from that? And how they work with employees, how they work with businesses. I'm not sure, because now 20 years later, we're dealing with a similar situation, but with a different company, but it includes federal funds. So those are more comments. You don't need to respond right now. I think you're under the weather. You could have called in, I think. But these are things that I would want to have a follow-up. And I know you've been wanting to meet. I just have had to prioritize the budget so that we could get our comprehensive budget. But I just wanted to give you a highlight of what I wanted to discuss when we were meeting. So we'll do a follow-up. No need to respond now, but I'll give you time when we do connect to have that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Crotty. And next, Delegate Arbin Mitchell.
Thank you. Let me take you to page 13. Page 13. The maps. Just like what Delegate Crowdy stated, hopefully these maps will be bigger maps. But let me go to the one that has 5G now. And I assume that the pink areas are the one that has 5G. So in my area, I guess the first question would be, if that pink area is 5G, would that be the I-40, Lupton, Hawk, and Naabik'iyati? That would be my question. And then going down to the next map, which would be 5G 2028. And there's almost the majority of Navajo Nation will be 5G. But I see an open spot. I don't know if that's Flagato and White Rooms. If that is, you know, how do we close that spot, make it a 5G? Those are the two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. And going back to Bernard and Ms. Nez.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. How are you? Really good questions. Yeah, the map, by the way, we have this map available in high resolution. The actual maps are E-size, so they are very big, right? So we're just showing it in this report for visual purposes only, but these maps can be available for you guys in digital copy, or if you guys require one in paper copy, we'll be happy to make it for you. Okay. Second part about the maps, as it shows the 5G. This is 5G for the company, for the tier 1 that responded to the RFP. As of today, as you can imagine, the tier 1 companies mainly put 5G on corridors, main corridors. That's the reason you see I-40, Devil's Highway, and probably the way from Farmington to Albuquerque. semi-cover most of the sites here at outside Navajo. Like in this case, the service provider, I believe, only has 3 or 4 sites inside Navajo. These are 23 sites that is showing the existing coverage for of 23 sites. And in the 2025, the idea is to have 92 added to those 23, which 45 be new sites and the 49 be co-location on existing infrastructure. Yeah, this kind of is a preliminary depiction of the coverage, right? Once we enter with a contract, if we enter with a contract with the service provider, we will be able to modify a little bit, try to expand. All this information, all this data has been working with, based on real data and the local knowledge of that one, of the area. But however, this design came from the nation, and this is something that is so important that the nation and the Broadband Office is taking the lead, because the Navajo Nation Broadband Office will be able to modify these designs a little bit. As right now, we start working on the Navajo Nation Broadband Plan 3.0, which in terms of 5G, it will be focusing on how much would it be to cover those areas that are green, in order to provide high mobility or high speed mobility services. There is a silver lining of the story that we didn't mention before. Even though on the 2028 you show some areas with green, of course those areas are with, besides the area of the Clagito that we are kind of addressing that as we speak. The users of this 5G technology will be able to connect via satellite when the 5G is not available. This is an extra feature of this tier 1 company that, for instance, if you are in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a canyon, and God forbid, get into an accident, and if you have view to the sky, you will be able to connect, send messages initially. Right now, you can send a message, you can send an emergency call, but in the future, we'll be able to do a little bit more than that. Thank you.
Thank you for those responses. And then next, we will go to Chair James.
Akihat Kodo Speaker Ado Naabik'iyati Committee members Nahlanigi. Akihat Kodo Naigi. Thank you for the information that you guys have provided and the handout that you also provided here. Again, let me first start off with my route in 15 Burnside to Greasewood. We've had several issues on that N15 medical-wise with accidents happening. With the fire a brush fire that just occurred not too long ago. And so when I look at the map, there's no tower in any of those areas there along N15. And so at this point, I really don't think Navajo Department of Transportation care about N15. It's the ugliest, nastiest, disgusting roads with many potholes, and NDOT don't care about it up to this point. We've tried to address in many ways, in many ways with resolutions, nothing. So this recent brush fire impacted a lot of the fire trucks' way to get to that brush fire. And again, we encountered those service areas. And again, I agree with what Honorable Chair Crowdy has indicated is, I can't really see the map of the location of where these new towers are going to go. Again, another one is that since it's been really dry, one time we also had a fire that took place in Woodspring area. But at that time, again, there was an issue with internet service. And so, again, I don't see that in your map, more in Sawmill area, more in Kilichi area, until we had that wildfire between Wood Spring and Nazlini. That's when finally NTUA Choice Wireless woke up. And some people finally woke up and said, you know, we really need a tower in that area. And so that's how we created another working, collaborating with each other. Because of the wildfire, we got a new tower there. Again, there's nothing in that area again, with the route that goes from Wood Spring through Fluted Rock all the way to Sawmill. These are some very important areas that would require towers. On your report, you indicate that there's 45 new towers, potential 45 new towers that you guys would like to install. And at this point, I think you guys are at a point to where we just have too many towers going up. And based off, again, the map and the information that you have provided to us in these urgent needed areas, there's no towers there. And so a lot of our Navajo people travel through on that N15, travel through from Wood Spring into Fluted Rock to find their heating source, meaning hauling woods. But again, there's no updated technology in that area. Same scenario with the recent Oak Ridge fire that has happened. Now, when you go south of the old Cross Canyon store, that road that goes to Tligato into Pine Spring from Summit, that whole region there, there's no tower there. There's no internet service there, especially from Pine Spring into Wide Ruins, into Tligato, into Navajo Station. That whole ridge there, there's no tower. And so we tend to have those issues of no internet in case of an emergency. And so again, I don't see that kind of stuff in my area, in our region as Fort Defiance agency, with any of these new towers to be expected to be going up in that area. And it really is bothering them because we sit here and talk about, all right, we're going to try and improve the technology regarding phones and so forth for our students and somewhat, but again, we're forgetting that piece when we end up going into emergency status. In this case, wildfires happening. And so I understand that we have all these different towers at certain chapters. Majority of the chapters have towers, and I just don't understand why. Maybe it's just a business thing, but I don't understand why, as carriers, you guys cannot work with the current towers that are currently installed to have these carriers put their equipment on these towers. And I think that's something that really needs to be looked into when it comes down to it, because we have these carriers that came to the chapter house and said blah, 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 but in reality, they're not returning any of those invested funds that they are getting off those towers that are within the chapter compound. And we still sit here and now we want to install more towers because maybe you guys don't have access to those towers at the chapter. Maybe you guys don't have access to the current towers that are existing. Maybe that's the problem. And that's not being shared here with us, but those are some of my areas that I really want to concentrate. I have many families that live from Sunrise back roads all the way into Steamboat Toya area. There are many homes back there. There is power back there. We have water going to a certain extent. But again, there's no service back there. That whole region back there between Navajo Station, Greasewood, White Cone, Toye, and Steamboat, that whole region does not have access to phone service, internet service, none whatsoever. And we can talk about all day along the Naabik'iyati region into Blue Gap, Whippoorwill, that whole area, Talani, Cottonwood, around that area on the mesa, on Naabik'iyati mesa area. Then, there's no internet service. So we have issues there. That whole flat region, if you go from Burnside into the back roads to Talani and Cottonwood, that whole flatted area, there's no tower whatsoever in that area, none. And so when you drive, when our families that live right there against the Naabik'iyati Mesa, they don't have access to it as well. They don't have access to internet. All that whole flat area into the valley towards Chinle, Aten. And it's a kainte. They don't have access to it. We have students, we have now children that are hurting out there that don't have access to internet. And we just keep going round and round, but again, I don't see where a lot of these towers that are needed, it's not there. And so I trying to figure out what information got you guys to this point to put in those towers that I see on the map. But again, I really don't know how you guys got to that point. But then some of those same areas where you guys have the new towers, there's already towers in existence somewhere nearby. And that's bothering some to me, because it's like, all right, what are we doing? Why are we going to have like 3 or 4 towers in the same area? Just because as carriers, you guys can't get along. That's the problem. And if they could just all get along, AT&T, T-Mobile, Choice Wireless, Cellular One, you guys could all have access to one tower. But you guys all want your own separate towers. Maybe there's issues there. Maybe there's agreement issues. That's what you need to share with the council to have an understanding. What is it that we need to do as council? Because right now, I guarantee you, and if you go to Burnside, you tell me how many towers are in Burnside, right next to each other. And so there's many towers that are like that. You go up here in Summit, just drive up here to the top of Summit. You tell me how many towers are right next to each other. That's because the carriers are not getting along to provide that better service that is needed for our Navajo people out there. I don't understand why we should have 5, 6, 7 towers in Summit all at once. So I think if we would just collaborate with each other as carriers and have that understanding, there would be that better services going to our Navajo people. And that's just how I see it. But again, if you have a better map to show me on this N15 route, and then more of the wooded areas, that would be helpful to see if there's any towers that are going in, especially here in our area, the Fort Defiance Plateau area. So that would help me. Thank you very much. Speakers and members of Naabik'iyati.
All right, thank you, Chair James. And going back to our presenters.
Yes, thank you, Chair James. And yes, it'd be good to sit down with you and go over the maps in depth of the areas that you're talking about. And we can look at the what towers we have in the area. And I know we talked about Wood Springs, adding electronics to 5G electronics to the Wood Springs tower to provide 5G in that area. But yeah, for sure we can. I think we can reach out to you and we can sit down and have a real in-depth. And that's the thing with each of these maps, right? Each of the areas we got to really talk about all the different parts. And so, do you have anything else to add?
Thank you, Ms. Sonia. Thank you, Delegate James, for very, very important points that you made. And that's actually one of the main concerns that we have, because we are not representing the carriers or the private entities, right? We're trying to work on behalf of the Navajo people. And some of the data probably is the scale of the map. As Mrs. Anel mentioned, we would love to sit down with you guys and go over a very good level of detail on either the possibility of use. All the vision that we have is for open access, sharing infrastructure. When we mention open access, this is infrastructure that will be available for everybody, right? This is not infrastructure that will be dedicated for a specific carrier. That's the reason the towers that the Navajo Nation is proposing to build, there will be multiple tenants. They will be designed for a minimum of 4 carriers. Fiber also will be shared. So that is one of the main objectives of this group, of this team, is to make sure the funding available, whether it's grants, are optimized. That's one of the reasons as well that the Navajo Nation Broadband Office took into the application for BEAD, because we don't want the service providers just to selectively look for areas in which there's a financial incentive, right? Initially, as we mentioned for BEAD, 8,000 eligible locations were identified by the federal government and the local entities. And due to this effort of data-driven effort and engineering base, we were able to claim a total of 30,000. So that's as part of our job and our vision, because remember, something that we want is connectivity for every chapter, every home, and every phone. Yeah, we're not only focused on connecting an entity, but we're also connecting the houses, and we also are really concerned about the mobility piece. Thank you.
Shea Rena, Mitchell and Shea. I think one of the things that, just to answer one of your questions, is on the 5G deployment, the carrier that we're dealing with is going to be utilizing their own infrastructure, their own towers. And then the next plan to expand is actually to do co-location on several of existing towers. And then from there, building out the new towers. So just to answer your question, that, we're not only working with existing towers, but also the future build-out.
And thank you, presenters and colleagues. Are there any other follow-up questions on the report? Going twice and going 3 times, colleagues. And allow 2 minutes on the board to accept the report. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 0 opposed, with chair not voting. And thank you to our presenters and Miss Sonia. Get well soon. I know it's been a tough day, but thank you for providing the report today.
Yate, atena shelka sito. Kodo shin de ya hanza shin de kodo speaker baka ishi do le. Ako net de ya nana sohigi ID number 6 old business A there's none. Auto 7 new business legislation 017725. A Kodo sponsor Shabija Honorable Brenda Jesus. Auto co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. Ako hodla ako. She ben nachit shin Kodo staff Lini legislation 017725. You'll talk about it.
It's record. Okay. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. Legislation 0177-25, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee, Naabik'iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Tommy Platero as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation. Prime sponsor is Honorable Brenda Jesus, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation is final authority with Navajo Nation Council. Chair Pro Tem.
Bel case sido le shanat anol tanigi khayla honorable adol so Sean Histon done his ayo no li logo shanale. Second, Nedo Casey, Shishna Ash, Honorable Casey Johnson, Edot Tamales, Nahai La Le Hashi, Betato Silni, he known he has sword oko. But Ella Bell case, este, Kodoshi de ya not in the Haljin, she de ya quaggy. Nahad Ish Article, co sponsor. Shilna Honorable Danny Simpson, Adon Agent Shidol. Floor is yours.
Good morning, my colleagues. Yate Hichido, Mr. Potent Speaker, for allowing to present this legislation to the Naabik'iyati Committee. Yate Naki Hichido. To my left will be my agent, Mr. Tom Patero Dida. As is read into the record, this is for the confirmation of Ms. Patero for the Director for the Navajo Department of Transportation Dida. So I know we do have 20 minutes to present this legislation, so we'll go ahead and I'd like to request to the Potent Speaker to allow Mr. Patero to introduce himself. Mr. Potent Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati.
Good morning, everyone. Shay Tom Plateron, touching in Slon Tobaja Aji Bashin, but Anya Dashache, she had the Shanala. I'm originally from the community of Round Rock. I now live outside of Gallup in Jamestown. I'm not sure how to go about this. It's been a while. I've worked for the tribe for probably close to 40 years. My very first job with the Navajo Nation was at Chinle Head Start. I started as a clerk, and then I worked my way through the ranks and became a director for transportation, legislative services director. So I spent 8 years here on the legislative side. But I think for this position, one of the things, when the position became vacant, I asked to be moved back to DOT. I had worked for a number of years on getting that building set up. I wanted to work in it at least for a little while before I retire. I did retire from Office of Legislative Services. One of the things I learned is that if you're going to retire, you need to have a plan of what you're going to do when you retire. So my next retirement, I will have a plan on what I'm going to do. What I want to cover is what has happened since January 1st, 2024, since I started with Navajo DOT. When I came back to Navajo DOT, it was, the building was nearly empty. There were just probably less than 20 employees there. We're now over 100 employees. Our goal is to reach about 200 employees within Navajo DOT. We had to really take a look at the processes that were in place to run Navajo DOT, and I was very fortunate to have the support of the Office of the President and our Oversight, Resources, and Development Committee to conduct basically a year-long assessment of Navajo DOT. I think one of the big things that we had to work with during that time was how do we pay our bills? Something as simple as that. When I got there, the two prime contractors for Navajo DOT, Dibble and Wilson and Associates, they do a lot of the engineering work. They were consistently about more than 120 days past due getting their invoices paid. So when we found out that their Navajo subcontractors weren't getting paid because the prime contractor wasn't getting paid, we worked with Office of the Controller, Accounts Payable, and others within the system to come up with a better way of doing that. I can now report that we are between 37 days and 42 days from receiving invoices and getting all those invoices paid. The other part was the contracts. What they were doing was commingling things, and we had to unravel a lot of those things. By commingling, what I meant was previous administrations at DOT allowed other divisions to use their contract as a way of expediting their processes. So we really had to work to say, you can't use that contract. It was intended just for Navajo DOT. We're probably at the tail end of closing out all of those other ones that are there. We went back through a process where we had to, in the interest of time and to get projects completed, we had to modify the current contract. But what we had to do was split up federal highway projects from a new section that we're calling the non-federal highway projects. What we discovered was that the audit came into play. Navajo DOT has repeat audit findings from 21, 22, 23. In all probability, they will appear again in 24. The issue that we're having there is there's a federal requirement for what they call cost-benefit analysis. It's alluded to within the tribal regulations, policies, but it doesn't explain it directly. And so we've been letting the powers that be to change that, make that correction. We were able to work successfully with Federal Highway to address the audit questions that came up. So we created our own internal process of actually incorporating the addition of a SAMS.gov report to each report, doing the cost price analysis for those. The problem we ran into was that we couldn't get a clear answer of what is the base for a cost-benefit analysis. On the federal side, it's $2 million. Anything over $2 million, you do a cost-benefit analysis. Anything under $2 million, you don't have to. So some of those, since the Navajo Nation doesn't have those rules in place, we really have no point of reference, and we just use the 50,000, which is what when it goes into public advertisement. So that really needs to be corrected soon. The reason that I'm very concerned about that is if it isn't corrected and the highway bill gets reauthorized, Federal Highway has already put Navajo Nation on notice that they will not renew the direct funding contract for the Federal Highway program, because you can't have a program that has repeat audit findings. We are, it's a the way to correct it is through a legislation, and it hasn't been done yet. We are now running into issues because the nation doesn't have a current indirect costs plan approved. Our transit program is not able to get their funding because those haven't been done. I also understand that the state of New Mexico is now holding the reimbursements to the Navajo Nation because the audit is past due. So there's systems that are in place that we have to work with. And one of the big questions that's going to come up probably in the next year and a half when you go into reauthorization is Navajo, both on the executive and the legislative side, need to be very, very involved in the reauthorization process. The last time there wasn't much involvement, and that's where, when the formula was developed, the decrease in funding came about. So we really need to work together from the executive side and the legislative side so that the next highway bill benefits the Navajo Nation. One of the things that, as I've gone out to counties and things and chapters in particular, when we did the chapter outreach, and I believe 75 of the 110 chapters participated in our listening sessions with the chapters. And one of the things that we learned from there is really a need to improve the road maintenance program. We really need to come up with a much better training program so that chapter officials, council delegates, executive staff all understand the processes for roads, What I've learned in the year and a half is that when BIA had the program, they didn't have the rules that Navajo DOT has to work with now. And that's where people have asked me, how come you don't just, have the chapters do this and that? We're bound because we accept federal dollars to comply with all the federal regulations. I know Delegate James has repeatedly expressed his concern with me on the N15 project. Why can't you just construct it? At the time that BIA constructed it, they didn't have the rules that we had. And so now that that road is being repaved, there are 7 major archaeological sites on that road. Section 2 now has phase 2 compliance that we're working on right now. And once we get that completed, we should be able to bid out section 2, which is the middle section. What people don't tell you is within that middle section, within the existing road that was there, there were 7 human remains discovered. So that means all these years, all these years, people have been driving over 7 human remains on that road. 6 adults and 1 infant that was discovered on that road. Those have all been relocated. There's also a section of that road where and then there's a hill right here. The erosion is moving the edge of the road this way. But what the reviewers found is that we can't really go into this because there's a major kiva at the top of that hill. And in order to move those things, you have to do a complete review of that site. In an archaeological site, when you're going to do that review, you have to dig all the way down until you hit the that's how far down you have to go. It can, and one of those studies can easily run over $1 million. So that's what we're having to deal with. So when BIA constructed these roads, they didn't have the rules that we have to abide by. One of the things that we have worked on in the past year is the bridge program. That's where I came from this morning. Right now, in all honesty, their Federal Highway is holding about $90 million for the Navajo Nation until we address that audit question. They did allow us to draw down about 22 million of the 111 million or so that's available for fiscal year 25. That will allow us to continue serving. There are 4 bridges that were actually funded. Delegate Nota and the McKinley County has been working with us to get bridge funding. So there are 4 bridges that got funded in this current cycle, $11.9 million. So those are coming along now, and those all had to go through the checklist. McKinley County went all the way to the Interior Secretary. They went to Department of Federal Highway, Federal Highway in DC to try to get waivers for those. But on higit ayat behis ani the halon aj, those bridge ones have a checkoff list. And some of those, all the compliance that are required to do a road are on that checkoff list. So our crew had to work with McKinley County to get those ones in there. The bridges that are funded underneath that supplemental bridge funding have to have right-of-way. There are so many transportation bridges, roads, the right-of-way, but the halon the odalia. So when we have to go back in and try to upgrade those, all the rules apply to us. So when we work with Federal Highway, and we were very appreciative that 4 of the 6 RDC members came when we went through the orientation, they're beginning to now understand the rules that we have to play by. So it's been a really collaborative effort. This is just one section of DOT that in the last year and a half that I had to work with. When I came to Legislative Services, I actually was hired and then I wasn't hired. When I got selected, they're like, come back this day, we'll have your PAF. I came in and I was told, you have the job, it's just that we have funding issues and we'll call you, don't call us. A year later, I was in California for a concert and I got a call and that's how I got the position. But what people don't tell you is that it took 2.5 years to take Legislative Services from a complete paper-based process, and I believe Delegate Crotty worked with us on that process, to take it to automate it. 2.5 years is how long it took. I've been in this position now 1.5 years, and we're making corrections, but some of it is outside of my authority and what I can and cannot do. So that's where we really have to work together to get these things done. The other part that I'm going to need to work with, if you confirm me in the next 1.5 years or so that I will have left with this position, is we really need to enact policies. We go through the process of doing things, but we don't have an approved policy. An example of that is how to get on the TTIP. Chapters and elected officials all think that Navajo DOT has the authority to add a project onto the TTIP. We can recommend a project, but in the end, it's the Resources and Development Committee that approves the final listing. And that's where we need to have a process of how to do that. So some of the projects that were on there were political, and that's the list that we have to work with. So we don't make that decision, but we need a document that's approved by Resources and Development to say, this is the process and this who has that authority. We also have to work with you on enacting a drug and alcohol testing program. We've had 3 incidences with road staff since I've been there where we've had to terminate them because they used a tribal vehicle and had alcohol on them. Right now, that policy exists for the transit program, but it doesn't exist for DOT. We need to apply that to both sides of it. The other one that I'd like to work with you on is Navajo DOT has a substantial amount. See, with Federal Highway, the money is given to us in advance, yeah. When that money is given to us in advance, the Navajo Nation then invests that available funding and they get a return on it. What I'd like to work with this council on is to say that at the end of each year, whatever the return is, that be allocated back to DOT to apply towards maintenance. Maintenance is another issue that we're finally starting after a year and a half of, our biggest concentration during the last year and a half was to get the federal highway system going. What most people don't tell you is that between 2013 and 2023, Navajo DOT only did 11 projects. 11. In an 11-year window, that's one project a year. Since 2024 and 25, we've done 5 projects, and we have 2 more that are going to be going through the process now. So in a year and a half window, we've done 7 projects, whereas the previous people that ran DOT only did 11 projects in 11 years. Our goal is we have to expend the available funding that's there before the reauthorization comes. The reason being is that later federal debt thanking ya haishin ya peso te no ke yo peso hon siguiente donde chodalida ishbin ya why should we change our formula so that you can get more dollars so that it can just sit there. So that's where we're going to be working with our oversight to make those adjustments to fully fund all the projects that are there, which we anticipate will allow us in the next year and so many months to expend all of the dollars that are there. The other part that we're going to be working on that we had to clean up was that the Navajo Nation under previous administration, DOT, entered into agreements with counties, but they never funded the agreement amount. We just met with Sandoval County. Sandoval County wants $370,000 a year. Apache County wants money, both for District 1 and District 2. San Juan County, New Mexico, I anticipate is going to be asking for dollars. San Juan County, Utah, we went through this whole process of we have money under the general funds, but we didn't get it encumbered in time. And as you know, anything under general funds requires a high percentage vote for carryovers, and we weren't going to get that, so we lost that money. So what we had to do was look at other funding sources to pay those out, to bring those current. But I just came back from a meet, and the current agreement only covers, I believe, 58 miles. There's a whole nother section in San Juan County, Utah, north of Navajo Mountain, that they want us to contract with the county to do. My anticipation of that is they're going to ask for about $350,000 to $450,000 a year to.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson, and also Mr. Platero for that presentation of the legislation. Time did expire, so colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor for questions and comments. First, we do have Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just want to first notify, if we could, I'm not sure if there's someone from DOJ on the line, but I would like to go back to Mr. Platero. She has your comment regarding federal laws and Navajo Nation laws and comments that are made to our federal partners. I've been very clear with the Navajo Nation Washington office, with Navajo Nation leadership, that when we speak on behalf of the Navajo Nation, it should be an approved statement or an approved position that's approved here at Naabik'iyati Council. I'm not sure in terms of the consequences of telling our federal partners regarding your concerns with Navajo Nation law and what Navajo Nation law requires versus federal laws, but it's my understanding that it's creating a larger ripple effect than may, so I'd like to know from Department of Justice, if they're on the line, or if we could get someone on the line, how the Navajo Nation should move forward in speaking with our federal partners if we're not going to be considered, or we have the possibility of not being considered for the, for next year's funding. I just want to understand in context of what's happening. I'm not sure if there was a report to resource and development. So Chair, if there was a report to resource and development, if staff can just send me that report and with the AI transcripts, I think it's great. It kind of summarizes everything, but that leads back to statements that are made on behalf of Navajo Nation and then the impact it's going to have. And then we're as a council to say to follow like Navajo Nation process and laws, so we're all on the same page, and then we understand collectively what could be those challenges. I've made this comment to is it Mr. Red Horse? Red House? Red Horse? Red House? Red House, Kitlichi. Vince, that's what I expect from the Washington office, to like be proactive. And if we have challenges that Mr. Platero had mentioned, and that if there needs to be a legislative fix, then who's working on it? And is it a congressional fix? That's my assumption. Or is the recommendation that Navajo Nation should change our laws, specifically in dealing with federal highway dollars, that $2 million requirement from the federal government is in compliance so that future funding is not in jeopardy until we get that legislative fix. I worked on the Action Mike Amber Alert in Indian Country, and at that time, that was the fastest bill that went through Congress. What was that, 2018? And it took 18 months. So congressional fix do not come easy. So I'd like to have that joint conversation so that we understand the context. And I'll lean on my colleagues at the oversight to give some guidance to the committee on how we can move forward since it may impact future federal highway dollars. My second, so that's my request to DOJ, just to understand that context. I wanted to say, I've brought up at the fiscal comprehensive budget hearing the need for chapter partnerships with the amount of vacancies that NDOT has. I appreciate that you've been able to, I'm always bad with percentages, but it sounds like you've done maybe a 500% increase in employment if you went from 20 to 100. That's has to be commended to you and your team for making that a priority. What I would like to see then with individuals that you're bringing to the table is their knowledge on how to work with chapters and how to maximize that collaboration, because the Navajo Nation government has also invested in like heavy equipment. I understand there's insurance and liability issues, but there also could be a way where NDOT provides some technical advisement. It could be at like the district or agency level on how they should organize. Like, what have you learned from NDOT and how they can organize to meet the needs of their community so that you're working in partnership and not against each other? Similar to like the towers, right? A trauma response, and I do it, is if you don't like what's happening here, you make plan B here. But A and B then are always competing. So how do we maximize those resources? So the benefit could be you have equipment that's deployed out. I know there's a plan or a proposed plan to have these, I always want to call them waste stations, but transportation, transfer stations. So that's like one step in the right direction. But some chapters like Sonosti, for example, they're very progressive, I would say. They sit down and have agreements like with BIE on the mountain roads. And so when I email yourself and your staff, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking in terms of, you've heard this from X chapter, and what is going to be NDOT's response? And I don't expect their projects to be put on the list, like, teeing them up for a list, but what practical guidance can NDOT provide to the chapters so that they could move forward with their road projects? And if they don't have that ability and authority, then is it NDOT, and then how is NDOT going to help? And because people, even though more than 10 years we've separated from BIE, our BIA roads, they still go to BIA for issues. So I like the mapping that's provided by staff. I like the QR code. I like how it identifies kind of who is the owner or responsible for certain roads. But I also would like to see then from the information that you gathered last year, I think it was during summer, you brought your whole team and you recorded. Okay, so what was the result of that? And it could be all of the challenges, but just map it out so we know, and I know, at least in my district and in the agency, what roads have been identified by the chapters, and then I could know what NDOT is planning in the future, and then collaborative efforts. Because if we want to not only partner working together, we're gonna have to partner when it comes to funding. So whether it's federal funding or other, we submitted like, I don't know, was it $13 billion request? And what, transportation only got, did you get like $200,000 from the federal government? I think on one of these, I think it was the Inflation Recovery Act. I don't remember the amount, but it was peanuts in what we need for our roads. So we're also gonna have to have a strategy, and that's what I'm looking for future funding. So there's federal funding, congressional leadership. If they ever pass a budget, there could be federal appropriation directly for certain projects like bridges and other things. Also, how are we gonna work with the states? And that partnership, it has been a tough fight to get all of the right-of-way issues completed for Highway 64. The challenge I see there, Shiaj, is NDOT's not part of that discussion. And it's like, go to land department to get the right-of-way, but then as a delegate, we have to work with New Mexico Department of Transportation. And there's no one there from NDOT to say, okay, Highway 64 is a multi-million-dollar project, but there's no one there to say, okay, this is the best way to get a right-of-way. And Secretary Cerna has said he's willing to collaborate, he's willing to share resources, he's willing to help with strategic planning, at least on the New Mexico side. So I would want to hear from you what has been that follow-up from the suggestion that he made when we were in Santa Fe. Because I've been asking a few times, and I have my emails, I do first follow-up, second request, third request. How much of road funding was recaptured by New Mexico? What expired June 30th? We had some projects that were identified that needed to move forward with NDOT. So I want to make sure that those projects were completed, and if they expired, then what is the plan to help those communities find funding for those projects to be completed? Some of those projects were like senior center parking, and it all plays a part, excuse me, in direct services. So I'm just gonna kind of wrap up my concerns, and what I would want to hear from your role is when you mentioned the audit. So consistently, the Department of Transportation, because of the amount of money you have from federal funding, not only are they concerned about audit findings, but they're saying, why does Navajo Nation keep asking for more money when you haven't you haven't used the funding you have? So you identified some of the challenges where you didn't have the capacity, some of these internal reviews. So I would want to know then, what is the plan to spend down those dollars? Like a high level, if we've done 5 projects, okay, 25 million, we're gonna, kind of like what we did with NTUA or NHA. How are you gonna spend down, I wanna say is it over 400 or 200 million? 400 million. How are you gonna spend down the 400 million? And you might already have projects, but when do you think they're gonna be like online? And that's why I like how New Mexico does their portal. I could see everything here. It's not perfect, but at least I could see it. Because that would be helpful for me to say from our federal partners, look, it's a challenge to get right away. We have to deal with BIA, everybody's retiring, you want to close down these offices. Like, what are you doing to help Navajo Nation with the right-of-way process? I think RDC has a plan. Delegate Simpson might have a plan. But then, if those are the challenges, then what is your team doing? Because I do have some policy challenges that I met with NDOT, I don't know, maybe 4 years ago. I'll look through my notes, but I don't think they've been resolved. So there has to be some high-level meetings with BIA, the superintendent, or if it's headquarters, to really loosen this grasp and why our projects are stalling. And I like visuals. I like the visual of, that wheel, that colorful wheel that NDOT has. That's good, because then I let the community know, we're right here. Like, just because you passed a resolution doesn't mean you're gonna get a road. We're right here. How do we get to the next step? And those partnerships. Because the last thing I wanna say is also for this audit, I'm not sure, I wanna see if you're clarifying that some of your money's being paused or held up because, was it the Navajo Nation audit that you mentioned? I just want to tell you, we had a committee meeting, and the audit, a press release just went out. The audit is delayed primarily because of executive branch programs, and it's delayed. Let me get a quote here. Audit findings have also raised red flags concerning financial practices within several divisions under the executive branch, including the Office of the President and Vice President. So this is why it's important programs follow Navajo Nation law, follow our process, because one program affects all of us. And so you go to division director meetings, I think it's important to note that if another program is not complying, then this will be the result. If that's our own audit, the delay of our audit is why you're getting delayed funding. Last thing, Speaker, I did request a memo to Department of Justice at Budget and Finance maybe about 3 weeks ago, and we gave them about 10 days. I did ask specifically, what is the authority of acting directors? And what then is the authority of directors who are not confirmed? If I could just bump that up to your attention, to the committee's attention, I think that would give us guidance, not only in terms of who speaks on behalf of Navajo Nation, but there's, I don't know in this division, but across the board there has been some challenges with the decisions made on personnel. But as we go to the budget, they're signing PAFs that says executive division director, I think. I haven't seen a PAF, I'm assuming. But they're getting a salary, and we don't have, as a council, we don't have any documentation on what that negotiated salary is. And then year by year, if there's an increase, because there has been some increases, there's no documentation or justification why those individuals are receiving an increase. I can't remember with this division in particular, I can't remember, but there was another division director who got an increase, and it was, that's just not the way we do things here on Navajo Nation. You can't give someone like a $25,000 increase without letting, verifying that you have those funds, or that their, experience, or that what they have done, We have employees that make about $25,000 a year. So there must be something golden where that individual is providing those services. And as we go through the budget process, I don't think the binders are provided publicly, the budget binders, but if I could ask your staff to find a way how to publicize those budget binders, because then the public can see, I mean, other cities let you know how much everybody gets paid, then you could see, because we really need help. We need help to say, from this year to this year, what's the increase, and why are you increasing if in our public hearing comments, transportation and roads was one of, I think, one of the five, or sorry, was it one of the $5? I can't remember, but it's up there. And so I just want to make sure, if there's no process, like if we need a policy for acting directors, how they get, selected, how that's negotiated, that's gonna help us clear up a lot of these issues, because we do want to attract qualified individuals, and I think it would also be helpful for them to know the process, so when they make the decision to come out of retirement or, move a lateral thing, there's some stability there, because we also have to stabilize our programs, or we have to change the authority of the division directors, and maybe they just work, at a different level, and then let the worker bees do their work. And so there has to be some clear idea, because you can't just have the authority to fire someone the next day, and nobody even knows how you got paid. And that goes back to, remember Elon Musk? Nobody knew how he got paid. Nobody knew what he was getting. Nobody knew his authority. And that has created, a disaster in Indian country, because now we're looking at what's happening to BIA, we're looking at what happened to BIE, JOM, anything that has tribal. So I really want to hone in on that, Speaker. Not for your, I don't know, Mr. Patero, I don't know if that's you, but I'm gonna look at the budget. But I needed to bring that up because I need that memo from DOJ on how we move forward so that it's consistent and there's clarity on both sides and how we work together. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Crotty. I'm going to go back to the sponsor, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Naabik'iyati. Thank you, Madam Chair Crowdy, for, just some great comments and also some great questions. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and have Mr. Patero answer the questions that was posed by Madam Chair Crowdy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Crotty, on the comments that I made on the federal funding thing, I have gone on record and provided that information to Budget and Finance as well. I have gone on record in division director meetings. The findings aren't just for DOT, it's all federal programs, ma'am. So all I'm doing is saying, bringing an issue up that this does need to be addressed. So that's all I'm saying. I can forward you the information. The majority of the information that I send, because my oversight is RDC, I send them certain information, things. I try to be as transparent as possible. If I learn one thing from ARPA is, it's gonna all come out anyways, you may as well just share it. So I have no issue sharing that information with you, and I'll make sure that Budget and Finance gets that. On the need for chapter partnerships, at the point that council authorized funding for the chapters, this is my personal opinion, so you can jump on over all you want. There wasn't really a plan on how it was going to be implemented. The difficulty is that when we do something, the funding that we get underneath federal highway has certain rules that apply to it. When we get funding underneath fuel excise tax, there are certain rules that we have to do, that we have to comply with. In either instance, our roads that we have to do have to have at least a review by the compliance section. So that's what I'm going off of. And one of the things that I tried to do was the positions that were under road maintenance were only funded by federal highway or fuel excise tax. I tried to change it so that I could put some underneath general funds. And that's where, when the council did the continuing resolution, I wasn't allowed to implement it because the funding that was there from the previous year didn't translate into this. So we had to scramble and move all of those ones back into the other ones. Now the difficulty is we didn't get the money until March or so for the full funding, but we already paid those out of the old accounts. So what's happening is it created this vacuum of unspent funds underneath our general funds that I have like a 27, not even a 27%, probably 17% expenditure, 27%, that's right, of the road fund, which looks very bad for me, but it was because those were just barely moved into the general fund side of it. But the tactic that Budget and Finance used this past year, the budget cycle, was they took the entire unexpended amounts, and that was how this is how much you're gonna get based on your expenditures. But they should have made an adjustment for the personnel portion of it. So that's why a lot of the tribal programs are struggling to fund all the positions, is when Budget and Finance allocated the money, vacancies, the personnel na ya, personnel lapse from Bihnani date for general funds. But when they allocated the amounts by agency, they reduced the amount that each agency, each division would get by the vacancy. And then they turned around and said, you have to fund all of them at 100%, when in actuality, the appropriation that we got, or the allocation, didn't match the amounts. So that's why in our 25 budget, all the decreases that each of the departments would have received, I took that all out of the executive budget. So I decreased.
Point of order raised by Chair Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Before we go down this path, there's some incorrect information. So I'm going to ask Speaker, can you get from staff to pass out the executive branch breakdown of the base, their base numbers? Because the Office of the President is the one who allocates money to the programs. The Office of the President gave themselves $3 million more, and all their other programs suffered. Even the chapters were reduced by $2 million. So if we could get that given out to the chapters, it wasn't Budget and Finance how money was allocated. There was enough money to cover personnel. There was choices made at the Office of the President and Vice President not to fund personnel. If that could be sent out to the committee, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Crotty. And staffers are looking for those documents so it can be sent out. Okay, are you okay if we continue, Chair Crotty? I know that there was a point of order. Yes, okay. And going back to Mr. Protero?
Going back to what happened based on the continuing resolution, I was trying to move positions into general funds that we could not be confined by certain things that are there. So I wasn't able to implement it because of the continuing resolution. That was what I was trying to make. So I apologize if that came out different. But the chapters, Zikiya, they're completely general funded positions. So the restrictions that we have underneath fuel excise tax and federal highway doesn't apply to general funds. So I wanted to give us an out for those positions, but still make sure that the compliance section provided guidance for them in there. We just did a project out in Hogback, and we're having that we stopped the work because the work that was being done connects to the San Juan River, which is a major waterway in the United States. And so we had to make sure all those compliances were done. And so we have to comply with all of those. We have no issue working with the chapter. It's just kind of like how you at Budget and Finance have certain authorities. The same way we have certain authorities under DOT, but the chapters are underneath community development. So that kind of makes it difficult for us to go in and tell the chapters what to do. Chapters have asked us to do training things, and I'm hesitant to do that because when you provide that training, there's a certain amount of liability that goes with you providing that training thing. So we referred them to the same trainers that we use for our staff to do that. So somehow there needs to be a way to bridge that, to say, If you do this, and that goes back to risk management. Risk management is the one that will determine. So if we step too far into it, then it goes outside of our approved plan of operation of what we can and cannot do. So that would be my only response to that. As far as technical advisement, we have no problem doing that, but just be aware that the compliance section is only about 9 months in to actually having staffing. When I got to Navajo DOT, the only staff member that was in the compliance section was a principal engineering technician. There was no department manager, none of that was there. So now we have a department manager, which was great that we hired her because she went to the regulatory side and came back. So that's how she knows that side of it. We are having the most difficult time recruiting for archaeologists and environmental people. A entry-level engineer underneath Wilson makes $125 an hour. Their engineers that they're using to stamp things are making about $350 an hour. Those people have the same qualifications as our staff, but our staff are paid less than $40 an hour. So an entry-level person that just graduated underneath the consultants that we're paying makes 3 times as much as what we're asking people to come for. So when you're saying that, you know, I'm questioning what you guys are being paid on the outside, it's a lot more. And that's why we're having the difficulty hiring people in technical positions. The other part of it is personnel only deems certain positions for the enhanced pay. All the licensure positions should be a part of that group. So that's the recommendation that I would have, is that, you know, that they do something with that, because then at least we have an opportunity. We recruited somebody from Texas, and they left. We recruited somebody that came from an engineering firm. They went back to their engineering firm because the engineering firm paid them much more. They make more than I do going back to that job. And so, of course, you're going to take that, you know, when you're providing for a family. So that's the difficulty of it. Underneath the question on working with the chapters, one of the things that I'm working on right now is getting that road department fully staffed. What I can tell you is that based on the movement of funding that we have, we are going to have 80 staff within the road department this year for the first time ever. And that's from moving around resources on all the different funding strands that we have. Part of the difficulty was when I came to DOT, you were commingling road maintenance with implementation of projects. And you were taking dollars from maintenance and applying them to projects. You can't do that, you're commingling dollars. So I had to completely separate those ones. It took us a while to calculate that the cost to replace the BIA roads is going to be about $9 billion for the entire Navajo Nation. It's going to take us about 6 more months to come up with a cost to say, if you want all 14,000 miles of road on the Navajo Nation to be maintained, this is what it's going to cost. Because right now, like I said, we aren't very good at paying our bills. And I've asked for a 5-year record, and it's not, and we're not getting it. And so I started going directly to our vendors. What we pay for the maintenance of the graders is about $800,000 a year. That's just for the maintenance on the graders. There's another cost associated with the cost of the maintenance on the equipment. There's another cost associated with the procurement of fuel. So we started learning how to do those calculations. So when Delegate Charles Newton asked us to do a project in Shiprock, I sent her a copy of, this is the cost of it. And she's like, why are you sending it to me? And I explained to her, we're trying to learn to track the cost of it. it's not just the operator, it's that piece of equipment. What is the cost of bringing that piece of equipment to that site? How much fuel will you use? How much, so everything so I'm trying to get it set up to where when we pay a bill to our contractors that maintain these, that we cost allocated out to the projects. So it's a cost of doing business, and we have to track that much better. And that's where when you go to the chapters, that's why chapters don't have the additional dollars to pay for those repairs. So, and then they're having difficulty finding someone to hire to do that. But when you start commingling, this is the authority under FET, this is the authority under chapters, that's where it gets difficult for us. It's the same way as who's the boss of who and when. So that's where that's going to come in at some point. And so I don't mind, I support doing something like that. It's just we have to have a very well thought out plan to consider all the what if scenarios to enter into that partnership. So chapter Zigiya, like when the underneath the ARPA, they had certain homes that they built or were going to be built here, the modulars. Underneath the funding I can have, or we do have, I can only do the roads that are on the inventory. So from this point to this home, I can't touch that. DOT can't touch that because that could have an archaeological site. It could have an endangered, it could be the place where the animals that are in danger are going to be, or it could be even something as simple as all kinds of stuff. So what I'm working on, and that's one of the things that I have the compliance section putting together, is a packet for all elected officials that tell you these are all the rules that go. At the same time, I'm asking them, let's develop something so that we can give it to elected official that says, you have a 24-inch pipe. The recommendation is to do a 48-inch pipe. What changes do you need to make as far as compliance to do that? For maintenance, you can leave that 24 and replace it with a 24. But when you take it from a 24 to a 48, then you have to go back and redo all of the compliance things. And there's certain ones for the way I understand, I'm not an expert on it, is certain ones you have to get permits for to make those changes. And that's where the Hogback project, we ran into an issue because it actually led into the San Juan River. So those are all the things that you have to consider. The other way that I tried to explain it is all along 491, when they were doing that, they had to start tracking where does it meet? And they have to design that culvert for the 100-year stuff. And as everybody knows, the 100-year thing is now unpredictable because of global warming, when the next big storm will be and when that'll come out. So that's the part that I would say to that. The chapter outreach summary, I will try to get that to you. We've had it for a while. It's just the amount of requests and the amount of people that I have to do that is difficult. But we could just do like a high-level summary of it rather than a detail. This chapter, this, that, I will provide that to you. On the how to work with states, we have offered to New Mexico DOT and Arizona DOT to help facilitate that process. It's just getting the staff. Compliance, I believe, has 6 vacancies, but the majority of the people that are working, we're trying to move along the projects that are on the TTIP listing. That's how we were able, like your project, there were certain parts of it, we had to use in-house ones because every time we had, something came up, What the old process was everything stopped at that point until we could get a new task order encumbered to authorize the contractor to add that work in. We can send people over there to get that information rather than going through the whole task order change. That's how we're able to get these projects done a little bit faster than they were before. So that's the big difference in it. I have no issue working with state. I just need to get the staff on that can take on those additional responsibilities. But our main concentration this past year was to create a system where we can get the federal highway projects into contract. The other one that I'm also trying to do is get our finance section and our contract section to also track the costs of the studies. When like your project, there was a certain amount that was done for the construction of it, but there's a cost associated with the projects before it got done. So the only one you're really seeing is that one. So we need to make sure that we include in the reporting, this is how much it costs to complete those studies to do it. Like on Delegate James's project, the cost for the compliance section is probably going to cost maybe 30% of the actual construction project. Then after it goes into construction, then you continue to have monitors that are there. And that's where they say, here and there, you can't go near it. We did right before the Veteran Code Talker Day, we brought in our staff one day and said, let's do something different for the community. So we went to the Veterans Park. So most people didn't even know it, but there's archaeological sites associated with Veterans Park. So when we cleaned it up, the archaeology people came in and tagged where the remains are at, so that when our crew came in to clean it up, we avoided that whole area. That's the same concept that when you go into construction, that monitoring cost isn't actually in the construction cost, it's another task order that's associated with it. Then you have the construction management cost for the construction costs. So there's costs everywhere associated with it. But all we've been reporting to you all is this is how much it costs to construct it. We need a total cost of all of the projects that are there. So the 4.5 million in actuality is probably more around 5.3 million for every mile of road that we do, when you consider all of those costs that are in there. So that's with the state. One of the things that's shifting with BIA, and I know it just keeps getting worse the longer I talk, but one of the things that's happening now is BIA, underneath their maintenance program, only has 10 operators and 10 laborers for the entire Navajo Nation. With what happened with the buyout and all that, Fort Defiance has no operator and has no laborer. And remember, their positions got frozen over there. So we could go into 638ing that to bring it to Navajo, but I'd be more comfortable with it if we work out the reporting process, a mechanism to track the requests that are coming in before we add that piece in. And what BIA gets, $8 million a year underneath their funding for maintenance, they don't even have enough money to maintain the paved roads. So what I'm having, I'm hoping to have it available if I get to council, is the cost to say, these are the roads that are over 30 years old that should be replaced now, and this is the cost for that. So that 9 billion that I bring you in actual cost to say, because roads on the Navajo Nation are designed to last 30 years. The replacement cost for those, I'm going to try to bring for you guys if I get to council to do all of that kind of stuff. So BIA is in other areas. The other part of it is BIA is not accepting any new right-of-way. So the majority of the right-of-way does go through oversight, and Navajo DOT is taking all of those right-of-ways underneath our section now. Then the acting stuff, I want to get confirmed. I don't want to issue an opinion on it, so. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bertero. And Chair Crotty, DOJ just arrived here as well. So if you wanted to rephrase your question, I know they didn't hear the question online. Chair Crotty?
Thank you. My first question was the impact of federal laws and Navajo Nation laws. So it sounds like the federal highways department requires some type of analysis for purchases that are made under maybe 2 million. So I know that that comment from Navajo Nation has made the circles around DC. I just need to know where we're at with that conversation, working with our federal partners. The second question was, at Budget and Finance, we sent a memo to the Department of Justice asking for clarification on the status of acting directors, what type of authority acting directors have. I'm looking at in terms of their ability to fire Navajo Nation employees and also their salaries. There's no documents in terms of what their salary was negotiated, and there's no process when division directors are receiving additional increases. And so this is Navajo Nation general funded money, and I'm not exactly sure what their PAF states, but in the budget, it's stated as an executive director, and we have a handful of directors that do not currently have that status. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And going over to DOJ.
The memo was just emailed out to Budget and Finance within the last several minutes, so hopefully you have a chance to read that memo, and if you have further questions on that, we're happy to meet with you to discuss. And then I apologize, I'm not quite understanding the first question regarding NDOT and the federal one, and the feds. So I don't know if you can maybe provide more conversation, or if it's possible to email the question, and I can follow up with my team who may have more, be able to respond to that question more fully. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, DOJ. And for the memo, I think you did say that you sent out a memo. If you can also CC myself, so then at least if it was stated here on the record. Because I don't have that in my email. Thank you. And going to next to Delegate Tolth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, Naabik'iyati Committee presenter, Mr. Sampson, Danny Sampson, also Mr. Bertero. Kodo hai adnik ishbehatis, because a lot of our chapter official are on call. They wanted to know who is this Tom Bertero. So for me, my plans are betahni kia ana, but ahni shlo tloke basis chin kia ani tashinan na kene taschi. In the past year, the kui de she in Shendless, Mr. Betero, when I was back in 2021 on this thing, you worked with legislative branch, executive branch, and telecommunication, so you should have a full knowledge how to run the government, how to plan for your government. Now you're with the transportation. Ahot ad inasan, ato hastuile inile, e lache o lieto halit avanan shiosan, yitosan jote. So accountability is number one. Taking that responsibility, being honest. Ako e peso e betal tanli ko. Aron hin nen hita na ndaka. Ega hot a peso all tradis ni jodan. I hope you're not in that category. Ako kadahodat we have a lot of division director are not being honest. Okoro confirm el aroto. Dobel blinta annista. They always have an excuse. They always use. And here, Councilman Oslene, you're doing the budget, amend the law. No, you stay in your own yard. No, and your department says Navajo Department of Transportation. Then na ibananlish. Akod oh you nidat okay. Atin. Ako ado wajil neto staff ajil naho. Attendo. Even email. I did that about 2 days ago. Nobody responded back to me. What does it take? I'm glad you implement a lot of personnel in your section. They should be there at the office to answer these calls and send the email back to whoever sent those emails. So, bayan kiko, I'd like to see that. The other thing is how many roads within the Navajo Nation, besides the list that you have, at Kate Nain 2026, 2027, Hajishin Inanlish Walla, Joanne Npahazen to President Plaza. Ako, Aden that okay, and he that okay, DOT Chitaosli, and he call J. Dan no. Ako staff they are but the Ghana than long tada the cow yatalti. They don't get to the level of the chapter official community. So now Eastern Agency Council meetings coming up. For sure you're going to have a pamphlet that says you did this work. Let me tell you, pro and cons on this Navajo Department of Transportation. I went to Chinle one time. I took Nazlini Road up to Chinle. And my understanding that before your time, that road was constructed by Navajo DOT, to my understanding. You know what? That road is terrible. Potholes. Even in New Mexico, it's like that. Little water. That was done before you, but somebody patched it out. It just got made worse. Kadiwa oh the wall of a cow, yellow line or white line, it stripes by Italia. The other one too, New Mexico, McKinley County is waiting for a right-of-way. Ecuador is Mr. Nota. He's trying to push that right-of-way going through. And then one person that was identified to be the contact person, in Baca area, we have one bridge that needs to be fixed. But right-of-way, the new bridges are already in. So they're waiting for Navajo Nation to say yes or no. You need to come to the chapter level and do more orientation for your community. We have new officer, new manager daily. Hold on. I'll put it. Do BIA do take over all roads, maintenance. You know you forgot the right of way. BIA and this is you got to do right of way and he didn't know. In Consular, in Bentara area. That needs to be straightened out. What aga yahay ne drop by denzen. Haj la DOT a DOT is no just that. Just past 2 days ago, I went to 3 chapter meeting at King Bay Hitch and out eat. So we're going to have another meeting next week on Wednesday at Oho Encino. agreement between Sandoval County on that road 197 down. Eto naso chapter ape patchen datle. Eto batla titlin so edia stafflan adan a jordan nabadina abachodi al. I'm glad you came down to now easy too, talking about N46 and Consular Road. Yeah, what that? Oh, Bahazino. Jo e all yet never slanish. Aro staff nant al toto jo a leia da halneda. E to jo beschalne. Banancha. What aras deya. En hiradis a. Junet art edina on nation be yet then e. You probably took some shortcut. Jo hadat ego directors. Ako at ahan lenigi ni ne. Ni dahan daka. Director dan lenigi base of atras ni hanoda. I can't prove that, but it's out there. People knows. Even the staff bringing these out. Oh, sada ditsan linko. Ako banal te linko. Hashint sada ditsan bazen to the sons shinto. To chons hot edoli. Ako accountability, taking that responsibility, being honest to my community, my department, to Navajo Nation. Tadi no hashi. Could anhi inda yilzi. Hina halchinen. Chitahatin Jane Linko. Ako yegon ani. The one question I'm going to say also is, if you're not confirmed, are you going to stay with the Department of Transportation? Ito, o that's the president na chatoli katote. They're coming to my chapter today at 2:30 to 4:30 at Little Water chapter. He wants to meet with the chapter official and then myself, no public. He already promised me that he was going to come to my chapter while people are, me having meetings, planning meetings. Now, hopefully, I'm just hoping that you're going to be there at Eastern Navajo. They have the same concern. What I'm talking about. Just Department of Transportation. Attain the whole graded roads. To graded aliada. No, but echo. I hate to bring this out. This is the same thing's going to happen this Saturday. And staff nada kadoli. In general, hanada dilia, dilia. But I'd like to see what you're working on now from 2026 on which it. Jot on hat John. Ideya. So I have a question to support you, probably. That's going to be a decision during the vote. I might vote for you, I might not. Ideya sabendi. What the nan lengi chiyartila. Igmanadishne. So, ni not lani teoshi. Edo died. I don't could support the Liao. Other that's it all could you executive branch and now suntaroli. But we're changing some law, I tell you, ahead of time. A lot of these laws that are not in the books, we're trying to fix that. It's coming through. Hopefully we can address those laws that's not in the books. We should have done that a long time ago. Ideya could all have this say. To aho chahatis keda aho chiyat ho johot asin yaho alto. Hata le jo nahallado jo ilnis. Janet line hitchin dahalge 6-digit. And here we have to submit our trip report. Sometimes we'll only get $600 a payday. So, line hitchin dahalge jo Juno jo listoli johota. Juno shina list, but I don't own agent own building they using daily for a meeting. Ideya, we have this Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Delegate Toth. Next, we do have Delegate Arbin Mitchell.
Yeah, Nana. The corona etikidigi. The Yala, Mr. Patero. The Snanta Itoho. Smart certainly lagi. Yeah, Lado Lich. The corona etikidigi. Delegate Crowdy asks some county questions and then also some chapter partnership. Been that the dish kittens and then so I got some of your response on those two topics. Do digi that respond nentla but you know to me you know your product. You know your job that but name zeal. So digi a quite a can't additional. But one of the questions that I have, you know, my priority is road maintenance. Road maintenance, don't lead at the hot aggie. Every time, yesterday I went to a chapter meeting. And just could attain. It used to be power line, water line. It seems like everybody wants better roads. So so based on that, my priority out there is road maintenance. So I know that the chapters, I think they had a limit of 16 miles to maintain their road skate. 16 miles. So my question is, how can you increase that mileage from 16 to at least mid-20s? I know that's going to cost a lot more money. So if we take, that would be my question, how would you increase the mileage? Based on that, if we could take some maintenance away from BIA, maybe that's where we can use some of the money. I don't know. Well, I'm on BIA. I know that BIA is short-staffed right now. Behind the, on behalf of Lupton chapter. There was a BIA route that wasn't maintained. But you went ahead and maintained it that route because BIA didn't have an operator. So on behalf of a chapter. So the road maintenance, how can we increase the mileage? Inventory. I know that we get most of our money based on inventory. So Mr. Patero, we got this. I don't know if you have one. Exhibit A, Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, updated construction costs. So my question is that are we still getting monies for these projects based on inventory? So I know that the last time I remember, we were in the 50 million per year for road improvement. So I don't know if that with our next inventory, I don't know if that would go up. So if we still get that 15 million per year, we have a project cost of 454 million here. So it seems like just looking at these figures, might be better just to not pave them, but just to maintain them, because paving a road is probably like 3 to 4 million per mile right now. Maybe Legon down Tlago, it's like 5 million per mile. But just to not pave them, but just to maintain them might be a better cost. The bipartisan infrastructure that was passed back in 2021. How many Navajo Nation projects do we have? Though that would be another question. Although if we have projects in this bill, is it being affected by the audit? So those would be my question. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. Then going back to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati. Again, thank you, Che, Delegate Toldo, my brother, Delegate Mitchell. Appreciate those questions, and I'll go ahead and have Mr. Patero answer those questions. Madam Chair, thank you.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, Delegate Toth, Che Shinze, Batanita Che, Rock Point Don Jalande. One of the things, please write this down. When you're emailing my staff, email me too. My email is tplatero@navahodot.org. tplatero@navahodot.org. On the how many roads on the Navajo Nation Nigia? That is 14,000 miles. BIA the Tinta Legigia is 1,400 miles. Bridgman Adel Kidaya in McKinley County. Navajo DOT submitted a proposal on January 17, 2025. On August 12, 2025, they awarded 4 projects. So County Road 23, Red Rock, 3.3 million. County Road 46A, Bahale, there's 2 projects on that road. One at 3.5 million and one at 1.7 million. County Road 49B in Pinedale, 3.4 million. Aja County, it's based on that. What we have to work now with the county is set up an IGA so we can transfer the funds over to them. One of the things that when the county was trying to get it, Federal Highway's position was it has to go through Navajo Nation because Navajo Nation receives the IRR funding. So as soon as we get those funding, we'll work with the county to transfer the funds over to them. We'll try to do all in one IGA. So those are the ones that are funded. I know you requested 30, but 4 of them are funded now. There was another batch that went in after this one that hasn't been funded yet. Now, the FY25 funding, we work with Federal Highway to allow us to bring down our operating budget, which is about 11 million. Then the 11.9 million. So 23 million or so, that's what we're working on this morning. We have a 164 packet that we just delivered to OMB. So your projects aren't being held up, but the additional 90 million or so for construction dollars for fiscal year 25, those are being held up by federal highway. Aro na dil kidya based on I've only accepted the first batch from ARPA that everybody got. No, the first one I didn't do. The second one I did do, but I gave the majority of that to family members. So that's what I received from the ARPA funding. As far as chapter things in my entire lifetime, I took $500 when I was at UNM from Round Rock chapter. I've never done a housing thing, anything from the chapter, so those are the only times that I accepted money from the Navajo Nation. I was fortunate enough to get be able to get my student loan thing forgiven, but that took about 2.5 years of paperwork with the federal highway, or not federal highway, federal government. Orientation, we have to do a better job of orientating the chapters. We're trying to wait for all the officials to be selected. Yeah, I think there's some vacancies. Ba ben dat no tin that it no ya e atin del ken da Sydney an hijindi ya hot ya na handal na shigido at abel bad da hozenda. We operate in silos na halinya di kujde shadat e tanzania sa. So we're trying to change ours to where the first 2 weeks of orientation at DOT is to learn about DOT. Federal government I had a friend of mine that got a job with EPA. She was stationed in Eastern, but she had to go to San Francisco for the first year just to do her orientation. Orientation, this is your personnel, this is your benefits. The first time Mr. Mitchell hired me, my orientation was he took me down to the DOT building that was next to Navajo Times. Him and Mr. Yazi, the deputy, walked me around. Di in the office staff introducing it office. That was my orientation, honestly. So we are working on that orientation both for staff and for chapters because we all need to understand what is going on. If I'm not confirmed, I will submit my resignation letter because I also am a believer that this position should be confirmed for. Just be aware that the reason that I held mine is the plan of operation for DOT is not consistent. In one section, I'm an executive director, and in another section, I'm a division director. We just issued a contract for updating our policy, our plan of operation, and that's the one that's written into the legislative concerns, by the second quarter of 2026. That needs to be a report made and then a final enactment of the updated plan of operation for that. Delegate Mitchell, I agree with you that road maintenance is second to construction of federal highway projects. I believe road maintenance is where we got to do the most work. Right now, in all honesty, we're trying to clean up everything and establish costs. And along with that is what is the true cost of all the agreements with the counties that we need to get paid out there. I was just informed that BIA is no longer paying the counties, so counties are now looking at Navajo to pay for all of those. Also be aware that we pay over, I want to say 200,000 a year for all the lights that are out there. Di kwaigiya, window rock, lights giya, at DOT gasla, shiprock the gasla. All these communities around here, the lights that are going on in Shantoya, remember at the junction, that's going to be paid out of DOT. We're having a lot of issues getting those payment things out. On Hinden, we keep getting disconnection notices. We have to have some sort of expedited procedure for utility payments. We process over 50 RDPs a month. That's 600 RDPs. Trying to overload the finance system, it's really difficult to do that. Remember last year, that was because of non-payment. Our side points to a contract accounting points to us, and then we all, both contract and accounting and us, point to accounts payable. Rather than trying to find a solution to do that. So, Mr. Mitchell, on your question of the 15 miles per chapter, I think that needs to be reassessed because it should be, my goal is to try to get that as a percentage of the roads, unpaved roads in each community. One of the biggest things that surprised me, and I have to thank the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, was when we did a report to them, we took the maps of the communities that are there. 16% of the entire inventory of the Navajo Nation lies in that area. But we only allocate about 3 or 4 people in there, so that has to be adjusted. Those are the analyses that have to be done to determine an equitable number of mileage for all 110. One of the things that we also learned from the chapter outreach or listening sessions was, for years, we just paid attention to the school bus routes, but we also need to start considering the population at the other end, the elderly, how did the food service that goes to them, how do they do their social activity things? All that has to be factored in. The other part that we need to do with the road maintenance is we need to concentrate on the roads that have a higher ADT. For those of you that know, an ADT is an average daily traffic count that's done. So the routes that have the higher number get more road maintenance than the ones that have lower mileage. So that's how we need to work on it. 15 So you have some chapters that only have an inventory of 100 miles, and then you have other chapters that may have an inventory as high as 300 or 400, but they still got the same 15. Equal distribution, we have to go back and fix those ones that are there. And then on the bipartisan one, we have posed that question to Federal Highway. In all honesty, they don't know either. So we did get some money for the N15 project, 20 million. That's in one section. We got in 2023, our former employee Joe Naabik'iyati applied for funding for safety, and that's the one that I was just telling Dr. Nez about. Is money for Shiprock, Chinle, Tuba City, Fort Defiance, Crown Point, Window Rock for safety studies around the school bus routes. That's 1.4 million. We're going to need to find 360,000. That's the match for that. So those are the areas that we're coming in. The one thing that I have to keep reminding you is all of this work that we're doing is contingent on us having a very enough of the employees within the compliance section to make sure that we don't get us into any kind of trouble. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. And colleagues, I'm going to go back into queue for questions. Next, we do have Chair Vince James, and then be followed by Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Kia Speaker, other members of Naabik'iyati, do ada shikna ash sponsor and Lini, ado kwai kita Mr. Patero, neto. First, let me say that I got to know you working through the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And so, akot ao nahasan ado lae be yanti do ba yanti oko. Ado lae be igist o trait ao hot ao taton zadits at oko. Oko, first let me say thank you for that. But on the other hand, I still am questioning why you took the Office Legislative Services furniture when you were selected as the division director at NDOT. Ako Khoja director in law at all OLS Aja Furnitures in Chitahos and they in Lord. Ako Khalid Hajo Hilnail Nestor Licht no staff today and in Lord the furnitures even from the delegate's office. Ako Akwaki Khalid Hilnail Nesla. Chakot ben nesh ek at kwanzate hol just ko. Adonana, I know NDOT is a lot of it's a lot of political driven. Tsida yego a ede adole be naso na nation it's all political driven. Benina atishninigi AD nache N15. Before you were selected over there as the division director, N15, the process was moving fast. Aja iniyande kwala ha ishiden ni chashin. Hey, Delegate James, aja be N15 adoba not in that's a need. It's political driven. Ako DN15 before you were there, non nest hayu ilia on the 25th National Nation Council. Yego bin dashil nish. Bin nachent because of that, 95% of the design has been completed on N15 for phase 1 and phase 2. You took on other projects, you made other projects a priority that weren't even 95% completely designed because of it being political driven. Because we worked really hard, some in New Mexico, some in northern Arizona. You know what projects I'm talking about. It's all political driven. Phase 1 and phase 2 on N15, both of them are 95% design complete. Phase 1 has $21.3 million. Phase 2 has $24.8 million. That's a total of $46.1 million that is sitting there. The original dollar amount. All of the prices increase after COVID. All such a project that weren't even 95% complete. NASA increased our project on N15. Why? I don't know, but it goes back to that political driven. On top of that, 20 million aid from the RISE grant. As of today, since you took over NDOT, I don't know if you made it a priority to process the acceptance of that $20 million from the RISE grant. As of today, we should have $66 million for N15. Did Adole Benan Hitish Kitle. Delegate James Rhodes meeting na atleho. Oha de shinle de obits Nanda huilni. Aja konanat aja hot project de liande no aja tabaya dat kitle. E kwananat e kwadol khan no nih ni hito no da e hot e be ben hiche yan title ako. Ako khan zao shi peso chanel to lehti. O kwan hol on as it being a politics driven for these projects. Ako dig ade kha hoshit o yo o NNHPD e big historical preservation. Big la it's the whole 14 miles. Because phase 1 has 7.1 mile, phase 2 has 7.1 miles. And the whole 14 miles, historical preservation, tota. But it's only small parts of it. It's not the whole 14 miles. Historical preservation, why can't you guys start on that site? Those sites, that area. That's echt the schneko. Nasuk adedi ok adatson hits at the nada deskit. Han adishik adobik in now with atolik. Adai down what Adhashi o shananal kani, hananal kani. Oh yeah, you're listed on the T-tip. No nashit that ne. Nothing hidden e sahot ouch e hajob. But on top of that, every year, at the past 5 years, oh, your project, your construction is going to start next year. Last year, when we had our meeting there at your conference room, this year, your project construction started. Back in May, I had to make INDA come to the chapter meeting. Oh, we're not going to work on this construction until next year again. None he don't need. Ok at all hot hanada neswat. Be hot on hitchin now yo nadi N15. At the quick machine accident that is lean. And the chepen on hit this kid. What is the accident rate on N15? What is the traffic count on N15 corresponding to this project on T-tip? Oh, what sits on the staff let the staff do the talking. Oh, what in his position? The last Delegate James Rhodes meeting that we had, you weren't even there. Ako konza the khashi hitting the nation hit the no ko oh what on hits stay no this whole project when there's money, lots of money sitting there. I need by during your 20 minutes you talked about reauthorization, the federal government might take the money back. The no ani be khainti din hi hanat ne losha. Inan hit nidoli. Because it hasn't been 2 years that this money's been sitting there. It's been years that this money's been sitting there. 5 years. These monies were put in place before you even decided on other projects that are political driven. Representative Orlando Teller. At the Federal Highway Department. Myself and my chapters, we worked hard on it. The last 2 meetings that I had there in Washington, D.C., nobody joined me from INDOT. I informed you guys. You guys make the political driven a priority. The trainings that you guys put us through, that you made us sat through, your staff, before you showed up. I need Fort Defiance Agency Council as late in Greasewood. Okonaswood, you are sitting over there. You probably encounter all of those potholes. Ben hitch and hey. There's too many potholes on that N15. Oh, it's got short staff as late. We don't know what the hashina don't need or not non hit on. Of course, she late out a cordon and on as it not being a political driven priority project. Hajoye a hot on han so case. Hojina be hoden the end in the end, Lenito Hoja Arizona, Jekehonit, and so. What on hitch and not it teens that all how you been hitch and not in Arizona. Yeah, we might not get a lot of money from the state of Arizona, from the state of Arizona governor's office or any of our legislators, but hey, we're still human beings in Arizona. We need our roads fixed in Arizona as well. Oh, yeah, go ben hitch and not. I'm happy for it. Say I don't know what you guys did over there, but their new pavement's almost into Manilito. Nihido okot ahajo ba initzin in the state of Arizona. Oko yego late ni how definite of assurance can you give me that you will take on these projects that have been a priority before your time coming on as a division director? Adonana, my other question, are the audit issues holding back NDOT's decision to entertain and move forward with the tribal transportation self-governance? Why the delay in beginning the process for AWOS for Chinle and Tubai City? Why does it have to take this tragic accident for NDOT to react? Who is the POC for NDOT? When there's another accident happens on N15, Anni Bayashkit brush fire by not state. Did that POC put that part of your listing regarding N15 to get emergency personnel to do their duties along that N15? Yego a team ben hitcha and nahot it. Burn site to cornfields, cornfields to sunrise, sunrise to Greasewood. Okot has Adonana anid you talked about personnel as well. Your response, I already know what your response is going to be, but why are you dismissing or releasing our veterans from your division, from your department, when you have not been fully confirmed as a division director? Can you tell me what stipulation, what law allows you to let veterans be released, to release staff when you're not fully confirmed? What policy allows you to do that? Adonana asto ade nandad nashi toya yatke. Hashit there's this executive canteen to fully shelf the refreshment at your office, at your department. They see it. Which department's paying for that? to put in and to keep filling those refreshments for you. Khayla bahnindla on which department? Who's covering that? Ako yego what aspect the schnecha late kodo hajo hinda di neshlan sonch naban says case ako. Adonana Quagid State of the Nation Address Eliya Dan Stop Benadel Kid Stop Hajish the Nav Nation Roads Plan. Hahoshen he roads plan, he can hitch a cosetole. It's not going to be a politically driven department. Dodle. Akot a bohonetza. Ako kodo not an nil idol stila a nikon anana benata the nishla. Jokot a inil idol lehek adeten. At the Quishina Haj Ehinch Kate Hajila Nav Nation Roads Plan. The Shnobe Hanase Oko. How long ago Edo Shinkot A Ishazadits at the Dole as it being a political driven department? Do the Shnida Dole. Edo Oko Benadish Kid Oko. Adonana Bridge up behind the I have two bridge there in 9054 route, which has the bridge number N645. Ajito designed it for steamboat. Nana for Kilichi, N203, N629 bridges, number Edo what I didn't know today either. Don't know not a cosleta, stoko. Scoopers can't even go across those bridges anymore. Obehet the stars. We put our constituents at risk crossing that bridge. And you guys have a video with all of the cements and the rocks coming down when a vehicle crosses both of the bridge at Steamboat and Kilichi. Oba deitlo. Oba enda deitlo. Hashi aden jono teze dat iso betahatiltaso. Oba deitlo. Are we waiting for another tragic accident to happen on both of these bridges before something will happen, before INDOT will do something? Ganado Unified School Bus, it won't cross it. And the parents meet us at the bridge like hit that no on it daily across the bridge. Walking across the bridge, and steamboat and Kilichi. You know that we have a lot of CSN money that was allocated to INDOT for road projects. Chapters though. That's 15 years, that's it. Those CSM monies, all naznil. That way we can reallocate and put those money back into CSN account. We had some of us delegates here, we had some money going towards road projects under the 524 million yen that on hits out veto based on naznil. Has anigi benina ba yashtki eko. Has stido hinat has stido lishinat no speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. And next I'm going to go to Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Speaker Arokodo Shinado Shiche Kwaikin Hitato so Kato Shinat Adano Sinigi Doshi Ade Daisonot Adaniho Nati Yat a Sinado Big Didiki Elsa ya a few months ago, the Quishin des Didenta, I got information that there would be a new division director. And so that at the time was concerning for myself because I believe in direct service. I believe that when we pursue projects and then they're hindered by another division director, Akon he kro indate ahas angi. It's about our fourth or fifth director now. And so my concern at the time was, okay, we're pushing on our local projects, our local roads. Now we have to re-educate a new individual on these priorities. And at the same time, we're simultaneously moving forward in the year that, we're grateful to be in these positions. And so I'm trying to make logical sense of what's before us here as far as confirmation. So I don't know if your retirement plans are still within reach. And if that's the case, then I'm trying to figure out, okay, then do I share updates? Do I ask questions now? Or do we wait until there's actually another appointed division director for like the last year? Or as you stated earlier, there is the possibility, if unconfirmed, that you do resign. So the extent of concerns that are so far brought before you, then where does that go? Direct service. Because many of us know our projects, we know our roads, we know we have historical knowledge, etc. And so I just need reaffirmation that you're committed to this job. Because for myself, if somebody has interest to leave or retire or do whatever they need to do next, I tend to loosen up the strings, because then what is the point, basically? It's the same message that I gave our constituents and some of our team members when the chapters were up for re-election, chapter officials. Because I informed our team, I informed myself, some of these chapter officials are not going to be rerunning. So expect X, Y, and Z, because they know they're not going to be responsible, they're not going to be part of anything, so we have to pick up some of that extra legwork. Dini Renda last year. And so that's the reaffirmation that I need here, Shiche, Mr. Platero. Aro Inda, May 2024 Yanda, prior to that, we had a meeting, and at the time, there was initiation of a projects that were done through INDOT, where each chapter was to provide 15-minute presentations and identifying like their 3 or 4 top road projects. And I remember informing my chapters to go out to Chinle, which was the closest that they were able to go to present. And each time we meet, I do ask about the update on those findings. What are our chapters saying, our community members and others? And we're now well over a year since any of those report has come back to our communities. So if you can give me an update on that. I'm glad earlier you spoke about the BIA INDOT collaboration, because that's something that I've also expressed, or not expressed, but shared to my chapters during our previous chapter meetings. And then the last thing that I want to mention here is the highway reauthorization bill, and who on your team is assigned to monitor and provide input on that. And colleagues, I did send out a webinar regarding this to you, and it's occurring next week on Tuesday. But as far as INDOT, AA, who is the designee to provide input on that highway reauthorization bill that's forthcoming? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Nez. And I'm going to go back to Delegate Simpson.
I think, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati, Delegate James, my little brother, Dr. Nizni, go ahead and refer that to Mr. Patero to answer those questions. Madam Chair, thank you.
Delegate James, I don't know how many times I have tried to explain. I don't have a way of the archaeological sites there. Those existed before I got there. So your insinuation that your project is held up because of political motivation is not accurate, sir. I have never done anything to slow down your project. So please understand and I've said it repeatedly during my presentation, that those archaeological sites were there. I did not put them there. I have no intention of delaying your project in any way, shape, or form. I have told you repeatedly that there are sites there. I don't know how else to explain it. So if you don't understand it, then let me know so that I can get somebody that will explain it to you. Because I'm sharing with you the process that we're going through to get those done. The reason that the 95% is done is the road can be done, but you have to address those sites first. You can't just, you can't just pave over it because that doesn't solve it. That, sir, I have no control over. So please understand that. And you say we're not supporting you, but we're actually putting in a recommendation to Resources and Development Committee to put in additional funds for your road project. I consider it your road project, the N15. Right now, your cornfields to Burnside has 21.3 million. You need an additional $17.6 million. The recommendation coming from Navajo DOT is to allocate that for you so that we can do the entire project when it's ready. The new budget for that would be 28.9 million. The road from Sunrise to Cornfields, right now you have $24,850. Your shortfall is $14,550,000. Navajo DOT is recommending that amount be reallocated so that your entire road can be done, sir. But I'm not sure if I was politically motivated, we wouldn't be making that recommendation. So I hope you understand that I am not in any way, shape, or form working against you. In fact, we're supporting you to get funded for your whole project so that you get all that done. So the increase that that we're asking Resources and Development to commit to is an additional $32 million. Our recommendation, and this is a public forum. People are going to say he's running it politically. I didn't make that list, sir. I just emailed all the council delegates the road plan, the Naabik'iyati 2022 at Naabik'iyati. I wasn't there in 2022. I didn't pick those projects. ARDC, but that's it. So I emailed it to everybody. I've emailed it to different delegates, but this time I made sure that I sent it to council.org. I also sent it to your chief of staff and your deputy chief of staff, so you have that. I didn't make that list. I didn't put them on there. I was nowhere near DOT in 2022. So I go by what the body of this council, through the Resources and Development Committee, that's what I work with. So let's go on with that. Going back to the furniture, I was told it was access equipment. We have it in storage. I agree that we should have done a transfer of that paperwork, and I will make sure that it's taken care of. And if legislative wants it back, we can bring it back. But we did use it, and now it's in storage, and I will follow the proper protocol. The question on the accident rate, I can get that information for you. But what you have to realize is the accident data isn't up to date. It's, I believe, 5 years behind. We have been working on getting an agreement thing with public safety. Their attorney is now reviewing it again to make changes to it so that we can get that accident data. But it is there, it has worked before, and you asked me, why did I let a veteran go? I'm not comfortable discussing that because you can relate it to an individual. They have protections underneath the Privacy Act. You can speak about me all you want. I'm a political figure. But when you start getting into individual personnel positions, you used to work at personnel, so you should know that, sir. So when it becomes the information specifically to an individual, I don't believe that should be done in a public forum. Also, the Navajo Preference of Employment Act only applies to hiring. It doesn't apply to disciplinary action. So I am certainly within my ability. If I gave people a year to get things done, the people that I let go are after a year when they didn't get it done. I think that is more than sufficient time for people to get out. Either get it done, or we're gonna have to find somebody that is gonna get it done. On the audit question, yes, it has a direct impact on self-governance. We have already received information back from Federal Highway. They will not even broach the subject of self-governments for Navajo Nation until the audit is corrected. So the same application of it to the funding is the same thing that's stopping us from going after self-governance. On the question on point of contact for N15, I believe that's Mr. Bradley. And what I will work with is we will start sending council copies of the technical reports coming in indicating the sites that are there. If that's what you want, we will be completely transparent. The reason that we're protective of that information and not trying to make it public is you have grave robbers that are out there that are going to want to go to these sites. So that's my question. Do you truly want this information made public when that could come in? Khashim, that was somebody's family member there. Khashim da ilan da na chota liana da khayda da disturbi ilago shay khayt aban side case sole. On the veterans, I answered that question. Veterans preference applies at hiring, promotion, and all of that stuff. It doesn't apply to disciplinary action. And again, I gave people a year. I have only used the one that you guys just put away, huh? Professional at will. In my entire time, I have used it 3 times. I used it twice at DOT, and I used it one at OLS. That one at OLS I used because that employee at a committee meeting, when a delegate turned, stuck her tongue out at that delegate. I was not going to allow that individual to continue working for that because that to me is a disrespect to your position. I work with all of the people that are elected officials. I've worked with you, don't anashada. And each time I show up, I tell you the same information. We can't proceed with it until all these issues are done. All the other projects. Delegate Begay here is looking at us doing 8031, but there's 31 sites on that route. It also involves multiple tribes because it goes onto Hopi land. Federal Highway is coming back and telling us you need to hold hearings with the other tribes in the area. So that's what you have to understand. On the confirmed question, you are pointing the whole question at executive. Nihisha, you had an unconfirmed Auditor General since Elizabeth Begay left. You're not questioning the actions that were taken.
Point of order raised by Delegate Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Koroye, Ojo answer, this is not the question that was raised by Mr. James, Honorable James. So, Eda Ajo, stay on the subject. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Toth. And there's that request again. So for our presenters, appointees that are presenting here in front of Naabik'iyati, if we can just refrain from other subjects and just only answer to the areas that were questioned. So just that friendly reminder again, Mr. Patera. So going back to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati. Alakashi point ordini yeah. Ashi couldn't go ahead and what he recommended, we'll go ahead and stay with that and stay on the answer the question directly to the delegates that asked the question. So thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee.
Delegate James, continuing refreshments. I realize that we all grew up differently. That's how I lead my life. When you come to our office, we offer you a refreshment. And all of that comes from general funds. I do not accept anything from outside people for anything to run my office. The same way that you have refreshments in here this morning. And thank you for the water, and thank you for the pumpkin, the slice of pumpkin thing that happened. When I was growing up, when somebody comes see you, I think that I still practice that to this day. So that's why we have refreshments there. We also have people that come in from the outside. We provide lunch for them on occasion. When the county comes and we're going to do it close to lunch, we continue the conversation through lunch. So it's just how I was raised and how the hospitable thing when you're trying to work with other people to do, so that's why I do that. On the question on the roads plan, I emailed that to everybody. On the bridge, I apologize, I don't have that information, but I can get it on the ones that are there. I know there are a number of projects that were going outside of the T-tip, but we do have to modify the T-tip to get those bridges on there, and I will make sure that we get you a report back on that. On the Citizen project, one of the things that we had the non-federal highway people do, and I'm trying to get a copy of that report, is there's about $155 million that were done that were not federal highway projects, and that's from 2011 or so on. I'll try to get that report and I'll email it to everybody so you know exactly what's in those reports. We did ask Delegate Simpson to sponsor a legislation, and that's what Delegate Norman Begay has a REMA project that the time frame on that expired. We've been waiting about a month for that legislation to get introduced. And so that's holding that up. Similar to the request that we'll be submitting to increase the authorization for certain projects so that that money can be expended. And then going to Delegate Nez. We all work in a very political environment and things happen. When I was going to step down, there was, I understand, an offer made, and so I just followed that. I serve at the pleasure of the president, and if he wants to make a change, I jokingly say it, if the president wants to hire Donald Duck, he can for this position. It's a political appointee position, and so if he asks me to leave, I will gladly leave. On the May 24, that's part of the chapter thing. Delegate Nez, we will get that information. It's just we're going back and forth between so many things. We do have it all on videotape. It's about 90 some odd hours of information. So I will get back with my team on that and try to get that information provided. On the reauthorization, I would say for now, the designated point of contact would be Shelby Daisy. She's the Deputy Division Director. She's not subject to confirmation. So for continuity, I think that's who would be the best one to deal with. Madam Speaker.
Great, thank you. Delegate Simpson, also Mr. Portero. And then colleagues, there's still a few delegates that are in line for questions. So next we do have Delegate Curtis Yanito, and then followed by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you. Yeah, growth, Madam Chair, growth, my constituents, everybody. Looks like we're going to have a nice rain outside and hear some thunder out there. Growth, so there's going to be ein lag Arben Mitchell. Growth, Gian Hadasol, so the Vinashin Kona. Thank you, for your confirmation and for your legislation, Honorable Simpson. Kudoya, I have questions on this road thing. And, we're dealing with 3 entities here. We're dealing with federal sovereignty policy on roads with BIA. In the past, the same entity was working with San Juan County, Utah. It's a state entity, a sovereign entity with their policy statute. Cool. When those two were working together, it was really successful because our San Juan County actually had a lot of matching fund that was coming from the state. They have improved a lot of roads, a lot of the BIA roads in the San Juan County, Utah. They paved the whole lado and go covers and and then they gravel a lot of areas and they did a lot of good work over there. It looks very, we got used to that until INDOT got involved. According to the state of Utah, with some fundings. And then the San Juan County has the manpower. They did a lot of matching. They have equipment and they understand the roads. They understand everything. And, the data of, the result that they came out with, it was very positive until a third party came involved. Now we got a triangle with the Navajo INDOT. Got 3 entities and 3 sovereign nations that we're dealing with now. And there, it seems like this thing should have been ironed out long before any kind of agreement that would have took place with the Navajo Nation and BIA and the San Juan County Road Department. With my constituents, they still want that same agreement back with the BIA and the San Juan Road Department without INDOT, because there's nothing going on from INDOT. And you mentioned 15 roads per miles per chapter, didn't it? Within my regional 5 chapters, there's 75 miles, I guess. And then with other 2, with Navajo Mountain and Ojeto, that's 105 miles. And each miles, there's an allocation for it. And I know there's an agreement between state of Utah with the San Juan County Road Department that you guys borrowed money of $300,000, and here you still owe another $80,000, that which you haven't paid yet. But what happened to the other $300,000, the money that's supposed to be used on my 5 chapters? Yes, that's my question. With this triangle agreement that we did here, I'm thinking that we need a separate account for my state, for my 105 mile, to improve a lot of these roads just like in the past, or give it back to the San Juan County. What I would answer the case from my constituent with the Utah chapters. Akodida evaluation the Hinch kid. Come over and inspect these roads and see what I'm talking about. We email you where all the problems area. We just identify it, and there's no response. Then where you're having potholes and all kinds of stuff going on now. When I'm talking to somebody on a phone, political issues, and they'll hear that rattle once I hit that washboard. Where are you at? I said, I'm going home. I'm driving on my road. What's all that rattle? Washboard. What are you talking about? You're a council delegate, You're supposed to be fixing these things, That's what I'm trying to deal with, but nobody listens to me in this. And just last week, we had a meeting with Navajo Utah Commission, and you said that whoever comes to you give them coffee. We didn't receive no coffee at that meeting. Case. And this money chart that you're talking about, your transportation improvement program right here, I believe that our money is injected into one of these projects right here. And I know that it doesn't say Utah County roads on here. Hajishan, how come you're not addressing this? I have a question on that one too. I have a question on when are you going to transfer your agreement back to the San Juan County Road? And is there any plan that we mentioned to you at that last meeting about separating a separate account from the INDOT to the Utah roads in need? I want to invite you again to evaluate this road on September the 10th. That's when the BIA is coming over to inspect our roads. I want to invite you to that meeting as well. Those are my questions right now, and until you respond, I guess I can go ahead and follow up on it. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Yanito. And next, we do have Chair Regina Charles Newton.
And thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Platero, for your presentation. I wasn't planning on saying anything because I already know how I'm going to vote, but I know that you mentioned a few things regarding the federal funds and what we're starting to see coming down I guess just coming down from the federal government. So right now, the rescission package or packet has been discussed, and I know that they've already started moving funds around. Now they're talking about a pocket rescission, which is going to be taking more funds from possibly Indian country as well as states, counties, wherever the federal money has been put. So part of that we learned at the Tribal Interior Budget Council was any funds that are not obligated may be subject to being returned. And right now they just passed the rescission package, so Indian country really wasn't affected, but with the upcoming one, we are going to be affected. And so I don't know at this point, so part of the concerns that we had during our talk at the Tribal Interior Budget Council was the funds that are given down to Indian country. Our understanding is if it's 638 contract funds, that those are considered obligated, that we don't have to obligate it any further. But I know with transportation, there was some concerns that were raised during that time. So I'm telling you so that you are aware that this is going to be coming down, so you might want to reach out and find out. At this point, the plans haven't been, I guess, shared, aside from we were just kind of given a heads up that the pocket rescission will most definitely affect Indian country. So just be aware of that coming down the pipeline. And then the layoffs for the Division of Transportation, I know that was also covered in our March Tribal Interior Budget Council meeting, and there was a lot of concerns. So right now, We know in Indian country, Bureau of Indian Affairs, as well as Bureau of Indian Education, Department of Health, those programs were already running on a skeleton crew, and we know that that now because of DOJ's actions, that we're starting to kind of see the effects that are happening right now. And I know you mentioned right away. So what we were told at the last Tribal Interior Budget Council is in terms of right-of-way approval, in terms of the probate process, we're looking at a 10-year backlog right now. And that is going to affect our projects tremendously, because a lot of projects in Indian country are waiting for right-of-way approval. And you are correct that right now they've kind of paused it. And it was announced that that they're looking to see how they can streamline that process, but there's not really a plan in place right now. They're just trying to look at the oldest cases and kind of work from there. So that's another issue that's going to be coming down the pipeline when it comes to roads projects. We also, in March, got an update on the Highway Bill STRAW 21, and then the Tribal Transportation Program, the TTP funding. We know that the funds were, they were cut a little bit. So I'm not sure, and this is for FY25, so now we're looking at FY26 funding, but we are seeing a decrease in funding when it comes to roads, TTIP, and then also the BIA maintenance fund. That one has been cut tremendously, and so that affects a lot of our roads currently on Navajo Nation with BIA maintenance. So BIA doesn't get funds to build roads; they get funds to maintain BIA roads. And with the recent cut, I know that they are starting to feel an impact. And one of the biggest issues that we're facing right now in Indian country is there's a green book. It's referred to as the green book. It's basically the budget for the upcoming budget that hasn't been released yet. So we don't even know at this point what transportation is going to be getting. We don't know at this point what BIA is going to be getting. We don't really know anything right now. We're at a huge disadvantage because that green book hasn't been released yet from the Trump administration. Perhaps they're doing that so that we don't know how much money we're going to be getting. The only information that we got from our federal our federal partners is that we can be expecting a decrease in funding. In terms of, so that I guess is something that you may want to be aware of, and then also you may want to start looking into those issues to see if we're really going to be impacted. If we are going to be impacted, how much are we going to be impacted? But we are starting to see a lot of unprecedented events that are happening in this country right now, things that we just never thought would happen. We're starting to see those things now. And I know that with the self-governance, there has been a push right now to just release like a huge one-time funding to self-government tribes, and then kind of stopping that process of giving funding again. And again, this is a huge concern, because if we do the big, large payout, there's no guarantee that in 10 years that the federal government would honor our treaty rights and still continue to fund us. The big payout right now is being discussed, so that's another thing that we should also be aware of. During that time, we also, Mr. Platero learned that there's 574 tribes that are currently on the TTP listing, and right now the Lumbee tribe is working to get federal recognition. I'm sorry, there's 290. I'm sorry, 290 tribes that are that get roads money under BIA, but Lumbee is working to get federal recognition. The formula is statutory, and it's not a regulatory formula. So Congress basically decides that formula, and BIA doesn't really have any. They can't change that formula. But if the Lumbee tribe does get recognized, then they become the fourth largest tribe, which means that we actually have to give up a portion of that funding, which will be less than 15 miles, because our 15 miles is based on our TTP funding. So that's how each chapter gets 15 miles, because it gets divided, our federal funding gets divided into 110 chapters, and that's how we all get 15 miles. But if the Lumbee tribe does get recognition, then that's going to actually decrease our funding for our TTP. So another thing that you might want to keep in mind in terms of federal funding, which means that our chapters are going to get less mileage under BIA maintenance, then we'll also get less funding when it comes to building roads and bridges as well. So you might want to reach out to Mr. Gishi. Of course, Mr. Gishi, there was some concerns about him as well, of not communicating with some of this information. But I'm letting you know, just based on our March meeting with TIBIC and then our last meeting with TIBIC, just information that's coming down the pipeline when it comes to all of this funding. So with all of that being said, I know that that you mentioned earlier that you had sent me an email about the cost of a project request that came in from Shiprock. That actually wasn't a project request, because NDOT is in charge of that one road in Shiprock. Shiprock's very unique because we have state roads, we have county roads, we have Navajo Nation roads, we have chapter roads. So we have, I think, a total of 5 different types of roads in Shiprock. So working with 5 different jurisdictions to get things situated there in Shiprock. But the project that you're talking about is the Indian Village project, which is really kind of weird, and I've been asking how we can address this, is just the entrance on the west side of the Indian Village, just that entrance up to the Y is NDOT. The rest of the whole road belongs to BIA. So when BIA comes in and they grade that residential area, then that one entrance, just the west side of Indian Village, we have to wait for NDOT to come and grade. So there's been, like, your calendars are a little bit different. So BIA comes in, they fix the road, but then that entrance is not fixed. And then you guys fix that entrance, and then the rest of the roads from BIA is not fixed. So that's why I was asking, with that email, how can we get you guys on that same calendar so that the roads are addressed at the same time? And then that's when you sent me the cost of what it costs to maintain that one road there that NDOT has. And then I also asked, how do we fix this so that either BIA has full, complete control of that road, which I'm sure they're not going to want to have, or whether NDOT can take full control of that residential road. But I'll be happy to schedule an appointment with you on that issue. And then I think that there's been a lot of questions about the projects that have been coming down, and I appreciate the clarification on some of these roads that have been included in the listing that was done prior to you coming in, and then how you've kind of picked up those projects and picked up where I guess where the previous director had left off. But one of the concerns that I seem to, I don't know if other delegates are getting those same concerns as well, but there has been some concerns in the way that the federal funds have been used. And I know that we get a lot of, in this last, I would say in the last year, I know that when I attend TIBIC, when we go and we do advocacy in DC, we're constantly reminded of because we know that our federal partners listen in. I don't know if you guys all know this, but we have people from the federal government who are listening into our meetings, and they listen into other tribal meetings. There was a comment that was made that Oglala actually has got more drama going on than Navajo. And the joke was, you know, 1 week it's Navajo that's got more drama going on with federal funds, and then the next week it's Oglala, and then here comes White Mountain Apache right behind them. But our federal partners are listening into our council meetings, and they're listening into what's been going on. And they're really concerned, especially with the ARPA funds and the, you know, the things that are going on with ARPA funds. But with that being said, I know that we have been asked, you know, about the TTIP funding because I guess there has been some concerns that have been relayed. I'm not sure exactly how that process goes, and I did ask who relayed the information, or, you know, what information was relayed in terms of TTIP funding and the way federal funds are being used. But my understanding is that TTIP funds were being used for the fairs. And I'm not sure if that is something that is true, but with that, you know, being said and revealed at this time, and that was actually questioned when at the Tribal Interior Budget Council. So, Speaker, I don't know how we can get a full audit on the federal funds coming in through INDOT. And I'll just be very clear, I don't think it was while you were here, Mr. Platero. I think it may have been previous decisions that were being made, is my understanding. But it certainly is concern right now that we're starting to see these I don't want to use this word, but possible mismanagement of funds that's coming down. And with our federal partners who are listening into these meetings, I know it has been a concern. And then earlier there was the concern brought up about broadband, because that still comes up as well. The amount of money that Navajo lost, you know, because of these deals that we keep entering into. But you know, the bottom line is we do have a lot of roads that have to be addressed. So when people reach out and they say, hey, my road, you know, this is what's going on with my road, can we get it fixed? Usually what I'll ask is, who owns the road? Who has jurisdiction over the road? Is it state? Is it BIA? Is it the chapter? Is it INDOT? Because there's different jurisdiction when it comes to the road. If it's the chapter, I ask them, is it within your 15 miles? Does your chapter include that within your 15 miles? And so I think that your staff has done a really good job in orienting, at least me as a council delegate, and the way that the TTIP funding comes down and the way that the funds are divided within the 110 chapters. And then I know that you guys do have citizen funds that are coming down the pipeline as well. But what I would like, and I think that this has been requested by several delegates as well, is a listing of all of the projects under INDOT, what those projects are. And I think this might be part of it, is what I'm guessing, this handout that we got here just a little while ago. But what I want to know is the source of funding for those projects. Are they citizen funding? Are they New Mexico, you know, state funding? Are they ARPA funding? You know, where are we getting those fundings for those? And then also the shortfalls for some of these projects as well, because you did mention Delegate James's project right now does have a shortfall that you guys are working on. And that helps, I think it helps us as delegates to see overall what that cost is, and to also relay that information to our chapters and our constituents about concerns that they might have with projects. It also is very helpful, Mr. Platero. I know at one time, and I tried looking for it, I know at one time, at least for Shiprock, you guys sent me a listing of all of the roads in Shiprock and then who has authority or who has jurisdiction over that road. That's been very helpful for me in terms of, you know, going and asking for additional funds through the state of New Mexico if they're chapter projects, or even working directly with INDOT to see if there's available funds that will help cover some of the shortfalls. But I think that would also be very helpful. The last thing that I will say is during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I remember Speaker Damon was trying to get a project through the pipeline, the road bond. I don't know if you remember that, Mr. Platero, but that was a really good idea, and each of the delegates got a certain amount of miles to help either fix their roads or to build more roads. That bond, you know, COVID hit, and so we weren't able to push that forward. But I don't know if that's something that we can do again. I know we have elections that will be coming up here next year, but we can certainly, if it's something that NDOT is interested in completing these projects for the roads, maybe a referendum to get that bond on the referendum to allow the people to vote on. I think several years ago there was a referendum to use part of the permanent trust fund money to leverage a portion of those funds to help build out the rest of the roads. But I know that roads are really important for first responders. During COVID, we received reports of ambulances that were not able to get to homes because of the road being so bad and the ambulance having a low, I guess maybe kind of like they were pretty low. And so it does affect our first responders and then their response rates as well. So I'd be interested, or I'd be willing to sponsor that type of resolution for a referendum. I'm gonna leave it to the people to decide on how they want to address these issues. But that's all I want to say at this time, Speaker. And Mr. Platero, I'm here if you ever want to sit down and talk about the federal funds coming down the pipeline, how much is allocated. I wish I could send you the amount that they've received, but without the green book, I can't send that information to you. But if there's anything that you need assistance with in terms of federal funds, I'd be willing to assist in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. And then we'll go back to our sponsor here, Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Naabik'iyati. Okay. Delegate Unito and Madam Delegate Eugene Charles Newton. Go ahead and refer your questions to Mr. Patero. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, Delegate Unito, on the previous IRR funding, there was money that was part of that federal dollars. Federal highway that Beso Jadet Haki. There was a section for Navajo school bus routes. That money was sent directly to the counties, San Juan County, Utah, I believe San Juan County, New Mexico, and I want to say Apache County and Navajo County. The reason I know that is the last time I was there, in 2009, when the highway bill was reauthorized, that money wasn't reauthorized. So that's one of the things that I think between the executive side and the legislative side, we need to push for that again. So before the money sent out, county. So in 2009, that money stopped coming to them. And that was funded at $2 million a year for those counties. So that's how they were able to do a lot of those improvement things. On the IRR funding, I appreciate Delegate Charles Newton letting us know. Ours is formula funded. And it's authorized up to 27, I believe. And so those ones are the ones that are in there. It took me 4 cycles to understand the formula thing. It's all, like you said, 500. It's a big old math equation. Percentages are percentages are percentages. And so before I lose my train of thought, for the direct funding, the federal highway construction, at the point that the agreement, the renewal agreement, similar to how the annual funding agreement is done for BIA projects, at the point that those are done, all the dollars are given to Navajo. Then Navajo takes that money and invests it. So that's part of the investment money that the unspent dollars that are there are set up. This is going to be probably the first year that we're going to be part of that rescission. Previously, the money came before the rescission did, so the check was cashed. This year, because of, again, the audit issue not being done, they didn't release the construction dollars, so that will be subject to rescission. The money that was set aside, and that's why we work with Federal Highway to give us our operating dollars, and when we asked for that, they approved it. So 11 million of it are operating, and then they tacked on the 4 bridge projects that were approved because that funding expires next year. So they didn't want to hold it so that that money can be expended. Again, as soon as President signs that agreement and it goes back to them, they'll transfer that full amount to Navajo. So that's the part. I want to make sure that I got that back to you, and I appreciate you letting us know. But going back to Delegate Yanito, the money that was put aside there was general funds. We couldn't get the contract through. I think by the second week of September, if you don't have that 164 sign, everything that was done for that project, if it's general fund, all reverts. So the money that was allocated was general funds. Chapters, it carries forward automatically. And here, that's why the appropriation that was made for N55 and the 5001, those were general funds. That went away. But in the continuing resolution, 50% of that was authorized. In the first allocation, 200,000 or so under N55 was committed to a contract. So the N55, when they carry forward, that one is now contracted. The N55, the contractor has the contract, so now we're in a race against time to enter that, so that that full 832,000 or so is applied against N55. So the first part of it wasn't there. So what we did in order to get the 300,000 paid is we took it out of the maintenance budget and did a transfer into 9140, which is the account number set up for that agreement. Once that was done, then as soon as we got the invoice, then we worked with accounts payable to get that one paid out. The date that we got the check, we sent a staff member to Montezuma Creek, and they hand carried that check over. Now, the next part of it, we have to go back through the whole contracting process again to get that 80,000 or so. So what your idea is good in the sense that there's money allocated for it separately. What we had to do was reconcile all the fuel excise tax from the beginning of the program. So now there's a new section underneath the fuel excise tax that says where 75% of what's in that account, where the money was generated is the percentage that will be used to allocate out to projects. We want to put the county agreements underneath the fuel excise tax, so it's paid for a number of years, and that's where your question of set up an own account for that was there. It's more difficult to try to do it when it's all grouped together underneath the federal side of it. But underneath fuel excise tax, that's what we'll be recommending to RDC, but it'll be their decision to approve it, yes or no, of the recommended projects. So that's how we want to fund it. The same way that we want to fund Apache County, San Juan County, New Mexico, and Sandoval County, New Mexico. The difficulty is there are a lot of checkerboard areas in New Mexico, where the gas stations are. None of those generate fuel excise tax. So the percentage of it is 84% of it goes to Arizona, 14% of it goes to New Mexico, and only 2% of it, I think there's only 1 or 2 gas stations in Utah that are on Navajo Nation land. So that's how the appropriation of those will be done. Now that we've completed the reconciliation, now we're ready to go into the actual appropriation of those projects that are there. So it will, once it's funded by RDC, have its own account number, so you'll know exactly how all that operates. The September meeting, I do have it on my schedule right now. And I will try to be there. Delegate Charles Newton, the rescission, I addressed that. The pocket rescission. I just emailed you guys this folder. It's not this size in your email, but these are all the non-federal highway projects. So the previous question on Aquila Citizen projects at Dohniniki, that's on page 3 of this report. So if you go to number 76, which was Twin Lakes, there was an allocation for road maintenance. 69,000 of it is still pending, or not unspent, which is the design phase. The next project is Sunrise Low Water Crossing in Cornfields, which is 266,000. All that was spent. The next one is a road maintenance culverts and bridges for Mexican Springs, $121,333.34. All of that was spent. On Pinon 8030 road project, $68,344. That one is all spent. In Bahale, Pine Haven Road, there was 600,000 with a remaining balance of $74,087.72. And then there's a Round Rock project, County Road 492, which had 50,000, or I'm sorry, it increased. It started at 50,000, was increased to 461,000. There's a balance of 110,000. I believe that's the IGA agreement that was made with Apache County. And then the Shiprock project, San Francisco Peak Boulevard widening, 500,000. All that is spent. Shiprock planned design 36-acre track, 85,000. That one's already spent. Lupton had 75,000. That one's all spent. Rock Point 8070, $833,333. All that is spent. So under Citizen for Navajo DOT, there's only 2 active projects that are underneath there. Now, you also, somebody mentioned ARPA. I believe there are 4 projects for that, which is N362 Road Repair San Juan, $717,040. That was just transferred to us about a month ago. So all of that had been set up under other entities, but a month ago they transferred it to us. Then none of that spent. Solar lighting lamps for Crystal, 40,000. None of that has been spent because we just got it a month ago. Culvert installation for Rough Rock, 195,000. Wheatfields Community Road Improvement, 1,094,062. None of that has been spent. So those are the 2 other sources of funding that are at Navajo DOT. So it's not a whole bunch of citizen projects. There's only 2 active projects. And then under ARPA, there's only 4 active projects. So that's this report. Okay? And then going back to the question on SHPROC coordination, we've been trying to get Amanda to coordinate with those, but I'll email me and I'll fit you into my schedule somehow. And then as long as I have been DOT director, I've never used any federal dollars for any promotional stuff. So nothing with the fair. We did help with 4,000 for Chinle Central Fair, which was done with general funds, I believe, but it wasn't federal dollars, I know that much, because they wouldn't process it anyways. And last year, I believe we did Crown Point Fair and Chinle Fair. I think we gave Chinle Fair 800, and we gave 500 to Crown Point. And then this year, we're proposing to do 2 for the baby contest thing and the song and dance. I believe 40,000 each, but those are all under general funds. We're waiting for the budget transfer to post on those ones. So that's as far as any expenditures for those. And then the listing of all projects, I gave you this one of the non-federal highway one. I will also, the report that was done is in a graph, but we'll get a tabular report that these are all the closed fuel excise tax projects. When you combine those 2 together, it's $155 million. So the reason that it took us so long is, Marco, 287? About 287 different projects, 287 different accounts. So what was happening is some of those accounts were still open. So we sent a letter over to close out all the projects that are done so that they can be closed out. The reason being that they need to be closed out, if it's still open, then it's subject to audit. And some of those go back 12 years. So that's why we have to do it. Then the other legislation that we have pending is the one that's going to say, this project was authorized, not all the money was spent, we need an extension of those. That's the one that's pending with Legislative Council. The next one that we're going to be doing is a reallocation of some funding that says this project didn't spend all this money, we want to move it to this project to complete that project, and that's the one that we still need to work on to get that one done. So there's an accounting of all the non-federal highway projects, and we will get the reports to you. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, and also Delegate Simpson. And colleagues, I'm going to go back to questions. We do have next Delegate Helena Nesbegay, then followed by Chair Ottoso.
Oh, Shiaj, for giving us the report of your work. And first of all, I know you took a tour with the President Nygren out to Kaibito chapter, and it was brought to I didn't attend that, so it was brought to my attention that you didn't know anything about N21 road that we've been requesting for to get it paved. We've been meeting with Miss Margie Begay out at our regions, and we've been submitting all the paperwork to her. Ebony nago e ado hashint ago e ado do and I don't have nothing on that project. Didn't so that N21 is going to be emergency access from Kaibito Highway 98 to Echo Cliff Clinic that they're building off of N20. So that N21 is the one that's going to be, it needs to be, it's dirt road right now. It's been dirt road for so many years. And we have school students along that road. We have elderlies that live along that road. They don't even take school buses on that road because of the wear and tear on the school buses. So parents have started bringing their students out to the main road for the last maybe, I would say probably about 8 years now. So although elders been getting stuck in the sand, and so it's been a really big issue. Of course, a lot of our constituents that lives in Inscription House, Shanto, will be using that road to get to Echo Cliff for their doctor's appointments and things like that from Kaibito as well. Of course, we need to work on that road. And so this was addressed to, I addressed this concern to the administrators that came from DC. So that's N21. Although N20 between Lichi and Badaway Gap chapter, there's the pavement right there by the windmill. That needs to be fixed. We've been having issues with it ever since day one. So there's always a pothole, and because the pavement is not layered to where heavy vehicles can travel on it, but we've been getting 18-wheelers on it because we have no signs saying that only local traffic. We've been having 18-wheelers go on that vehicle, on that road. So somewhere we need to install signs saying local traffic's only, local residents. So they need to, 18-wheelers, they need to stay on Highway 89 to go all the way into Page when they're hauling whatever on the 18-wheelers. So because the N20 is not made for 18-wheelers, that was just made, it was just an emergency construction. And BI has nothing to do with it. There's no cattle guards, no gates or anything, so we tend to have livestock. We've had several accidents, several fatalities on that road ever since it was made. So Ado anda and we need to start having meetings with ADOT to improve the payment, the turnoffs by gap, because we have people that are zooming through there at 65 to 75 miles an hour, even though they're signposted to get the Hosida. So we need flashing lights or something installed, and this was addressed to ADOT, and I wrote to ADOT on this too, but nothing's been done. So Ado and the Antelope Point turnoff too, that's a canyon tour access right there. We need a roundabout or something because we had so many fatalities there, and or the tourists there they just run stop signs, and ako AD de to yego naha beat the D English door. I know you can't really do much about ADOT, but we need to have a meeting with ADOT, and I need your support too. Although we have all these canyon tours that are along that 89 and 98. So 89, they did that. They did improve that turnoff to Horseshoe Bend, but the state did that. So why were they the only one that got their road improved right there, and they forgot about us on 98? Although a couple months ago, it was brought to my attention that there was a legislation that was trying to go through to improve and widen the road by one of the canyon tours turnoff, and they wanted to use a citizen fund. So, so Ado on the Kaibito do Tanalia, the main ADOT road, we've been getting, especially by Tanalia Market, we had so many fatalities there. People just not slowing down, just running into our elders. We lost a couple at once there last year. They were pulling out to get on the main highway, and here comes a tour bus, just cruise over them, killing both of them. So again, there's no caution or anything like that, even though there's flashing lights. I don't know what it's going to take for these tourists to slow down. So, we need a widen that road. This is on ADOT again too. So a lot of our my constituents are saying that 15 miles pavement either. There's on some of our land base in my region. I cover a large region of the reservation here, so five chapters with a big large land base. So this 15 miles within my delegate region doesn't really cover much. So I wanted to request on that too. So this much I want to just bring to your attention again. So, but I'll be we're working on a letter to address this with you and ADOT. We want to meet with you guys.
Thank you, Delegate Begay. Then going next to Chair So.
Madam Speaker, for allowing me this time. I did, Brother Mr. Sampson Dini. Simpson. Kodo Sabe Tanadit. Binya. Madam Chair, Jesus Kodo the confirmation a sauce. First of all, Mr. Patero, just like to say thank you for coming back. You had a chance just to stay home and enjoy retirement. But I did ninja. Hot in it, she Nanish Nago Babinache, which it not in the Hakoshi Aslahad Shinana Doli. And you understand direct services. Lead it with Api and Sinjinish Dobi Tadinya. You have 40 years of experience. You have other division directors that were brought in that is still trying to understand the tribal system, the Navajo Nation system. Kunde aje dashin tsago, a little over a year ago, a aje yeah. Transportation is not only in one delegate region, it's across the Navajo Nation. The advocacy comes forth pertaining to transportation should be as for the 24 region, the whole nation. Also, team which dies it. Also, team. And now it so later the never has. Ado team be has ani be a hollow do a da inish. Big a ya a teen a ya big naljo. Do on aljo a ya pertaining to road maintenance. A quite the na hashine la I ka a hui jimpity kegi. Ado connect nana so a ya. The net a which out I gika ye be de keo. Ha gishinana. Din neza din don le sos neza din tebin neza din aje de ebe tai ko which what anal de aje gravel do the nabalache pavement road pavement to have an ADA average daily traffic count of about 1,000 people going through on that road. You know, I think that we have to stick to our policies and road maintenance. Federal highway dollars come down the pipeline from the federal government, and road maintenance dollars also. Road maintenance dollars, we only get, I think, in Indian country, about 40 million. I'm just going to say 40 million average. This coming year, I think what's being projected is 40, 42-ish, about 42 million. And that percent and the percent and the percent formula ratio for Indian country, how we get our funding, speaks to what we get to have $8 million. And ADiki, ya akwaige, yego back at the tea, alone, Njondo Littenson. Lego Tatnas, the law, a get the tea, though I seek it at the tita. Jean Shi could all staff would go out and talk about road maintenance. What that fund is only utilized to do. That way our chapters out there understand, and that will understand why the 15-mile ratio is there in the delegate region. And I don't the T-tip. It's not new projects. The current T-tip projects were formulated the 2022 RDC T-tip for the Navajo Nation. That plan has been going back so many past council audit nan nishike projects ke behi zo audit nasi de could hold just Ako nle, if you look at the actual list, don't show it, and that's what Tom speaks to about the price tag of being $9 billion to pave all roads pertaining to the BIA road on the Navajo Nation if we were to pave it today. Based on ina isna. Akon den lady Washington de da shinta peso ni de. We get about $58 million a year from federal highway dollars. The T-tip, the past T-tip, based on the anyahiya tanto, it was it was a scale. One agency would get the most, and out of the 5 agencies, one of the other agency would get the least amount. And under the 24th Council RDC, a division director ita confirm ilya peso. Right now, each of the agency we get about 42 million. I think that if I can be, I think it's 42 million across the board in the average in the 5-year plan. Alcohol, Nazi. Adon da ati da so niche she be she nahot that hatne. I think that we need to go back to the drawing table and really define it back down to the delegate region. That way, the delegate region would actually get their piece of their piece of pie. I thank the former RDC on the 24th Council for fixing that. Now, all agency gets the same amount in this current 5-year plan. One agency got $72 million in a 5-year plan. And the last, in that 5-year plan, the lease agency got 13.8 million. And that was and that was the Navajo Nation's policy. Agency, but we still continue to talk about equity on the council. To find the equity and to continue to advocate that from the program level so that each delegate region should at least get their favorable, their correct amount. Ado Dida, your position is a political position, and again, Nahanenza. Nabe Hobaden Nisto Eben Nakade what Hadinyado an in Tao. Old Habi Hadinyado Hanenza. Could a she by Yelki on a handit that you know how she Yelki. On that Nanahan, not Zaha Ishtabatit. You know, nay, Gaski. Hish Abel Belachin to Panholonda. Lay the Halla Yaspi, Taja Kissa. The Yaji Halla Taja Kiss and the Yaspi in it, Halla Bahan just order, Halla Chin Ati, Bah Nahaneke. Ngo ahot ape shida nash. Yen haninza. Kodin hain yago legislative. You came here before I came to the legislative branch. You fixed the Office of Legislative Services. Ajed ochaz anigi bikha tintlado hajo ajik abik aha khatin tlagik Legislative Council, Legislative Services. Those policies you fix here, you could see that there was an impact. And I'm sure you're doing that there at DOT. At the end of the day, we have a mission to serve the Navajo people. You have a job to try to get these projects moving, and you're there steering the ship. I don't want to get in the way of you steering that ship. We need to get those roads paved. We need to spend down the millions of dollars that we have in these accounts that are still there. Earlier, Chair Charles Noon talked about the rescission bill. It's a reality. Congress is going to come back and start pulling monies that were appropriated. And on our books, really does not look right to see millions of dollars, and we're over here, millions of dollars in our accounts, while we're over here advocating for roads at the federal level. We have to find a way to streamline it so we can get it through. We know the issue of the right-of-ways. Whether it's pertaining to the Graves Act, the Antiquities Act, the laws that protect archaeological sites, grave sites, everything in the right-of-way process, the endangered species. And, I think that part we need to make sure that we either need to get another 101 session for the delegates here so that they understand on the right-of-way portion what entails, what is the requirements in the federal, what is required by the federal government to expend their dollars. Di Washington ba peso at if it was general funds, if that 200 million, whatever amount is there, if that was all 100% Navajo Nation general fund dollars, I guarantee you it would be gone. But those dollars are federal dollars that Washington has ani yaje peston dit ego she peso kwanda na ani ke da inni pendon she di ta do his di te konne nana dinana konne te enta e peso chide do ihni hisne kwa abiki ki hiki I see what job ho out ya the road maintenance dollars. Navajo gets the largest amount. The 574 federally recognized tribe is talking about reformulating that now to equal distribution across Indian country. Washington. Cult, and Cult is actually inquiring on some of these things also. The other is that in the federal maintenance funding, the appropriation, in the law, it says Congress can appropriate up to $58 million. But historically, Congress has only been funding from, at the most, about 40 million, almost 40 million. And the past 10, 15 years, I believe it started about 21 million. So Indian country did a significant advocacy at the federal level to increase that 21 million up to, from 15 years ago to 30, almost 40-ish million. That increase, tribes across the United States has advocated for that, and that increase the federal government has done to Indian country. But we have been only getting about $39-ish million to $40 million a year. We can do more if we continue to fight with our brothers and sisters out there in Indian country to fund road maintenance. Di ta na ta beso ni ya gente na be hope Washington kote. A teen da inishiki new road construction dollars ni ya gente na ha a teen ba ha yaniki na ha zidiki en ya gente about $8 million. And then the federal bridge project, that's at the discretion of Congress. It's not at the discretion of a formula. Only if Congress feels that Indian country needs a little bit more money for the bridges, they'll give it to us. But the fight is not here with the division director. The fight is in Washington. We have to continue to educate Congress on the needs of Indian country, especially here on Navajo. That's where the fight is at, not here. Don't che, don't masani, che dosh masani something. Nahui noun yaho, ita yego. Candila do be in de. Jaji kona nizzles in the eye, or not a deep now. No. Because, you're doing, at the end of the day, you're doing a better service for your people. Todon Yahilo Yaho Ashitini. Ebik Echo Nashe. Hala is Twido Sani Bazar. Ben Yaho as Twido Sani. Nch Yashki. Nch Ahoshki. Ba Honzen Inna. At the Hahodinla. A bag of Doi Kodo. Conchini, Conchma in the dish. Oh, John Nase, the Nan Linnikin lady, and now a arch a bit cheap a deal high. Yet, these projects moving with the short time span that's left. And thank you for coming back to the nation. And again, you could be anywhere you want. You could be happily retired. Go back into retirement. But right now, roads are a need there. Come from Western and Dahuis. So when it comes to roads, I advocate across the board. I don't say my road, whether it's in New Mexico, Northern Agency, Eastern, Alamo, Western, Chinle, so teen. Ni hit nay kati ka. They don't didn't handa kaki. Belkana lini kati kate. Jo teeniki apa. with what we get. And I thank you very much, and that's all I'm going to say at this time, and thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So for those comments and also recommendations and just a background history of the T-tip. So thank you, Chair Ottiso. And going to go back to the sponsor, and then I'll go back to follow-up questions from Chair James and also Delegate Dr. Andy Ness. Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Gitche, Shad Nana, Adoshima, Delegate Nisbegay, Delegate So, for those comments, some information you gave to us. I appreciate that. So, Delegate So just made some strong comments. I appreciate that. So, I'd like to refer to questions from Delegate Nisbegay to Mr. Patero. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Gitche.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, Delegate Begay, that in 21 actually is on the T-tip, but it's not from the side that she wants. It starts from the other end, from where the hospital is. It's about 3 miles back this way. There's 8.5 million allocated for it, and I will work with Mr. Bradley to find out where all of that is coming from. The majority of the road projects were on state routes. N20, for those that didn't know, was constructed in a quick manner because of the rock slide that happened. So that's how it's interesting. The chapter, Tlachi, doesn't like that road. They said, "No, with the trash the halon and that was never that j. No, that plan but that j noya." That was the feedback that came from the community after it was built. I think one of the comments that was made was, "Can you change Google Earth so that it doesn't route them through N20 to get to Antelope Point?" So every time there's improvement, there's also a impact on the community. Again, Antelope Point, the turnouts, those are mainly on the state routes. We do have a meeting with the, I'll invite you on September 18th. We're meeting with the ADOT director in Flagstaff. I'll make sure that we invite you as part of our delegation to that meeting with ADOT. And there is that funding that's coming through, I believe $1 million something for a turnout. The part that's going to be interesting with that is it's tribal money going to the state. Arizona just allocated some money for Ganado, a turnout, I believe, by the Senior Citizen Center, 600,000 or so. The difficulty with that is at the time that the funds were appropriated by the Arizona legislature, they were routing those through the county to go to Arizona DOT. County wouldn't accept it. The difficulty to process that agreement for Navajo to accept the dollars is there's a section that refers to, in the agreement, that includes the language that we will defer to the laws of the state of Arizona in any dispute. To me, that language means that that's a waiver of sovereign immunity. So if they want to enter into that agreement, we'd have to go to council first to get a waiver of sovereign immunity for that agreement, then go back and do the actual processing of the agreement. So I'm not sure how that's going to play into, I believe it's Delegate Daniels that's trying to get that money for that turnout for one of those sites that are there. I drove that route at night and during the day, and it is a challenging road, to say the least. Delegate So, I appreciate your words of encouragement. You've always been kind to me. Growing up, I remember, so some of the things you're saying, you're just bringing out the issues that are there, so I don't have an issue with that. But I do appreciate his kindness and his words of encouragement. Madam Speaker.
And thank you, Mr. Platero, and also Delegate Simpson. And colleagues, and go back to follow-up questions by Chair Vince James.
Okay, thank you again, Speaker, members of Naabik'iyati. Ado Hihat Nana, Aden Shikna Asha, Honorable Don Simpson, Ado Nana, Kodo, Mr. Potero. Hihat, Don Juno Sad, Lini Belche, Yadak Kitten Leko, Ani, Do Isa Beg, Jit Leader, Hat Egita Ako, She Hunched Echo. Shedene Hajo Badens and area, a could Abayast Kitten Leko. Ako Ashil Koko Ani, cohort at King Ben Hitcher and the hoist oh. Nde Shisazido, Kodo Honorable Auto Social, Nala in the need, Ako. Ako She, my region Benina, my region in 15, the Shneniki, Ebe, Besot O Hayusan Nel, Ebenina, Hot Abayashki. A name na ho a team ben genda hois la edo a team base of banas nelda. A co she quado 46 million sen nel John hitishne. A then Washington then he a hayo gyonsha. A de iha iti nidolich. I need ane behind the eco Mr. Botero the reauthorization. Do it needed not based on hilihanit data. This funding has been sitting there. This funding was sitting there before even the Arizona State funding allocated money to Red Mesa area. What are aspect the sneko? Chi dada beso senel. Nana di inasaze hat no. I want to correct you. These inasazes are not where the current pavement is. Bakaki do biyagi da edo inasaze holondak at etini. 14 miles. Out of that 14 mile, these sites that have been identified behind Zahigi, when you add up where these sites are, it's less than a half a mile out of that 14 mile where these Anasaza sites are at. Ako benacha in sene case do lehigi, saya tohoje, Hans at lebe chapter jen jonon ntlejent eeko. Ade khait aba anadatla. I think you guys just went another 2 miles of new pavement for them. Nihyeshe khait adon haakotleta on N15. On 7 miles, out of that 7 mile, 14 miles for both phases, only a half a mile is in Asaze area, and it's along the fence line. Do e khawashi etin bakaki, and Asaze holonda but ahitak at islejiki. Then tan hilya iya khashit adi kwaki 46 million do chino, indan hidini do sha. Jo kwaki e benina. Because we already have this money here. Ako, you didn't answer my question earlier regarding the raise. Did you guys confirm to accept that $20 million? Not oh, that 20 million hano nilton ni doko nal sos hato sa koko as of today we should have $66 million for phase 1 and 2 on N15. These are federal money. All of it's federal money. Ebenina ebana dishkidako. Lego do koni la obeso nas nelo ha shink e kwaeki. Nanish italia. Dodo enza besonas nel dant ego agent nanish italia. Ebenina ekot ayashti. Ha ho shape it or nish to le. Not to say I told you or lagi. I too much and not I don't know what you or lish nana. The rest of the miles, it's all dirt road again. Nihisha, why can't we get that same kind of treatment? Because the money is already there. Naha e with the schnitto, and 14 mile in Asazi catch a jeta. Though the 14 mile but caught a teeny where the current pavement be yagi edo in Asazi shijeta. But banchiko ish a jit. Ako bahna adish kid o kunzatish it holdish. With the ne. Kom kek a hope in nashne, ben nashne shit the neko. Di quake do sha ya bahan zita. All the other areas that don't have an asazin, why can you not start the construction in that area that don't have an asazin? Because you have all of this dollar in your account already in the Navajo Nation. I don't fredo money in hitchet kodlia. Ako di dito the bridge kito kodoni be by yanana tinle the Washington the base of unique the advocacy. Chi dada these two bridges before you were there. Design, haja design, but not it indicate but not beso. Bakajo baadi nido lich. Haja la design ala be hatzi in the enda in the chain dishni ako. Aten aton ha'alneta design. Design ha'ach al sadoshin da nink le Washington the bednyet hanadi kato lich, just like how we did for N15 with my chapters. Do hiha do yen he kalneda and it's not the 32 million that's on TTIP. Achide ya kodo I can work with my chapters to get chapter supporting resolution. Do yen he kalneda and endan hilchina huina ako. Ako hiha hane ba yashki hane ba hoshke. Kon jonosh china huina ache na ho han nasht altoli. Katnas ne lebana shahi gibichin. The shin resolution ni hanada di jihako. Ako kodo be hanadi sen lenko. Nana di accountability no da belaganik echibe yeltkit. Thank you for being honest and providing us the truth information regarding those black furnitures that you took. And for standing up that you did take it and that you will do the corrective action by submitting the correct documents for those furniture. I thought that's the way it should have been done from the beginning, not until me bringing up today to say that you're going to do the documents. For letting us know of that information that you're going to submit the documents for that as well. Adonana dida sto adonat abeshije hanen zita sto oko. The AWOS the shnon benan del kidako. Airport all-weather operation system. We all know that there was a tragic accident that happened in Chinle and Tubai City on the airport runway. Deto halet kodo oslela. Jo edo ado not be shicha hanenzi da stoko. Oko ashon de di ben hilwadilne. What are the plans for that to try our best to not have another tragic accident happen? Oko hot ado not be shicha hanenzi da ako. Ado nanak at kodo roads plan. Ako shitla jo shaba ako nzendole. When I say roads plan, what is your plan as NDOT? Because we know that the winter, fall is approaching. So what is NDOT's roads plan? Khaled kodoben na ho na khana ho at him because it do iki Khaled ben na ho Jo what aspect the sneko plus many other issues that come up. Khaled kodon his ishjan khodi lihla jo pakaha isens ako. Ako hanza to hold just the what been non the dishkit regarding this roads plan. Adonana Arizona State Transportation Board meeting godat dotenia and 2 city. Jo the to benacha kodo the turnout lanes to the senior center. The senior center for my area. Jo do lato beso benia. Ndahast asalin ko ben hika or lord ako. Shin lato that's it aja ashon abaha the deets in la conteniago to the Arizona State Transportation Board meeting in 2 city. Ado ha ishin adaba akon to ako. Edo ashon den hitche kodi lila konta de kaigi da ashon ni gato kot a lato na yel kito le to ako. Don hitche hodi article. Because I believe that in this time, we really need to improve our partnership with the state of Arizona regarding roads. It's the state of Arizona. Earlier in Adini, New Mexico, for capital improvement projects. For the state of Arizona, Jokot Bansis case of Benina Benan del Kid ako. Adonana Dide Beshich Hat Zito Benina Shichahat the Shkele eko. Which is the semi-traffic going through the Navajo Nation. Oko Nachi Ekot Eko Hoye has anja steamboat Jayego Ben Hitch Nahot Eko. Nana Sahona has Agoshin Thot Akot Eko. Ana unlet the Bisdale Translot, Ana unlet the Bista at Jeho, Okot hidden Yasa, Hoslo, the semi trucks. Aha Yun hit Handeka in 15 jig at the Konanat Echo. Sayaja another ye gay. Hado Hagoshin de ye hot abit, not the ultra shit that not have been nash, and now the Shketa Echo. Adonana Baba Hanas Hilto. The mobile weight station from Arizona Department of Transportation. That's in the roads plan, but what is the roads plan? Agreements, that's it. I think the whole lot of the schnitt and don't his powers in the not the host the go Phoenix going to style then. Do ta ko londa jo ko be shi ha itzi le ko Adonana Shishazendo and I'm trying to find out why you want to be confirmed for this position as Division Director for Department of Transportation. Do sato be shkodil ne hako. Atibals an shlehajla ish atlanso dich naban sis case ako kot kodot follow-up questions do nidi gita ebenani deigi bahna del kidolis shnat kodon hiltana hasis tani do speaker do shel khasi lo is not agi kodidolis yeah.
Kushin Shahat, thank you, Chair James. And at this time, before I do recognize Delegate Dr. Andinez, I want to recognize our guests that are sitting on the south side of the council chamber. Ms. Sanlatsa Jim, if you could stand. She is with some individuals from the state of New Mexico Indian Child Welfare Advocates. So they do include policy advocates, judges, and also youth leaders. So thank you to Navajo Division of Child and Children and Family Services, the staff that is here, Sanlatsa, Sunshine, It's good to see you and welcome to our council chamber. So this is our special Naabik'iyati committee meeting, which does comprise of all 24 members of the council. So thank you for visiting us, and I hope you are having a great and wonderful experience here on the nation. So thank you. Next, we're going to go for follow-up questions from Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Hakushin, Ahyat Speaker Adokdo Nana Kuroshana Doshache. Diriki Eya Alsa, the policies and procedures. The we went out to visit several areas within our communities. Towards Narbona, around the community there. We did an assessment. I joined the team at INDOT. We met with several individuals, and we actually were accompanied by INDOT. We're reaching about 7 months trying to wait on the proposed policies and procedures that we were informed about by Deputy Director Daisy. And in that, it's supposed to go to the RDC committee for approval. And those questions come back to me, and I try to be as, I share the information that was provided through INDOT and then give them directly to the constituents. And we're approaching winter time, and so some of these assessments and the findings are obviously concerning roads, concerning our creeks through our community there near Pigeon Springs and Coal Mine. Aro nlei tunnels ilinde a huta ako di de kuishin hut abandesh kido. The 401, 404 permits are still in delay. The policies and procedures are also still in delay. So I don't know where currently, as of today, where can we see a proposed policy and procedure come before the RDC committee for approval. And until then, we've been just working with the local community members to potentially get a supporting resolution. The other thing I want to close with is also the MOA agreement. I did meet with San Juan County, our commissioner on behalf of Crystal Community, but I also met with the deputy manager, county manager. And that's how we were able to propose the MOA to you that had been sent quite some time back. And that timeline is also something that I've been waiting for. I know it's been through to 164, but through our communities and our partnerships, as I always state to our chapters, is something I firmly believe in. And so pushing that MOA, getting that situated and solidified would be helpful. Aro, on the street improvements as well, these are some of the things that we brought to the attention of our Fort Defiance agency rep, who I understand is now overseeing the planning department. And so I think those lack of delays also cause hindrance, especially when we're reporting directly to our community members. And then, so those are a few things. I did send an email just kind of a couple of hours ago reminding all the team members about it, including the highway reauthorization bill. And the thing I want to close out with is you indicated that you work at the pleasure of the president. I think you work at the pleasure of the Navajo people. And having your programs, your divisions, ensure that that's the mentality that they also have, because those are your constituency, those are our constituents as well. And obviously there are some concerning factors regarding this administration, and I think that's something to change. I understand the appointment. It does come from the president of the Navajo Nation, but at the end of the day, it's the Navajo people that we all serve, and that's who we serve as the pleasure as. So I wanted to make those comments when I heard you indicate that statement here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Andinez. I'm going to go back to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati, Delegate James, Dr. Nesney, Ninok Kitty, I'll go ahead and refer those questions to Mr. Patero, Madam Speaker, members of the Naabik'iyati.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, I did, on Delegate James, on your question on the Sayatwat project, that's actually New Mexico funding. 2,450,000 came through from New Mexico, and that was transferred over to McKinley County. That's a county route. So the whole amount was sent to Navajo, who in turn gave it to the county, who did all the work. So that's their road. So that's why it got done so quickly. The 20 million question, I'm trying to get clarification on that. I did send a request to our contracting person, and he's not sure either. As far as he knows, we still haven't received a funding agreement. And once I find out what's going on with that, I will let you know. On the AWAS, I think yes, Delegate Claw has introduced legislation for that. One of the things, and I appreciate it, thank you so much for your support to get that done. The question on the road, when you said road plan, I was thinking the construction plans. What you're asking for is a road maintenance plan, which is a little bit different. So I apologize for that. I will work with our team to get something of that done. The difficulty with the Navajo Nation, and it was the same as when I was at Legislative Services, is we don't really document our processes. We go through the motion of it, but very few processes on the Navajo Nation have a policy, and it takes time to put those policies together. Although once we draft something, we have to take it through a legal review with Department of Justice. That we introduce legislation. So those take time to develop. So in a year and 8 months and 21 days that I've been there, or 7 months and 21 days, it takes longer than that to. My first year was just spent on assessment, I'll be honest with you. We now know the chess pieces on the chessboard. Now we're starting to move things around. So the first year, in all honesty, was just to look at what is going on there, and now we're moving into developing things. So that will take time. Like I said, the changes that were done at Legislative Services when I was there took 2.5 years, and so it takes time to get those ones. On the Arizona Transportation Board meeting in Tuba City, that got moved to a virtual meeting by the Transportation Board, but we do have a scheduled meeting. I'm not sure if they're still going to do it, but the Arizona DOT director wants to meet on the 18th in Flagstaff. If that does happen, I'll make sure that you get an invitation to it so that you can express your concerns on there. And that aligns with the Ganado project. Like I said earlier, there is language in there that would seem that it would require a waiver of sovereign immunity. So I will continue working with that. On the partnership with Arizona, one of the first things that I did when I came back was reinstitute the partnership meetings with them. The first meeting was just basically an introduction. This last meeting that we had with them, we had to cancel because something was going on that week. But what we're doing now is modifying the agenda for those partnership meetings so that community members, similar to how the Arizona Transportation Board allows 3 minutes at the beginning of their meeting for public comments, we have incorporated public comments into those meetings and will continue to do so. On the semi-truck traffic, we got a response back from Federal Highway. Navajo can impose a weight limit on roads, but we need to develop legislation to get those done. And then they're very much similar to any new initiative. There's going to be a cost associated with enforcement of those, but we did finally get that. I believe that we got that like a month and a half, 2 months back, and so that's one of the policies that we need to work on. On the truck pebbles, I'm not sure what you're looking for with that, so I apologize. The question on the mobile weight station for Arizona. Um, we can bring that up to Arizona DOT. Um, and then, why do you want to be confirmed? I was fortunate enough to be not to be on a list that was enacted on by this group, and so before it escalated, I figured I better get my paperwork in. So that's why I want to be confirmed. I like what I do. I really enjoy what I do, and I think we're making headway in creating a true department of DOT. But we still have a ways to go. Any organizational development normally takes 5 to 7 years. I don't have 5 to 7 years. So I'm going to do my best, if confirmed, to try to get those changes and policies and procedures implemented. On Dr. Nez, on the policies and procedures, we still have a ways to go with it, I'll be honest with you. One of the ones that we pushed up to the front is the drug and alcohol policy. The reason we need to do that is, like I said, we had 3 incidences where we weren't able to drug test. So it's kind of going outside of the current personnel policy, but we need to have that because we have staff that are operating a piece of machinery that could crush a lot of things. And so transit, like I said, already has it. Transit has had 2 accidents since I've been here, and both times the driver was tested. We did put in trackers on all the DOT vehicles, and what we discovered there was that some of our staff were responding to emergency situations where we had to meet with public safety, the division director, and the chief of police, and we agreed that we will only help with traffic control, not be responding for accidents and all of those things that are there. On the, again, 7 months, I agree with you, that's a long time, but when you have so many moving parts, it's difficult to try to respond to everything. And I appreciate your comment of you serve at the pleasure of the president. I was just stating what is law. I understand that I report to basically a president, a vice president, the 24 Navajo Nation Council, the 330 chapter officials, all of those. I understand that. I apologize if it was taken across as I only work for the president. I think I'm one of the few people that, Vince James and I have had a difficult time communicating, but I'm not going to diss him. I'm like that with everybody. I'm from that old school where you get in a fight one day, the next day you laugh about it. I'm not somebody that holds grudges, and I understand my role in facilitating a lot of these things. It's just overwhelming what we get. Everything from, and I try to respond to as many of the delegates' requests as possible. I've handed it off to other people a few times, and that didn't work very well. So I will make sure that I'm directly involved in your stuff right now. On the permitting process, one of the things that you have to realize is that the regulatory people, the ones under Mr. Halona's shop, are also experiencing a high rate of vacancies, and so they don't have the people to respond to those. Our people are working with their people now to expedite some of our stuff, but they also have a backlog, and so they're in the same boat that we are in our compliance section of having adequate staffing to complete all the need of what's there. I think it's difficult. I mean, everybody is looking at, reducing costs and doing more, but in actuality, what you're doing is you're really burning out a lot of people that have very good intentions and do good work. The MOA, I believe that was signed, and it's sitting at Office of the Controller Contract Administration to issue it a CO number, which is ironic because when you look at it from a legislative point or a law's point, at the point the president signs it, it becomes an agreement. But we have in certain instances where the 5001 contract, I believe, sat for another 3 weeks after president signed it for OOC to issue it a contract number. So it's not official, even though the laws say when the president signs it, you enter into a contract. But in reality, the real practice of it is it doesn't become a contract until Office of the Controller, Purchasing, Contract Administration issues it a contract number. So thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for facilitating the process. And as soon as we get that CO number, we'll make sure that we send it to you in triplicate so that you can get all of that done, sir. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair James. There's no point of privilege at standing committee level. Point of order raised by Chair James.
Thank you again. I apologize for that. So why the delay in beginning the process of the AWOS? I still haven't gotten an answer from you, and the key is from you. And as the appointee division director, you should be able to provide an answer. So, and you say it, the way you say it, I just want to let you know that the way you're saying it, that morning before the Cornel Eshin could on his bad housen, aid Kodot and ne, a male, a what Assad, Lini, ye in the question is case and nil. Eben in Naito, Alcon Kek, I hope it is near. That's why I'm saying AWOS. Just an FYI for you. Okoko, AD hot echo, quite Bahna, this kiddo, Nana, thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. Mr. Platero, just specifically to that question that was raised.
In all honesty, there are millions of needs on the Navajo Nation. And Delegate Claw had worked with us to introduce that legislation earlier, but there was a document missing within the checkoff list for introducing a legislation is the response from OMB. OMB is very short-staffed, so they don't provide responses right away. As soon as we got the response to make it a complete packet is when we forward it there. So there are lots of every single pothole out there. I don't have money to cover all of those. And so truthfully, that's been there long before I came. And I appreciate Delegate Claw sponsoring it. It's unfortunate that it took that, but it is now getting done. I can't go back and undo what was done in the past. So we were in the process of working with her. She was very adamant about getting the information, but it took time. I believe it was a 2.5-week window that it took OMB to process that. So we couldn't forward her the documents. And even if she'd gotten the funding, we then have to go through the process of setting up an account. For those that don't know, it's a whole process. You know, when you pass the budget or a certain appropriation, there's a whole process to set up those accounts. Although accounts set up, there's a whole process of getting able to go in and spend it. So you have to go through the signature authorization sheet process. Then once those are done, then you go into the bidding process. Then you go into the contract process. Then so even if we were to get the funds tomorrow, it would probably take 2 weeks to set up the account, another 3 to 5 months to go through the bidding process, and then depending on just getting a contract through. Delegate Slater was pushing us on the N12 project. That took about 3 weeks after the president signed for a official contract to come out. So we follow all the rules, and the Office of the Controller Contract Administration doesn't have multiple people. That takes care of that. So that's where everything is backlogged. It's particularly difficult right now at the end of the fiscal year where you're going to have everybody trying to get it done. So even though we follow all the rules, not all of those contracts that should be issued a contract number are going to be issued numbers. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. And I'm going to move forward with the questions. We do have follow-up questions from Delegate Munito, and then we will go to Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Yeah, 그런 저는 이상하네요. The nagaygo dal chahin lahat, no. I appreciate that. I can see like some progress that you're trying to resolve here. My follow-up questions would be with the cooperative agreement that's been done between San Juan County and the BIA and the NDOT. I think it should have been returned back to the San Juan County. The road, the San Juan County done a lot. And then, without this agreement, I bet you anything, we would have had all the dirt roads paved. Let's go pave that Liarondeka. But we're just waiting and waiting. And, I guess you're trying to do some kind of a road plan, and that's going to take forever. Another 10 years or 20 years down the road. In the meantime, if this confirmation goes through, help us with that, returning the agreement back to the San Juan County. And then, with this separation of account at Ninigi that RDC or they want to approve it in Ninigi. And then, you mentioned about the excess tax. There's only 2 gas stations that you have. That's what you're saying to us. Actually, with my 5 regional chapters, we have 5 gas pumps. There's one in Tinaspas, Red Mesa, Mexican Water, and Anath, and then Ojeto, 5. So we have a pretty good amount of gas station that collects tax. And then with these tax that I'm mentioning, I always advocate for the road 5060, 5045, and all the manual mission roads. Yeah, I see, but that Ihonda's team. And those needs to be addressed too. Nandishni. So if you get it confirmed, I want these attention. And then we'll see how your confirmation goes. I would
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Yanito. And then next we do have Delegate Lester Yazzie.
Madam Speaker, Sadats is in the Bishop in Lagido, here, although Bishmas unneedly, in the adet, Nidato, Niti, thank you, Honorable Simpson, also your agent, Mr. Patero, Ko Hiala, other Hilnasne, in the southern Bahe Winson, Shipishmas unenschlinder, a Yahodo, Hanan and Georgie Tinha, as they das late on Hina, and the Shidaslato, base of bunch of dust. Ako here and Sago il Sendadishnita Shinandai, Mr. Patero. I wanted to bring 2 areas to your attention. The first one is a roads safety audit. This was performed on New Mexico Highway 602 Gallup south towards Zuni. You might be familiar with this road study. November 2016, this road safety audit was completed. It's a study of 17 miles for turning lane improvements. And they did the study that included accident histories and identifying potential roadway safety deficiencies. So they identified 8 turnouts. And what they did is they consolidated that report into 5 categories. And a lot of these countermeasures that were identified were mostly administrative functions. And I'll forward this email to you, Mr. Patero, so you'll get an idea. But at the time, at 2016, when this study was completed. Uh, the um, the project the project cost was around $6 million. Again, that was like almost 7 or 8 years ago. So, AD, I would like to put that on your radar. I'd like to, although this might be the state, New Mexico DOT might have right-of-way ownership, but I'd like for us to also get involved in the planning process. And like I said, I'll go ahead and forward this report, and you can forward that to whichever staff that might be assigned to our area. Na kio ne ge e ya. Thank you for your staff, Miss Priscilla Lee. This is the Chi Dodge Access Improvement. It is another improvement for roadway widening, acceleration, deceleration lanes. And we did have a bid opening. I think the project, it came out at 1.6 million, I think was the bidding, but we are still underfunded. We are short of approximately $700,000 to complete this additional funding. So that's another area that I would like to also address and then continue working with Ms. Lee. And she did submit um, uh, the extension because this funding for this project was going to expire this past June 2025, but we got a little bit of time for extension, so we really need to hustle on this project. So those are the two projects. Mr. Patero, Honorable Simpson for being a sponsor. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Yazzie. Going back to Delegate Simpson.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati, Delegate Yanito, Delegate Yazzie, and again, I'll go and have Mr. Patero answer your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Naabik'iyati.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, Delegate Yanito, like I said, I'll be at the September 10 meeting, and we'll see what we can do to assist on the listing. Tees, Red Mesa, and Mexican Water, those are located in Arizona. The way the fuel excise tax language is done is it references by state. So Arizona Joko and then the Emmanuel Mission Roads, that's the 35 that was just done. I'll check with Bradley to see if we can get that on, make a recommendation to try to add it in. Delegate Yazzie, that road audit that you're talking about, 6 million at about a 45% increase, that's probably about around $8 to $9 million now. There were a lot of studies that were done, just like Delegate Nez is pushing the road to Fort Defiance, the studies, and then the other part of it doesn't come in, so I can work with you. The one thing that I will tell you is that if you want this project funded, you got to get it on the T-tip. The maintenance dollars, if you want to add in a fence, you want to add in cattle guards, it has to be on the T-tip. You want to implement your safety plan, it has to be on the T-tip. Though that's what the driver is for all of us. And then on the question on Priscilla, thank you for acknowledging our staff's work. The unmet need portion was submitted to community development. They have a pot of money. We'll do a follow-up on that. Coordinate with Marco back there, and he can let you know what's going on with that. But the request was submitted to community development to fund it. And the lady from there indicated that it is on their radar, so check with him, okay? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Pelotero, and for those responses. And colleagues, we still do have Delegates that are in line for questions. Next, we do have, well, we'll go next to Delegate Shauna Antlaw.
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone, to those that are listening online. And we are here requesting for information to Mr. Platero. And as I sit here and listen to all of the questions that are being posed, I'm very thankful for my colleagues being proactive for their communities, as well as their infrastructure throughout the Navajo Nation. I just want to provide a little bit of clarification regarding the automated weather observation system. So there is legislation that was introduced, which is 0194-25, and the amount I will be requesting to my colleagues here is $1,270,800. And that would be to fund and implement a system not just for Chinle, but also for Tuba City airports. One of the questions that was asked is regarding fencing. So we, Chinle, we recognize that there needs to be fencing along our airport roads because there has been an increase in illegal dumping. So we realize that part of the process is that as a council delegate, it would be your duty to advocate and to put those types of projects on the T-tip. So that would be inventory that you would have to complete as part of your assessment for your communities and also your infrastructure. I also want to make it known that this will be done in September. So as delegates, if you can please get that done by September and submit to the Department of Transportation. Now, being a part of the Resources and Development Committee, we are, I would say, privy to information such as the fuel excise tax, and then also the funding that's involved. We also get reports on the New Mexico capital outlay projects, non-federal funds. We've also had the opportunity to attend federal highway funding trainings, but I also encourage all of you, if you're able to take time to sit in and listen to some of these trainings, you'll understand the federal funding formulas. And again, this is based on a region. So there are several regions all across the United States. And Navajo, since we are such a large tribe, we have our own Navajo region. And so the funding formula is quite complicated. And Ms. Platero and I had an opportunity to attend one of the trainings out in Phoenix. And so it was through that participation that I was able to understand the federal funding formula. And it is so complex and situated through congressional law that it would take the advocacy of the Navajo Nation at the federal level. However, as we are currently facing a deficit nationwide, and we're also seeing the funding levels decrease, that becomes problematic for the Navajo Nation. In addition to that, there are several challenges, and again, part of that is what we're hearing today is the staffing capability. However, I feel that as an RDC member, I have seen many of these positions being filled. We've seen a recruitment of a lot of young people who are educated and who are moving into the Navajo Department of Transportation. In addition to that, I want to thank NDOT for housing and hosting RDC every Monday. We're there in the John Pinto conference room. And so we also know some of the challenges that involve the facility, the operation and maintenance of those facilities as well. I also want to thank all of our Department of Transportation staff. I see many of them out there in the heavy equipment role as operators, and they're out there continuously serving the Navajo Nation. I know, speaking for myself as a delegate, there are times when NDOT has come to Chinle chapter to aid with our emergency situations, such as the flooding incident that occurred in Chinle. Through NDOT, they were able to assist with the berm, and they were able to assist with some of those needed projects to keep our community safe. So I think that in all fairness, I think with the extensive projects we have all across the Navajo Nation, and also thinking about the harsh terrain of our communities. We have sand, we have silt, we have clay, we have so many of those. But again, that federal funding does not allow for some of those challenges to be included into the formula. So NDOT does make do with what they have. Many times, again, the staff, they perform so many of these duties, and we've heard from highway safety, we've heard from Navajo Transit, and these are all incorporated into NDOT. One of my concerns, although Mr. Platero, is the airport, and again, we did have fatality in Chinle. I want to thank the Chinle Comprehensive Healthcare staff for just being tremendous advocates for our community. I do have a letter here that was signed by Dr. Gentoff, who has since left Chinle, but has left an indelible mark in being a steadfast advocate. In his letter, he did indicate the need for airport management. We have a lot of these air medical transportation, such as Guardian Air and several others, who do fly in daily. And many times the air traffic is quite extensive. And also unique to my community is that we also have a National Park Service. Part of that was also to protect the cultural resources and the spiritual resources of our Navajo Nation. So we did request to have a no-fly zone over our Canyon de Chelly moratorium in the parks. And so even that requires a discussion with interagencies such as the National Park Service, Federal Aviation, and then also our state leadership. It starts with your chapter, your community members, and your local leadership to play a role in that. I was able to sit with a Naabik'iyati chapter as well, and they too have expressed a need for no flyovers over their mesas because of similar concerns for their spiritual and cultural resources. So we as a Navajo Nation, again, many years, we are lacking policies. We're still working on a lot of the, regulations. So Mr. Patero, I don't know if you have designated anyone into the airport program. If you could go ahead and give me a name for that as well. I would like for that individual to also assist in being an agent when this legislation is dropped. And this legislation, all of us know as delegates how long those take. If you see within the letter that I will go ahead and upload into Navajo Nation Dibs, this letter comes from August 20th of 2024. And so it took a whole year for a legislation to come through. And it's very sad because, of course, if we had moved this legislation back in 2024, you think of all of the preventative measures that could have occurred, and maybe we may have saved the lives of these 4 flight crew. But in hindsight, You know, I think this is where we as legislators need to look at the challenges of the process of how our legislations are done. But I think in real time, it does fall on the executive branch, because we do need them to, number one, come up with the numbers of how much these systems cost. Of course, that does take time from the staff to secure those quotes, and then also from OMB and all of the necessary 164 process reviewers. So, and then I'm so thankful for legislative services in our legislative council, because once this traumatic event did happen in my community, I did request to Mrs. Espino to put this as a priority once we got all of the documentation from NDOT, and hence it is moving forward. So I want to thank our staff and also our legislative council for pushing that through. In addition to that, I think that one of the things to keep in mind as well is that, you know, we as Navajo Nation, we have so many pots of funding that are coming in, and we really need to create a data system to where we can also look at the compliance issues. So that would be a question to you, Mr. Platero. What type of software system, or are you looking at conducting an RFQ to maybe get a compliance reviewer to get on board so that we can also address some of the outstanding audits at the federal level? And I know that a lot of these projects you could also put into a GIS system to where you have that categorized to the regions or maybe the agencies. And then, of course, separating from non-federal funding to federal funding to T-TIP funding to capital outlay to grants. Another portion of that is that NDOT does carry some of the ARPA funding. So for my community in Chinle, we have the N8094 project, which is a bridge. And so even with that, people need to understand the process of bridges and how you have to obtain the permit, design, architecture, even the right-of-ways, inventory of the road, doing the public hearing, not just one public hearing, but 3 public hearings, coming back together with your community. So that's what we have done in Chinle, and each and every time we have had NDOT staff there to summarize and to guide our community with some of that information. So I know they always say that it really falls back on the delegate to conduct your research, to actually mobilize and get these meetings going in your community. So that's just what I wanted to say. But my main question again will be for the airport, Mr. Platero. And so with that, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Clogan. Going next to Chair Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Speaker. Aro shnant ano tlenigi beshbahas ano tlenigi do korositsile Delegate Danny Simpson. Koro sarbetan harit I legislation sponsor in la Mr. Tommy Platero. Tom, we inlio dene Hassan. I think we'll now have an amendment to this and change your name to Tom. 40 years working for the Navajo Nation. It's you're one of the lucky ones, you know. So, Mr. Platero, I was just reading the legislation and just kind of reviewing everything, and I see the letter from President Nygren. Karo nahozotleo nkihodin nela akondi beshbahasa ana e karo yisapohodne hoit aushin adiki ako nagain chanal kirichin television. C-SPAN, that a gentle congressman, those senator, hey, but that has Tana Shinch and Horat, Ronald Sos, not a ditch, one day, Intalah Shinch. Shinal Sos, they and what they in big height, the betekilla. A coyo, it unstill. A rohro, then cross it down in Sahara. I say, not the Aben Zillan Sanron, Ben Tenchi, Vision Tinkler. Sad as art, Hackision Hedi, Hedi Traco. Beshin Hakkagin is though baby nation, such a case. Aroshi be Huchianigishin, though, but Katna wheel. Though Hajay, Hashin, Hajaygi, Digamizarneta. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also, Nela. So I see that you've been around the Navajo Nation, though in different departments. I think the next councils and each of these councils that come in, they really need to vet executive directors. They need to approve these directors within 100 days of the new administration. Not 2.5 years later. You know, I think it should be done within 100 days. Busy day let not source the net, Dehi, Washington, those state counties, the Nishko. Of course, I was looking at your resume under the first page, personal strength, ability to partner with multiple teams. Ajashi Mesbatero. Ajashi President Nigranal Source E La Dona Legal A Executive Director D Let Endat Bantno. Ado Atlahachiko Den Tina. Don't lean one way. Because this tells me right here your personal strength is you have the ability to partner with multiple teams. And your heart has to be what we say in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation, Bakago. A few years ago, data N36 Bakaya, that was built right around 1988 from Northern Edge Casino all the way to the south side of Shiprock. And it entails Herfino chapter on the eastern side near Farmington. And then you go west, you go to Upper Fruitland, you go to Ninahazad, you go to San Juan, you go to Hogback, and then Shiprock. 6 chapters border N36 highway. A few years ago, Mr. Botero, the state of New Mexico declared, probably in collaboration with the Navajo Nation, declared N36 as the most dangerous highway. And I don't know, it probably changed by now, but I'm glad that there's approximately $20 million, the original cost that was set aside, and additional 11 million needed. So there's 31 million, and I sure would like to see that road fixed, widened for students to get off the bus safely. And we all here as council delegates represent chapters. We all speak for our chapters, projects, roads, eboya del titla. It a happen not Mr. Patero. Di quite kit asht ishigi unhabendly in 36. I see that there's also nare in 5 jelto hast another neck up and shohdin and but ashin ban not with all just ada. But I could Mr. Patero. Di Koroshi Executive Director Shandlinko Eyaha Oat Betland Lishiko Inayat Etingo, as you always have done. Even when you were working for the Office of Legislative Services as the director here, I always noticed that you were always trying to be fair and do what you can. Apply the same principles where you're at. I see the changes that you're making over there. Nandad Nashigito, Mr. Patero. We just got an email just today about a personnel matter. Some things we don't address as delegates, which are personnel matters, and dotan hit ninibenina. Ohot endet that executive directors da leko, ohotni pa niligeko. They begin to abuse the power they have, the authority that they have. Rather than creating a team and working with people, they terminate people and all that when that shouldn't happen. So, Banhatas nhinit egit anhatas arohajo bainit zinit a bit ahdashi bein salato a coede quagi the nehjobaslan listen to this in Somas Mr. Potero. Aro here koro succelati legislation hit that on in so I believe I'm ready to vote as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nez. And then going back to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati Lokash Dejni Kitty, Delegate Claudio Shina, Delegate Nez Needin Kiddo, some comments that you made. So again, some of the questions were asked from Shadeja Delegate Claudio Shina, Delegate Nez will refer that to Mr. Patero. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'iyati.
Madam Speaker, members of the committee, Delegate Claw again, we appreciate your support, your continued support of what we're doing, and I have to commend you for learning the whole road processing in your time that's here. It is an arduous process, but you got the gist of it. I struggled with the compliance portion of it, and I still have my crew trying to get me in on that. We will. The new person will be Michael Sosi. He starts on Monday. He was previously assigned to the Window Rock Airport. Not sure if I should let this out or not, but I have been in discussion with Division of General Services and Office of the President to consolidate air transportation and airports into just one unit. So when we revise our plan of operation, we want to bring those in and unify all of those ones, because it should just have one oversight. That will clear up some of the questions that are there, so we appreciate your support. And then you are correct that we do need to work on policies, and we will make sure that Michael is aware of that. If you need anything, email me, text me. I respond best to text. You have that information. On the data system that you mentioned, we finally, with the help of Department of Justice, came up with an agreement with the University of New Mexico that will be developing this database for us. we're trying to get it encumbered before the funds lapse for this fiscal year. But they have been really instrumental in navigating the language with the state college institution or university institution with the laws of the Navajo Nation. So they've been really supportive of us. I believe we'll be starting the 164 review on that soon and committing those dollars that are there. And then Delegate Nez, we've known each other quite a while. The 100 days is a policy decision, so I won't comment on that. We just play by the rules that are established by this council. And I appreciate the comment of don't lean too far this way, don't lean that way. I walk a really fine balance, and I recognize that I have to maintain a working relationship with the full council. The RDC, I need the support of the Budget and Finance Committee. I need the support of all of the oversight committees to get what I need done, and I understand that, and I try to incorporate that as much as I can into how I work with people. Like I said, I think that you can't be completely this way or completely that way. You kind of have to walk a narrow line and work with everybody. I believe those were the questions. On the power thing, I'm not. I still struggle with people feeding me at gatherings, so I don't think I'm one of those people that like I have to be served. We worked on the during the veteran Coat Talker Day, and my job for the day was to make sure that we watered the trees that we just planted. So nothing as far as the work assignment is above me. I feel I'm one of those people that believes that if the phone's ringing, whether you're the receptionist or the director, it's your job to answer that call. So I try to live by that, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you for those responses from our presenter here. And then going back for questions, we do have two delegates that are in queue. Delegate Nathan Nota, then followed by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Yate Speaker Curley. Delegate Danny Simpson, thank you for bringing this legislation to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Tom Platero, you've been in that position for, I guess, over a year and a half, and I wish you good luck with this. And I want to talk about just a couple of things real quick on the aspect that you would be confirmed as the new executive director for the Transportation Department of the nation. In your resume, you say you have a good strategic approach to problem solving. Accountability is your management style. I'm guessing you have good accountability with that. You have forward thinking in your planning, and those are the things that I would be really considering in my vote as far as this position that you're getting confirmed for. My questions really entail a project that you know that I've been working on and several of the delegates have been working on. This is the federal bridge program in McKinley County. This does affect 4 delegates within this Navajo Nation Council. Myself, it affects Lester Yazzie and a number of bridges in his district, George Tolt and Delegate Steve Arviso. You said something earlier today in your talk with your 20 minutes, something about an intergovernmental agreement. And I know that we have a Navajo Nation and McKinley County agreement of some sort, and that's what I was working based on. I've never really seen that agreement, but I would like for you to explain that a little bit more to me in this, as it relates to this particular project. We said that 4 projects are ready to go out of 10 that have been approved by the Navajo Nation TTIP program. We are still looking at 36 more bridges, and these would all be funded by the federal bridge program, Native American Bridge Program. And you know that McKinley County has stepped forward and made the request to completely take control of this program, with the Navajo Nation doing all the necessary application work, and all the documentation, and get all that stuff in order just to maintain and gain the funds. McKinley County has done a lot at this point. We've started this project in early 2003. There might have been some work that had taken place before, but as far as I know, I was gotten involved in 2003. These bridges are really important, like everyone has been saying here today, regarding the economic development, the safety in transporting children to and from school, and probably really one of the important aspects of this is to enable first responders to get out to the necessary constituents for both McKinley County and the Navajo Nation. And I think that's why McKinley County has really heavily been involved, because they're very, at least the county manager has been very concerned about those bridges and getting the children to from school, and then the first responders out to do their services that are needed. McKinley County really has been patient. They've been tolerant, and they've been very accommodating. They sent an entire staff up here. There was probably 7 or 8 that came to RDC meeting some time back. They filled up the complete first 2 rows of the meeting hall to show that that county and their employees were very committed to this particular project. This project has been going on for quite a long time, as I indicated, and there's only 3 commissioners. One is the Navajo commissioner. That person is really pushing forward to try to get these projects done. The other two commissioners are non-Navajo, and they're to the point where they're telling the county manager to just stop this project. If you're not going to get cooperation from the Navajo Nation, then why are they, McKinley County, putting all this effort into this? It's going to hurt a lot of people. Like I said, this does affect 36 bridges within McKinley County, and they're about done. The 2 commissioners are done. They have the votes to be able to shut this down, and I really would hate to see this happen. In terms of the 4 projects that you said are pretty much ready to go, I do try to keep on top of this. I've been kind of maintaining just some observation related to this. And I noticed that the county manager from McKinley County has continually asked for updates. There's multiple emails, and I have like 4 of them right here with me, where he's continually asking for updates. What's going on? What's the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation doing? Where does it stand? They would like to see that funding move forward for the 4 projects that are ready to go, and that's been the case now for some time, for several months. And like I said, you did indicate something related to an intergovernmental agreement that might be an issue that still needs to be dealt with. In addition to that, I have worked with your staff, just frustratingly, in trying to get the other 26 applications, the other 26 projects into the Navajo TTP program. That's for funding to do additional design, the right-of-ways, NEPA certifications that need to be done. And I just really have had no help from your office. And again, I'm looking at what your resume says, long-term planning, strategic approach to this problem solving, and I'm not really seeing that taking place within the last couple of years specific to this project. Now, there was some mention of Patricia Lee. She's outstanding. She's done quite a bit of programs and projects in my district, and I really appreciate her for that. But I would like to get these 26 other projects on board with the Navajo Nation TTIP program. Again, that's needed for the funding of the design, the right-of-ways, and the NEPA. certifications. I've sent multiple letters to your staff. Always included you. And the last letter I sent, where I was just kind of giving up, was on April the 25th, requesting for some assistance, and there was no response. And I was looking through the emails. There was an email that the county manager had sent again to one of your staff members, and it says it's been 7 to 8 weeks since he's got any response from your staff. If you're confirmed, I would really like to see you put some effort and time. We have talked to the president about this. He has been a support for this project. And again, like I said, it is all in McKinley County, but it does involve 4 of our county, our council delegates. Again, myself, Lester Yazzie, George Tolt, and Steve Arvey. So we all have a certain number of bridges within our districts that need this help. So I want to remind you of that, bring that back up, Mr. Platero. I look forward to continuing to work with you, your staff, and I would hope that we can work together more diligently. And it's not necessarily you. I think it's my complaint and my frustration is really with the staff. I know that you're a busy individual within that, within your job as the director, but I really need support. The 4 of us council delegates, we need support and assistance from your staff. So that would be a request that I would make. This is so important to us as the 4 council delegates, and we'd like to see this project move forward. And I hope that would be the case if you're confirmed as the new executive, or as continued executive director of the Navajo Transportation Department. We can talk more about this later, probably as soon as possible. You have a busy schedule. I have an incredibly busy schedule as well, but we need to sit down and I think discuss this, in addition to all the other delegates that this involves. But I do want an update now, one more time, on the issue with getting the funds out to McKinley County related to the 4 bridges that are ready to go, and then the IGA you talked about this morning. That's my question, Speaker Curley. Delegate Simpson, thank you again, and Mr. Platero, good luck in your venture with the Navajo Nation. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Nota. And next we do have Delegate Jermaine Simonson.
Oh, thank you, Ado Yate, Ade, Shanand Atano Shanido, Dyson Ado, Ade, Mr. Platero, and the Ado Shana, Mr. Simpson, for your legislation here. I'll make mine really brief. For some reason, as I'm listening to all of the discussions, I'm thinking Bob the Builder. What does Bob the Builder say? Anyone? Yes, we can. Can we build it? Yes, we can. So anyway, so thank you. Just, something you mentioned, you said Miss Begay's road is in 8031. So I don't know when Helena's going to move out to Pinyon, but she can certainly take that road over. The project. But it's actually, that in 8031 is in Pinyon. It is, coming very close. There isn't the 31 sites. It's down to 4, and it's ready for phase 2, I believe, for excavation. So I took, when I first got into council, we did a whole tour of that, and the archaeologist, or Logan Simpson and his group, actually came along, and they identified, at the time there were 6 sites, and they needed further work to see if there was actual structures underneath what they saw just from the bird's eye view. So it's now dwindled down to 4 sites that need, it sounds like, excavation. So I really want to be able to get there very quickly. It's, I'm working really hard to encourage my community to be patient with the process, because what's needing to happen is some of those excavation points, they're hills And what we need to do is we need the dirt from those hills to fill in other areas and to build up the roads in other areas. So the net baninch kan shode big it teen dal inigi ego do o teen o big it o dal net da lle shiki sahajo yan de ko ekoho because as you know that the Black Mesa Road that's coming up here real sooner than the N8031, they built up the road that way, and now I believe it's less than 10 years and that road is already buckled. And so that road, and you know, in the past has mentioned that so that, you know, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I don't want that same process. So also, we've been missing each other on that Torrichitni crossing in Black Mesa. I believe the county is wanting to chip in on that work, but you and I, we do need to meet with your team. I believe as the county, they're telling me that I need to make some kind of decision regarding that, but I don't know what that is, and I just touched base with Marco here really quickly, and he's saying that it needs maybe some more funding. The county is willing to put in some of the work, but they do need a little bit of support. So we've been missing one another for about a whole 2 to 3 weeks now on that. So I do need to get that update back up to Black Mesa. I think the winter is coming, and they want to make sure that they have a safe crossing there that they can have, and so to get that done. So I did have a same concern as Shiaj, Dr. Andinez, because I know you've mentioned that you were thinking of resigning or your, I don't know how many retirements that you were at, but it was another retirement plan. But that's my concern, but I hope from the first time that I stepped into your office and you mentioned the work that you were doing and kind of catching up, the catch-up that you were having to do, I can, certainly appreciate that, and that you're finally filling, the position. So, and I hope it is really just, year and a half here possibly, and I hope you can continue, because we are looking at you and your leadership to get these projects, really started. So, and my road, N8031 is, from what I understood from last week, is the longest route at this point. It's 15.8 miles, I believe. And so it's one of the biggest road construction activities that you're taking on. And so I'm looking forward to that, and I know the whole community it'll really be that, it'll serve as a main artery, and it'll really connect, Pinyon to Hard Rock, and because all of our communities in Hard Rock depend on Pinyon for major services. So it'll be 15 miles, and actually might even be just under 20 minutes to get there versus the 50 to 1 hour. So I'm so, but my mom says, chapter meetings, I didn't know that was back in 1960. So, any case, thank you, 24th Council. You all approved that 19 million, I believe, that Delegate Yellow Hair presented to you, and that is what's making this possible. So, my brother here, he's eyeing that 19 million. He keeps asking, so anyways, let him know it's going to get spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson, and then going back to Delegate Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Naabik'iyati, Nana Doka, Delegate Notaro, Delegate Simonson, Kanito Kirino, Nana Do, go ahead and have Mr. Terry answer the questions from both Delegate Nota and Delegate Simonson, Nana.
Delegate Nota, I looked up the IGAs on our website. If you go to Navajo DOT and you go to partnerships and you click county, all of the agreement things are there. So I just looked it up. There is a master IGA between Navajo DOT and McKinley County that runs May 12, 2021 to May 31, 2031. That's MOA 258, which Clause 2 provides for projects. The projects must have a scope of work, a budget, and funding, and the amount of the funding. There's a second IGA attached to it, which is MOU 260, which runs 4/30/2021 to 4/30/2026. We probably need to amend that one to extend it. Underneath there have been 3 projects that were issued. Pine Have for $498,902.01. Sayatwat for $2,300,003.25, which I believe Delegate James alluded to. And then there's Superman Canyon, $2,494,034.23. Only the Pine Haven one was a citizen project. I believe we will be able to issue a number 4 project on that, but we would need to modify the IGA to make to extend the ending date for MOU 260. So the master agreement's in place. The one that authorizes the projects will need to be modified, and we can just do a no-cost extension on that. Once that no-cost extension goes through, because the agreement has to be able to cover the time frame of the work that needs to be done for those ones. So the master agreement, which is a difficult one to negotiate, is already done. There is an IGA for projects which will need to modify the ending date. Once the ending date is done, then we could put all 4 of these projects onto just one IGA. All right, sir? So it's not as bad as I thought it was. But if you want to find it, it's on our website. Go to Partnerships County, scroll down, and all the McKinley County agreements will be there. And then on Delegate Simonson, I apologize. You guys both came to my office at one time, so I convinced myself that, remember you guys came to my office? Stopped by my office? Oh, no, that was Sherilyn. Okay, never mind. I'm a Navajo man. You guys all look the same. Okay. On the 8031, this is as an email as of Friday. This is from Marshall Hayes, Logan Simpson, and what they indicate is the big item that is needed for that is critical for environmental is determining who will maintain this road. The Hopi EA and Fonzie stated it will be a BIA acquired right-of-way. The Navajo EA currently states it will be a BIA or Navajo right-of-way. My understanding is that the odds of this entire route being a BIA maintained right-of-way is slim. So the Navajo EA should articulate who will maintain this right-of-way. If BIA won't be acquiring any right-of-way, then I don't believe there's any BIA action, but perhaps BIA can acquire the 4-mile BIA right-of-way, and Navajo DOT can acquire the 11 miles or so on Navajo lands. We would like confirmation that there is no grazing rights. Last I heard, there were no grazing rights, but that was quite a while ago. Confirmation that there was no farming rights in the project area. Again, I'm not aware that there are, but I don't have a record of receiving anything in writing about this. So that's the latest response as of Friday at 11:24 a.m. So that's the latest update on that one. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson, and also Mr. Tom Platero for presenting this legislation to the committee. And colleagues, I don't have any delegates in queue for any follow-up questions. And again, this legislation will move forward to Navajo Nation Council. So colleagues, are there any other questions? If not, I'm going to call for a vote. 2 minutes on the board, and this is on the main motion. Thank you, colleagues. That is a vote of 15 in favor with 2 opposed and with chair not voting. The main motion carries, and this legislation will move forward to the Navajo Nation Council. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. We spent about 6.5 hours on this, or 7.5, I don't know, 6.5 hours on the legislation. We have staff that need to return to their homes. It's 5 p.m. I'd like to motion to suspend the floor rules and move forward with items B, C, D, and E on a consent agenda.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And we did update the board here. Vice Chair Slater, if you can concur with that language, and that is for legislation 0178-25, 0186-25, and 0187-25, and 0188-25. Vice Chair Slater?
Yes.
And is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. And questions on the motion here? We do have Chair Vince James.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of Naabik'iyati. For E, legislation 0188-25, is Mr. Vince Redhouse here, present today? If not, I'd like to maybe remove that and then defer that to the next Naabik'iyati meeting. That way he can be here in person. Well, because then at council.
The next Naabik'iyati will be next week. It'll be possibly, the regular Naabik'iyati is scheduled on the 28th. And then possibly on the 29th on a Friday as well. So Chair James, and he is online here via Zoom.
All right, so with that, I'd like to take off legislation 0188-25, just to have a consensus of all of the executive directors that have come before us as Naabik'iyati Committee, and then kindly request the staff to maybe have, or email him to let him know that he should be here in person, just to have that consensus, just like any other directors that have come before us. Vince Ridhouse. No.
Okay, thank you, Chair James, and there's opposition. So there was that objection to take off legislation 0188-25, and then also there's that request for that modification to delete that legislation for the next Naabik'iyati. So you do concur with that language, Vice Chair Slater and Vice Chair Simonson. Are you okay with that as well? Okay, so we can update that here. Okay, thank you, staff, and that is updated here. And that does include a consent agenda for new business C, D, E, and F. There was an objection, but however, the motion also includes deleting that legislation from the agenda. Chair Crotty?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to ask the amending party if they could briefly just, for a few minutes, just go over the legislation 0186-25. It is a request for, nearly $500,000. We have talked about this previously, but I would want to know from the amending body what is the change so that we're all clear on how we're moving forward with this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Crotty. And going back to Vice Chair Slater, just brief information on, I believe you're the sponsor, so I'll give you the floor. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Tsui. Speaker. Thank you, Shema Delegate Crotty, for the opportunity to further explain the legislation. We spoke about it at length, and I think it is prudent for us to review where we're at right now. So previously, we were making a UUFB, so undesignated or unreserved undesignated fund balance request, which are surplus revenues into the nation beyond our budget. And so that means those are monies that are available for appropriation for other purposes, or say to be rolled over into the next year's budget or for other appropriations. At this point, because of the actions that took place at the summer council session, we are not moving forward with that request. Instead, we have unused monies from the fiscal year 25 budget that will terminate on September 30th. Those monies are for utility payments that will not need to be made. They're projected to be higher than they were, and they cannot be used for any other purpose unless reallocated. And what we're doing here is reallocating from the fixed cost utilities, so money that pay, electric, telecom, water bills, et cetera, things of that nature for Navajo Nation programs that are unneeded at this time, and instead they will be used to help pay for the rent and cover the costs related to the Washington office. So I think there's some confusion in the public that this has to do with the house that was purchased. This has nothing to do with that. This is about the ongoing operations of the office and the continued viability of it in order to serve our people. And if it's September 30th and we didn't have this legislation, didn't have this need, this money would just go into the UUFB, that unreserved, undesignated fund balance, and then may become available for reappropriation or for other purposes. But at this time, it is not something that can be used for other purposes unless someone was going to reallocate it for something else. So, there's about 410,000 Navajos, so every one of us is contributing about $1 into this, a little more than that, in order to continue to see these things come forward. And I don't want to review every single aspect that went into this unless it's asked of me, because I know that the council was present during the summer session. But in terms of moving forward, I think this is the most elegant option to continue the operations of the office with leadership support, and then at the same time make sure that we're not depriving this money from any other services, from any other programs, from anything of that nature, because it's money that will not be spent this year otherwise. So I hope that that's helpful for conveying to the public, and I'm happy to answer any other further questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Slater, for summarizing that legislation that's sponsored. And again, that will be final authority here at Naabik'iyati Committee. So colleagues, are there any other questions or comments on the motion that's currently on the floor? I don't see any colleagues, and we will put 2 minutes on the board to vote on this motion. Delegate Toll? I thought I just signed them earlier. And colleagues, we do have a vote of 16 in favor One opposed with chair not voting, so the motion does carry forward. And colleagues, now we will move forward to vote on the consent agenda. And staff, if you could help read those legislation titles into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item B, consent agenda, legislation 0178-25, an action relating to the Resources and Development and Naabik'iyati Committees and the Nomination Council, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity through September 30, 2029, to allow the Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act and carrying out United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants, and authorizing the Navajo Nation president to be the certifying tribal official to execute Form 7015.15. Prime sponsor is Honorable Brenda Jesus, co-sponsor Honorable Danny Simpson. This legislation is final authority with Nomination Council. Legislation 0186-25, an action relating to the Naabik'iyati Committee approving a budget reallocation from the Division of General Services Business Unit 118005, Fixed Costs Utilities DGS, to Nomination Washington Office Business Unit 103002 in the amount of $436,336 to the fund to fund its unmet needs for the remainder of fiscal year 2025. Prime sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. Co-sponsor is Honorable Shandeen Parrish. This legislation is final authority with Naabik'iyati Committee per Nomination Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0187-25, an action relating to the Naabik'iyati Committee, amending the Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office Plan of Operation. Prime sponsor is Honorable Otto So. Co-sponsor is Honorable Helena Nesbegay. This legislation is final authority with Naabik'iyati Committee per Nomination Council Rules of Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff and colleagues. A motion? Motion by Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson. Second? Second by Delegate Arbin Mitchell. And colleagues, I'm going to put 2 minutes on the board, and this is for the consent agenda motion. Chair Crotty, how do you vote? Votes read. Delegate Tolt, how do you vote? The consent agenda. Green. And colleagues, that is a vote of 15 in favor, 2 opposed, with chair not voting. The main motion carries. And colleagues, we are down at number 8, close of meeting announcements. Just quick announcements, colleagues, for our calendar. We will be scheduling a 2-day Naabik'iyati committee meeting on August 28th. That is a regular scheduled Naabik'iyati committee meeting. That was deleted. Next meeting. And the second day of Naabik'iyati will be on Friday, August the 29th. So those two should be in your calendar. Save the date. And we're anticipating to entertain the comprehensive budget on the first week of September from September 2nd. And it will be scheduled all the way to the 5th of Friday. So colleagues, and then we will, those should be on your calendar. So for the chairs and vice chairs, those should be for any type of scheduling for your meetings. Yes. And colleagues, are there any other announcements? No. And we will be visiting Delegate Norman McGay's region this weekend for Rama Navajo Fair. That should be in your calendar as well. And then there's also a Eastern Agency Council meeting at Baja Lin. So Delegate Lester Yazzie will be hosting that on Saturday. So that will be also happening. All right, so that does complete any other announcement. Is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Chair So, second by Delegate Curtis Yanito. Are there any objections? If not, we'll call for 2 minutes on the board to vote on adjournment. And colleagues, we still have 1 minute on the board to vote for adjournment. Vice Chair Slater, Chair Karate, we have about 5 seconds here on the board. And that is a vote of 17 in favor, 1 opposed, with chair not voting for adjournment, and we will adjourn here today at 5:23 p.m. And colleagues, for the road home, there are sandwiches in the South Conference room. So grab a sandwich.